free to call. And, you know, I got the number and I thought, oh my God, what can I do with this, right? But I've not abused it, I'll tell you that. But every time I've reached out to him, he's been very responsive. We have a very difficult position, right, as elected officials, because, you know, we get elected and we're thinking we're going to fix potholes, we're going to fix street lights, water issues, school issues, whatever it is. Did we ever think we're going to be dealing with a pandemic of this magnitude, some global thing? No. And so right now, every decision that we make is impacting people in our community. And the decisions that our governor has made, you know, some people may not be happy, but we have no other historical data behind us to tell us this is the right path to take, or no, don't go that way because these are the consequences.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. This is your Thursday, March 11th, 2021 edition. We are starting off the show, taking a live look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The sun rising here on the East Coast, and we've got some gorgeous hues of blues and purple in there. A lot of people saying, wow, they cannot believe that Congress passed a coronavirus relief bill with a price tag of almost $2 trillion. But again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Got your morning brief ready to go for you. The top stories that you may have missed yesterday, overnight, into this morning. Get you all up to speed with the news that you want and need to know before you start your day. Perhaps you're headed to work, school, both. Got lots of things on tap to do throughout the day, and we're here to get you up to speed with what you want and need to know. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're having a great morning so far. We're going to start over Hawaii with our XRAD radar. Take a look now. It looks like things are somewhat calm and you see some pretty decent temperatures this morning, but it appears that both Hawaii and California have been recently impacted by powerful flooding caused by severe weather. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty is in Southern California with a look at the impact this morning right here on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody, we'll have that story a little bit later for you here on News Now from Fox. But meanwhile, we're going to go from Hawaii to Minneapolis, Minnesota to get the latest on the Derek Chauvin trial in the death of George Floyd.
It's the second day of what is expected to be weeks of jury selection in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in George Floyd's death. Prosecutors and defense attorneys continue to question potential jurors, looking for 12 and 2 alternatives who can demonstrate they'll fairly view the case evidence.
Do you think you would tend to favor the law enforcement officer, witness B's account?
The judge on Wednesday weighed in on several motions, including allowing the defense to argue Floyd's drug use contributed to his death, but warned about how it's presented, already tossing a previous drug-related arrest. For the prosecution, the judge will allow at least 2 witnesses to testify about Floyd's character. Meanwhile, we also learned the 3 other former officers charged in Floyd's death will not testify in Chauvin's trial, prohibited by their attorneys. The defense also argued taped statements by 2 of those officers should not be permitted.
I would not have the ability to cross-examine those other witnesses. I cannot breathe.
Chauvin, who was seen kneeling on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes last May, pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. So far, the jurors that have been seated have been sent home. The judge has ordered them not to do any research on this trial, and the judge insists that opening statements will begin on March 29th. In Minneapolis, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we should be able to have that wicked Western weather story ready to go for you right here on News Now from Fox. Folks are facing a lengthy cleanup after torrential downpours triggered dangerous mudslides near Los Angeles. Vast amounts of rain pounded soil weakened by previous wildfires, unleashing a thick stream of mud and rocks. All right, we are going to continue on here on News Now from Fox this morning, everybody. Taking a live look now, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. Gorgeous Thursday morning so far. You see buses and vehicles on the roadways, and you see New Yorkers walking to work and school this morning, handling the business that they need to. A lot of people getting out and about now that, restrictions are being lifted, capacities are being raised in certain venues and establishments. So we are going to continue to take a look at all the live pictures. Back to Capitol Hill this morning, everybody, for the latest here. The White House and Democrats are both praising the new COVID-19 relief package that passed in Congress yesterday. They believe the funding will help the U.S. recover from the economic and health impact of the pandemic, but Republicans see it differently. They say it's filled with wasteful spending. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has the latest from Washington. He filed this report just last night.
The $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package is massive, and the reaction it's receiving from members of Congress is equally large.
I think this is actually one of the worst pieces of legislation I've seen pass here in the time I've been in the Senate.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been in the Senate for 36 years. This is Speaker Nancy Pelosi's 33rd year in the House.
This is the most consequential legislation that many of us will ever be a party to.
President Biden says his package will be a big help as he announced the U.S. will buy an additional 100 million vaccines from Johnson & Johnson and share any surplus with other countries.
Everything in the American Rescue Plan addresses a real need, including investments to fund our entire vaccination effort. More vaccines, more vaccinators, and more vaccination sites.
Both sides describe this bill as progressive. For Republicans, that's a criticism. For Democrats, that's an accomplishment.
The most progressive bill in American history.
Progressive means socialism.
The bill provides billions for schools, testing, and protective equipment, in addition to $350 billion for state and local governments. The package also extends expanded unemployment benefits through September and provides most Americans with $1,400 stimulus payments. In Washington, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
We are live now in Tampa, Florida. The sun has risen here on the East Coast, and it's once again showing off. Lately, the sunrises and sunsets have been absolutely positively gorgeous. When we've got these beautiful live pictures like this, we bring them to you here on News Now from Fox. So that was the latest for the coronavirus relief bill. Everybody, we're staying on top of the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis, Minnesota as well, and the wicked Western weather. We are working to get that story ready to go for you here on News Now from Fox. So thank you so much for tuning in this morning. While people behind in their rents due to the pandemic are getting relief from the government, many landlords are not happy. They are also feeling the pinch without taxpayer support. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner explains.
The CDC is extending the nationwide moratorium on evictions through the end of the month. Good news for tenants who've lost jobs, businesses, and income during the pandemic, and those just looking to avoid rent and mortgage payments.
All right, everybody, we are going to continue on here on News Now from Fox this morning. Again, taking a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters. Lots of top stories from across the country to bring to you here. We are also about a few minutes away from having Fox's Doug Luzader live to kind of break down what happened yesterday and moving forward here on News Now from Fox. So again, we are continuing on. A lot of coronavirus-related top stories today, and that's because it's essentially been 1 year since the pandemic started impacting our daily lives with lockdowns, mask mandates, and and the like. So coming up next here, for people who are eligible to get a COVID-19 vaccine, there are choices with trade-offs. Fox's Drew Andre reports from Las Vegas, Nevada.
The new Johnson & Johnson vaccine is changing the conversation at Valley vaccine sites.
We've been curious as to how it's going to change the dynamic down here. Everything's gone smoothly.
1,000 doses of the Janssen or Johnson & Johnson vaccine were administered at Cashman today, in addition to Moderna first doses, leaving many with choices as to what vaccine they preferred. For some, it was an easy decision to go with Moderna, since the efficacy rate is higher than J&J. But on the other end, some wanted to just get one and be done.
Most people wanted the Moderna vaccine.
Sabrina Bates-Whited got her first dose today and noticed a trend.
And I was the only woman in line for the J&J, and everyone I asked said that they didn't want to come back.
Sabrina was in the J&J line because doctors recommended she get the Johnson & Johnson because of her severe allergic reactions.
There's slightly less reaction than the Moderna. I do have some anaphylactic reactions to things, and so this one seemed like the better choice for me.
People had a choice today between the vaccines, but the Cashman site spokesperson says those that had a hard time walking are the top priority for Johnson & Johnson.
It's difficult if you've got some physical disabilities to get here once, much less twice. And so we're trying to do the right thing for that section of the community.
All right, everybody. Again, thank you so much for your patience and understanding here this morning. Couple audio difficulties there, but we think that we are working along and be able to get these top stories ready to go for you here on News Now from Fox. So let's take a look here at the situation that's unfolding in Hawaii and California due to some pretty serious rainfall. Again, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox.
Folks are facing a lengthy cleanup after torrential downpours triggered dangerous mudslides near Los Angeles. Vast amounts of rain pounded soil weakened by previous wildfires, unleashing a thick stream of mud and rocks.
It was pretty loud, sounded like a thunderstorm, and smashed the fence over there and came in between the houses.
The mudslides coated cars, damaged property, and left streets buried under several feet of debris. Many hope heavy machinery and an army of shovels will make light work of the heavy mess.
Well, I'm going to stay and see what happens because we got another rain coming in, and so I just want to be here to see how safe the house is going to be.
Further north, the rain turned into snow as communities along the California-Nevada border braced for several inches. Authorities are urging folks to stay off the roads. And in Hawaii, days of heavy rain are causing rivers to rise. The severe flooding has prompted mandatory evacuations for several towns. Those caught in the raging waters say it washed everything away.
I started panicking, my dad started panicking. We just was watching everything kind of go by, and it lifted up my truck, and my truck went down the river as well. And then the dog actually survived. It got swept away, but it came up.
Hawaiian officials warn the flooding could trigger landslides over the coming days. And California isn't in the clear just yet either, as forecasters predict more rain into Friday. In Los Angeles, Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Cincinnati, Ohio. The sun has yet to rise there, but take a look at the gorgeous downtown skyline. Pretty cool. We're continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about before you head out the door this morning. The water cooler stories, which you're going to want to talk about with all of your family and friends today. So coming up here on News Now for Fox. Should young people be getting vaccinated ahead of the more vulnerable populations? Many Americans in their 20s and 30s are being inoculated because they've been helping others also get the shot. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports on younger people getting the vaccine.
The vaccine rollout is intensifying. President Biden announcing a new deal with Johnson & Johnson Wednesday, acquiring 100 million additional doses of their vaccine over the coming months. The surge in vaccine availability is helping states ramp up their inoculations. Alaska making history, becoming the first state to eliminate age requirement for COVID-19 shots.
You're going to be able to get a vaccine if you want one if you're 16 and older.
But in many states, still limiting shots to older folks, some younger people are finding ways to skip the line. Some mass vaccination sites, like this one in Seattle, are offering thousands of golden ticket, giving their volunteers access to the vaccine even if they don't meet the state's requirements for getting it yet.
5,100 individuals who have volunteered with us. Many of those received their vaccinations with us. They're considered 1A caregivers when they assist.
Officials say volunteers do everything from directing traffic to sanitizing stations and collecting paperwork. Critics say this loophole potentially puts younger people ahead of more vulnerable communities. But others say no matter their age, volunteers still put themselves at risk to help in the pandemic.
The idea that we would say, well, somehow you don't merit the same kind of prevention that we would give to the paid workers, it doesn't make any sense.
Vaccine accessibility is also expanding to include every teacher. Educators in all 50 states are now eligible for the shots. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Okay, everybody, we do have that top story ready to go for you that we just tried to air a few moments ago. While people behind on their rent due to the pandemic are getting relief from the government, many landlords are not happy. They are also feeling the pinch without taxpayer support. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner explains.
The CDC is extending the nationwide moratorium on evictions through the end of the month. Good news for tenants who've lost jobs, businesses, and income during the pandemic, and those just looking to avoid rent and mortgage payments.
There are definitely those handful of tenants who I would say are not necessarily experiencing any financial hardship. And then they started to withhold rent, which they can do.
When tenants don't pay, landlords across the country say they're the ones footing the bill. In the nation's capital, one landlord who asks not to be identified warns she's at a breaking point.
We cannot be left out to hang and dry by ourselves as small landlords. We are really vulnerable.
On the West Coast, many California landlords say they've gone a full year without rent payments from tenants. Making matters worse for landlords, they aren't receiving any federal benefits.
Many of these independent rental owners didn't receive paycheck protection loans. They didn't receive stimulus checks. They didn't receive special unemployment assistance.
A Fox investigation reveals 27 states have yet to spend their federal aid allotment for tenants from the last round of stimulus. So $25 billion that could be used to pay the rent is now sitting in state treasuries waiting to be dispersed. But lawmakers are sending even more money to states anyway.
Millions of Americans are behind on the rent, and 3 million homeowners are in forbearance. At the same time, we're passing major assistance for renters and for homeowners.
Housing providers say all these problems will hurt residents of major cities the most.
If enough small landlords, give up and just sell their distressed property, we're just going to end up with more and more institutional landlords. That's not good for any city.
So right now, 20% of American renters are behind on payments. That's about 4 months or $5,600 each. On a nationwide level, that's 100 million renters who owe their landlords an astonishing $57 billion. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, everybody, taking a live look now at the White House in Washington, D.C. A lot of activity going to be happening today out of our nation's capital. President Biden is preparing to speak to the nation tonight about the coronavirus. He'll mark 1 year since the start of the COVID lockdowns. And Doug Luzader is joining us live this morning from Washington. We're learning more from the White House this morning about the president's first primetime address. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. We expect the president to speak for about 20 minutes or so tonight from the White House, marking 1 year since really kind of the beginning of the COVID lockdowns in this country. And he is also no doubt going to talk about what happened yesterday in the House as Congress gave the final approval to that big $1.9 trillion relief package. Big legislative win from the White House, and this may be part of a concerted effort now to really kind of sell this to the American people, as in coming days, checks will start rolling out to most Americans, those $1,400 stimulus checks. That's just one part, though, of this huge relief package that Congress has now passed.
Doug, the president is being criticized for not taking reporter questions, not holding official news conferences. Do you think he'll take any questions tonight?
Well, it's been, I think we're 51 days in or something, and there has not been a single White House press conference. Now, it's very unusual to see an administration go this long. There are questions as to why this hasn't happened at this point. The White House says that the president has had a number of opportunities to answer questions as he leaves events, that kind of thing, but they're usually just kind of shouted, and occasionally he answers them, occasionally he doesn't, but there has not been, a full-fledged, wide-ranging press conference, and there is becoming more and more, there's more and more unrest now among the White House press corps, the fact that this hasn't happened. The White House says that this will happen, we just don't know at this point when.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader joining us live here on News Now from Fox. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We're taking a live look at Buffalo, New York. Look at that skyscraper there, and it appears that it's tinted red or lit red there. Not quite sure if that's the usual color that it is, but pretty cool live picture nonetheless. We love hopping from live location to live location here on News Now from Fox. I told you I had lots of top stories from across the country to get to this morning, so we're going to continue that here on News Now from Fox. Coming up next, we're going to head on out to New Jersey, and we actually have 2 different live pictures from the Jersey Shore area here that I'll show you as soon as this next top story plays in your morning brief. A big announcement for restaurants in both New York City and New Jersey. Starting next week, they will be allowed to operate indoors at 50% capacity. Fox's Antoine Lewis has more, including a list of other venues that will be able to open at 50% capacity.
March 19th, that's the date indoor dining capacity in the Garden State will increase to 50%. Francesca Brewer of O'Neill's in Hoboken among many restaurant managers celebrating the announcement.
It's been a long winter with just very few seats inside. Not that many people wanted to sit outside because it's got really, really cold, especially through February with those storms. So it's going to be really exciting. the people back inside where they should be.
Governor Phil Murphy saying the decision is solely driven by the state's COVID-19 data.
For example, on February 5th, when our restaurant capacity last changed, our hospitals were treating just under 2,900 patients. That number has come down by about 1,000 and has been consistent since then.
Hair salons, barbershops, recreational facilities, and gyms will also be able to increase to 50% on the 19th, and rules on gatherings will also change that same day. Indoor gatherings that are not religious, political, weddings, or funerals will be capped at 25 individuals, which is up from 10. And outdoor non-religious or political gatherings can have 50 persons max, which is up from 25. Sighs of relief also coming from New York City, as indoor dining will also increase to 50% capacity next Friday in partnership with New Jersey.
Longer waited, obviously, every bit helps. After the year that we've all had, clearly we were expecting it a little sooner, but we're very, very thrilled and very happy that we're finally going to be reopening at least at 50%.
Taking a live look now, everybody. Wildwood, New Jersey. Take a look at this. This boardwalk with that roller coaster there, and you've got a huge Ferris wheel. The sun is rising. It looks absolutely positively gorgeous. We wanted to bring you the live picture right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to stay on the East Coast for this next top story in your morning brief. It appears that New York City health officials say that about half of all new COVID-19 cases appear to be caused by two variants, the New York variants and the UK variants. Fox's Briella Tomasetti has more.
When you combine the variant of concern, B117, the one first reported in the UK, and the new
cause more severe illness or reduce the effectiveness of vaccines, they're still a cause for concern because they're spreading more quickly.
The B1526 variant in particular is increasing in prevalence across New York City, representing about 39% of all samples sequenced by the Pandemic Response Lab during the most recent week with full data, compared to 31% the week prior.
The B1526 variant, or New York City variant, was first detected in Washington Heights late last year. Preliminary analysis suggests that the New York City variant may be similar in infectiousness to the UK variant, but it's currently spreading at 3 times the rate of that strain.
The UK variant, which also spreads more easily, has increased to 12% of samples analyzed in the most recent week, up from 8% the prior week.
Cases involving the South African and Brazilian variants were not detected in the most recent data. And despite the uptick in mutations, deaths and hospitalizations are decreasing.
The most dramatic drops in mortality and serious hospitalization are in the nursing homes.
Local officials don't anticipate having to implement any additional public health restrictions or shutdowns, so Mayor de Blasio says, here's the main takeaway for New Yorkers.
The social distancing, the face coverings, it works. It works against the variants too.
Continuing on with your morning brief top stories here on News Now from Fox. Everybody, again, thank you so much for tuning in. Well, believe it or not, it's been a year like no other. Over 500,000 Americans have died. Unfortunately, millions more infected by a virus which swept through the nation and the world. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Rochelle, New York, the location of one of the first coronavirus clusters in the country, to take a look back at how COVID-19 changed our nation, how far we've come, and how far we still have to go.
365 days ago, a cluster of COVID-19 cases here in New Rochelle triggered the creation of a containment zone. It was a 1-mile radius drawn around this part of New York, essentially the first community lockdown, a foreign concept at the time, now just everyday life.
The impact's been felt.
Shortly after this suburb locked down, similar orders rippled across the nation, closing schools, restaurants, businesses, entertainment in the hopes of flattening the curve.
Stay at home.
Remain at home.
Stay home. Stay home.
Next came travel restrictions, then curfews, quarantines, and capacity limits for gatherings. Once busy cities quickly turned into ghost towns. After a month of restrictions and a sinking economy, pressure to reopen, including from then President Donald Trump. Demonstrators gathered at state capitals.
We are not a country of sheep.
In Michigan, Operation Gridlock had armed protesters blocking streets and entering the Capitol.
Hands over fear! Open up Michigan!
Separation from loved ones, an entire population learning to live at home, only finding human interaction through new pandemic traditions. Restrictions would loosen throughout the spring and summer to only lock back down in the fall. Frustration over what rules to follow and panic shopping once again.
You never know. There could be a second wave. There could be a second lockdown.
Months without work causing longer lines at food banks.
Thank you.
Millions of Americans unable to make ends meet.
No money to pay rent or buy food or, the bills, and everything is really hard.
We never had lines this long. That people losing their jobs, they lost their homes, the food is short.
Life events and milestones celebrated across screens and holidays spent alone, but a glimpse of hope with the vaccine's arrival.
To me, it's very important, and I'm just grateful.
Oh my goodness!
Still, many wonder which restrictions will remain and for how long after a year of lockdowns. Some states are easing restrictions, lifting mask mandates and opening up, but medical experts warn that the pandemic and its threats are not over yet. In New Rochelle, New York, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill on News Now from Fox. Ahead of our next live guest, this is Brandon Arnold, VP at the National Taxpayers Union, joining us again this morning. Mr. Arnold, thank you so much for coming back. How are you doing?
Doing great. Good morning.
Good. So we're talking about the American Rescue Plan Act, so that nearly $2 trillion coronavirus relief bill that passed in the House yesterday after the Senate made some amendments this weekend. Were you surprised that it passed?
No, I wasn't. I think there was a lot of support behind this bill on Capitol Hill. There's a lot of support behind this bill in the public because people are still very frustrated with the COVID situation. They want to get their lives back to normal. So I understand the impetus to push a plan. The difficult thing for me and the frustration for me is that this plan is highly flawed. It's a really problematic plan, and I'm disappointed that it passed in the form that it did.
All right, so let's talk about some of the impacts of the plan. Of course, it's made its way through the House of Representatives by party line vote, 220 to 211. This means Americans will see a $1,400 stimulus check, more money for unemployment, and a larger child tax credit after President Joe Biden signs the bill, which is expected to be tomorrow. What exactly is the child tax credit?
Well, the child tax credit is a credit that goes to anyone that has a child, and it's currently set at $2,000. That was adjusted back in 2017, the big Trump tax reform bill. But now it's going to go all the way up from $2,000 to $3,600 for most children. So that's a pretty substantial boost, and that is what a lot of people on the left are pointing at as a way to help get people out of poverty, because this will go on a refundable basis, even to people that don't make very much money at all on the lower rungs of the economic ladder. So that's a big boost that's going to take place. It incidentally is a one-year program, though we expect Democrats to make a push to extend it on a permanent basis, or certainly extend it out sometime longer into the future. And when you look at that $3,600 plus the $1,400 that goes to not just adults, but also children, that's $5,000 per kid. So that's a lot of money. And again, those changes will only last to the end of this calendar year. So if you're thinking about adding a member to your family, you're best off doing it before the ball drops on New Year's Eve this year.
That's interesting piece of advice there, Mr. Arnold. Hey, so I wanted to ask you, I myself have gone through, I've done a mock version of filing my taxes. I haven't filed yet because the deadline is next month. But there's going to be lots of changes due to all of these coronavirus relief bills, stimuluses, credits, and the like. What advice can you give people who are trying to go through the process right now?
My first advice would be to start early, because you're right, there are a lot of changes, and some of them are going to be beneficial to people. Like we talked about, if you have kids, that larger child tax credit, the stimulus checks, $1,400, those could be reconciled if there are income thresholds that you hit where you may have a phase out of the $1,400. It's possible that you got more money than you're supposed to, and that would need to be reconciled on your tax forms. But there are also a couple tricky issues that may come as an unpleasant surprise to taxpayers. I would say the fact that a lot of people are working from home right now. We were told to work from home. We did the right thing. We didn't go into the office to spread coronavirus. But now if you work in one state and you live in another, it is possible. We estimate about 2 million workers or more are going to be hit with unexpected tax bills, because you're going to have tax collectors going after you, both in your state of residence and in your state of employment. Some states have resolved that with agreements, others haven't. New York has been notoriously aggressive in the past. Massachusetts has also been very aggressive. So for people that work in one state and live in another, I would recommend getting your taxes started earlier than usual, and possibly talking to a tax professional to make sure you are not dinged twice. In terms of legislation, there's a bill by Senator Thune that would address this problem. Should have been included in the tax package. Very disappointed that it wasn't, because I think there are going to be a lot of frustrated people filing their taxes this season.
You know what? That was a perfect segue. You were talking about speaking with a tax professional. Of course, you see the major brands. I mean, they're even at large retailers such as Walmart, get your taxes done here sort of thing. But you don't have to go through those well-known companies. You can also choose an accountant, right? And what's the best way for choosing one? Do you just look for one near you online?
You can certainly do that. I mean, you're providing a lot of your personal information over this person. You're putting a tremendous amount of trust with somebody. So you want to find somebody that's highly recommended, that is vetted by publications that look at such matters. But I mean, yeah, I think the off-the-shelf programs that you can get are quite good as well. They're not perfect, and you lose a little bit of the personal touch that you have with going to see an accountant. But there are a number of ways, and a lot of accountants have set up virtual platforms now, so you can have that face-to-face interaction in a Zoom like this, or what have you. The important thing is to make sure that you are talking to somebody who really knows their ins and outs when it comes to tax policy and is aware of the changes that have been passed. We're not just talking about one piece of legislation. The bill that is about to be signed into law is about 630 or so pages long, but we've passed the CARES Act, the Family First Coronas Act, a lot of bills that have changed tax policy over the course of the year. Plus the fact that a lot of people, homeowners, have refinanced this year because interest rates have been so spectacularly low. That, of course, changes your tax status. It'll give you multiple 1098 forms to juggle. So it's going to be a complex tax year, nothing we can't get through. There's a reason why a lot of folks on Capitol Hill are clamoring for the IRS to push back our tax filing deadline, like we did over the past couple years, actually. And we'll see if that materializes.
Sorry, Mr. Arnold, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just to recap, how do our viewers know if they're eligible for the child tax credit? How long will it last? Is it permanent?
Yeah, I mean, you want to check with a tax professional on that. I don't want to provide any advice there. The child tax credit is permanent policy, but the level of how much you're getting is going to change, and it's going to change actually with the age of your child. So younger children will get the full $3,600. Older children, teenagers and above, are going to get a reduced amount. So you're going to have to check the IRS website, because it's going to vary from person to person. It is not permanent policy. This bump up is going to last for a year, and then we're going to revert to the $2,000 that was passed in the tax cut bill back in 2017. So there's a lot of moving parts here. So you just want to pay attention to what's posted on the IRS website, and this our friends at H&R Block and Intuit and all these other tax services have very good information as well, of course.
Mr. Arnold, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Well, I think one thing that's really interesting now that we're about to enact this bill into law, President Biden is going to sign it very, very shortly, is just the magnitude of what we've done here in response to the coronavirus. We're about to finalize about almost $5.5 trillion in spending to address this very real public health and economic threat. And when you look at that, that seems like a ton of money, but it's even bigger when you consider that's more money than the entire GDP of every country in the world except the United States and China, bigger than the GDP of Japan, Germany, all of these other huge countries. It's a tremendous amount of money. We're going to have a lot of work to do to get ourselves out of the debt associated with it. But hopefully our economy will be much, much stronger as people get vaccinated, and we'll get our economy back to where it was in 2019, and have a lot of people working and making money and doing better than they currently are in this environment.
All right, Brandon Arnold, VP at the National Taxpayers Union, thank you for joining us yet again here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Taking a live look now at Capitol Hill, everybody. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Back here on News Now from Fox, everybody, we're taking a live look at Los Angeles International Airport, LAX for short. I was actually a little confused because I'm not used to this vantage point, but you can see there the roads still look pretty slick there at the airport, and you see the airport tower as well that's helping planes land and take off there. Yeah, gorgeous. Southern California, usually when there's not serious weather, such as torrential rainfall moving through. But again, everyone, you're watching you're watching News Now from Fox. I wanted to say good morning. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. We're going to continue on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about. So now that it has been 1 year since the pandemic, things are getting back to normal in some states. Yesterday, the state of Texas, with businesses completely reopening without limitations. Now, several more states are relaxing some of their COVID-19 restrictions. Fox News multimedia reporter Robert Sherman has the story.
As more and more Americans receive their vaccines, several states are looking to follow in Texas's footsteps, which fully reopened Wednesday. While states aren't making the same sweeping lift, they are accelerating the easing of restrictions. In North Carolina, officials reached a deal to return all elementary school students to the classroom around the beginning of April.
North Carolina is seeing promise in its vaccine distribution and declining rates of infection, both of which are critical to opening schools to in-person instruction.
Folks in Maryland can come back to the table, with the governor lifting several mitigation measures on Tuesday, including limits on outdoor and indoor dining. Restaurants in New York City and New Jersey were told by their governors on Wednesday they can increase capacity to 50% beginning March 19th. And for the rest of New York State, it jumps to 75%. California's governor on Wednesday announced a loosening of restrictions as they inch closer to their vaccination goals.
Southern California, you will be a beneficiary of this, specifically LA. Moving through the weekend into next week, you will see more activity, a more loosening of the tiers.
While people are looking to return to something resembling pre-pandemic life, experts warn even though we are moving toward herd immunity, we are not there yet.
We ask for your patience in practicing proven prevention measures for just a little while longer.
At least 5 states have let their mask orders expire, while 34, including Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, still have mandates in place. In Tampa, Florida, Robert Sherman, Fox News.
Staying on the East Coast here on News Now from Fox, everybody, this is what's being called Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. It's by Myrtle Beach, and it looks absolutely positively gorgeous with the sun rising this morning. I wish I was out there relaxing, soaking in the sun, taking some pictures, because that's just what I like to do. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. Everyone, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Some people are getting excited about traveling again. They're feeling comfortable with traveling again. The tourism industry has never seen a downfall this bad, but the coronavirus pandemic hit hard and the industry lost billions of dollars, and a lot of businesses and communities felt the pain first. Fox News multimedia reporter Jayla Whitfield is in North Carolina with the details.
Well, we shut down for several weeks, and we got scared.
Scotty Brown owns a zoo just outside of Charlotte. Brown says to get through the pandemic, he had to sell more than 200 animals to stay afloat.
You got to feed the animals every day, and the employees have to work. I've got to pay them.
To keep their doors open, they started a drive-through zoo, one of the largest in the state.
With nothing else in town, people came here and it went crazy.
But a lot of businesses didn't have a backup plan.
When COVID hit in March, it was like we hit a wall. Never seen anything like it.
Tuttle says over 100,000 people are still unemployed in the tourism industry.
And I think what really hurt is it was the smaller local businesses that really had that authentic North Carolina flair that probably saw the worst of the damage.
Sabor Latin Street Grill in downtown Charlotte is still recovering.
We lost 80% of the business in the downtown area. Many of the locations here, they have shut down many of the restaurants.
Dalton says their online platform saved them from closing their doors.
Every single month I'm hoping for offices to come back up, and we're a year into this. I never expected to take this long.
Both businesses say the economic relief from the government has been a blessing, and there's more on the way. The $1.9 trillion COVID relief package just passed the House, and now it's headed to the president's desk. In Troutman, North Carolina, Jayla Whitfield, Fox News.
All right. Thanks so much to Jayla. Again, everybody, you're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're having a great morning so far. We're going to head on out to the Lone Star State to take a look at how the reopening went just yesterday. Again, 100% capacity at businesses, no mask mandates, essentially no state implemented restrictions due to the coronavirus pandemic.
For the first time since July, Veronica Bradley can once again invite customers inside her Dallas brew pub to sample what's on tap.
There is nobody in the entire world that wants to operate at 100% without masks on more than me.
She and countless others are celebrating as today marks the first day all Texas businesses were allowed to fully reopen at 100% capacity. The statewide mask and face covering mandate is also gone. Now it's up to business owners to decide if they'll still require customers to wear them.
There's no right thing to do because we're going to make customers angry.
Though many Texans say it's about time.
I think we need to go back to living life. I know people are dying from COVID, but people die from the flu every day.
Infectious disease experts, however, warn this decision could have dire consequences.
We've already had 45,000 people lose their lives in the state of Texas, and now it's going to go up even more.
Declining COVID hospitalizations, the governor says, in part helped him decide on relaxing the restrictions, in addition to the vaccine effort. However, CDC stats show only about 8% of the state has received their shot.
We're still ranked at the bottom of states that have vaccinated its population.
A growing number of states are also beginning to slowly ease restrictions. At least 5 have let their mask orders expire, while 34, including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, still have one in place. Some, like Alabama, just extended it past Easter.
Folks, we're not there yet, but goodness knows we're getting closer.
Most major school districts across Texas have also decided to keep the mask mandates in place at least through the end of this academic year. Governor Abbott's order also allows county leaders to reimpose restrictions or mandates if COVID hospitalizations begin to spike. In Dallas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
From Dallas to the state of Texas capital, this is Austin, Texas. Everybody, you can see the Capitol building lit up bright and early this morning out there in the Lone Star State. I was just telling Regina Gonzalez, absolutely positively gorgeous Capitol. Pre-pandemic days, they would let the public enter and essentially walk around freely and take a look around at the House and the Senate floors there, the chambers. For the statewide level there in the state of Texas. So very cool. If they ever reopen it, you ever have a chance to check it out right there in the heart of the city, the heart of Austin. Many people call it the heart of Texas. I encourage you to do so because it's pretty cool. All right, a lot of coronavirus top stories this morning here on your morning brief. COVID survivors are facing new challenges they can't seem to brush over. Many former patients are experiencing significant hair loss long after they've recovered from the coronavirus. But is the pandemic the root of the problem? Fox's Christina Van Zels has the story.
Hair is everywhere at Tailored Salon in Milwaukee, but some recent clients experiencing deeper rooted problems than just a bad hair day.
I would say it's upwards of 50% of my guests.
She's talking about hair loss in recovering COVID-19 patients for months after contracting the virus. Co-owner Laura Graven notices it in about 50% of clients, including herself.
When I started losing hair, I could see it everywhere.
It's called telogen effluvium, hair loss related to a physical or emotional stressor, the root of why it's happening in recovering COVID-19 patients.
The hair is a non-essential structure, and the body's got bigger things to deal with. So hair gets kind of put off to the side.
Dermatologists say patients experience shedding or hair clumps in the shower or after brushing.
When the hair starts to regrow, the new growing hair comes up underneath and pushes that old hair out.
While it takes an emotional toll on many,
this is just from one shower, how much hair I lost.
Doctors say the hair will grow back. Health officials say you shouldn't experience any other types of symptoms when it comes to this kind of hair loss. They also say if you're experiencing hair loss for longer than 6 months, you should see a doctor. Reporting in Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill. I love working this early in the morning. I mean, how can you not wake up in a good mood when you watch News Now from Fox? We bring you all these different live pictures from all across the country. We get to watch the sunrise together. We get you all up to speed with the news that you want and need to know ahead of starting your day, heading off to work, heading off to school, whether it's hybrid, it's in person, it's still completely virtual. You got to be in the know, right? Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, Jerry Willis is getting us all up to speed with our business briefs. It appears that many Americans say they're doing this for the first time. Let's take a listen with Jerry Willis.
Shoppers are shelling out more at the store and at the pump. The Labor Department says consumer prices jumped 0.4% in February. That's the biggest monthly increase since August. A big surge in gas prices is a big reason why. They were up 6.4% last month. And it's costing even more to fill up this month, too. The national average cost for regular now $2.82 a gallon. That's 8 cents more than last week. Investors were shrugging off any worries about inflation Wednesday, with the Dow closing at an all-time high. The S&P 500 also rallying, but the Nasdaq dropping a tiny fraction. And finally, sometimes donating your time is just as important as donating your money. More than half of all people surveyed by the company Muse Health hand sanitizers say they have volunteered for the very first time in their communities during the pandemic. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. Taking a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. Again, happy Thursday. A lot of people already looking forward to the weekend, especially those who live in states where there's no coronavirus-related restrictions, no mask mandates. Businesses are open for as large a capacity as they choose to be, as they want to be. So a lot of people are looking forward to getting out and about again. Those who are vaccinated, now the CDC says that they can see loved ones again in close quarters, indoors. They're excited about that. So yeah, things are changing now that we are 1 year into the coronavirus pandemic. Again, everyone, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. We are about to start the top of the 7 o'clock hour. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you all to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. Again, that's Pilar News Now. I would be happy to connect with you for sure. And I don't just cover news. I show you a little bit of my personal life as well. I love to hike and be outdoors, and I like to post some photographs there on Instagram in particular. So again, I'd be happy to connect with you guys outside of the hours that I'm actually hosting the show. You know me, I like to end the morning brief with some happier, lighter, good news story. Just kind of set the tone for the day, right? Well, the founder of an effort that gives food, clothing, and showers to the homeless says they're providing the people they serve with dignity. Fox's Melanie Townsend has the story.
You know, there's nothing like taking a long hot shower at the end of a hard day, but it means so much more when you don't even have a home to go to. And that's why Show Up is here, to make sure people have that dignity of taking a shower and feeling good about themselves.
It's a huge blessing from God.
For about a year, Joseph Mencken has returned every Tuesday to this spot by First United Methodist Church on J Street for a very important reason.
I can't tell you how many times I've been without clothing or without food, and I needed something, and they were right here.
To be fed.
Peanut butter and jelly. It'll have a juice in the bottom of it and some chips.
Clothed and cleaned. Things Air Force veteran and founder of Show Up, Mark Lytle, says is a right everyone deserves, no matter the circumstances.
We provide dignity. Dignity is the key word, I think, that I would use. They go in the shower and they don't feel well. They're sore, they're tired, they sleep outside, they're cold. They come out, they're a new person.
From podcasts to talk shows, Lytle and his team have gained national recognition for their mobile showers and services since 2019. The goal now is to expand to other Sacramento neighborhoods and help curb the spread of COVID-19 among the homeless.
It's a disease, and the way you control that is hygiene. We have fences to keep everybody back away from everything. When they come in, they don't grab things, we give it to them. They take it in, they shower. We have a can for the towels, we have a can for the garbage. Then we go in, every single person leaves that stall, every stall gets cleaned.
Even after 2 recent heart attacks, navigating through COVID, and paying out of pocket to keep up with his mobile business, Lytle has no intentions of slowing down.
We're working on Folsom for the summer. Yeah, we got West Sac. We are going to grow as much as the need is there.
In downtown Sacramento, Melanie Townsend, Fox 40 News.
In downtown Chicago, Illinois, news now from Fox. I love this live picture showing you the skyline there and the lake, and it looks like it's a gorgeous Thursday morning in Chicago, Illinois. Probably still cold though. I'm gonna head on over to Fox 32's website, Fox 32 Chicago that is, to see the current weather conditions. It appears it is 57 degrees, which is really nice for this time of year out there. And it's funny because it says the expected high for today is 54 degrees. But it's currently 57. So obviously they've already surpassed that, right? But yeah, not quite as cold as you would expect. 40s for the rest of the week. And they were expecting some rain possibly happening on Monday, and then some rain-snow mix next Thursday, so exactly a week from today. But upper 40s, mid-40s, upper 40s, not too bad for the end of winter there in Chicago, Illinois. All right, everyone, we're going to take you out to my hometown, Phoenix, Arizona, for this final top story in your morning brief today, and to kind of kick off the 7 o'clock hour on a happy, lighter mood. Let's see here. It's a caught on cam segment. An officer sees a burning house and rushes in. He winds up saving a family. Fox's Steve Nielsen has the story.
The flames already ripping through the house as the Phoenix police officer sprints to help. The body cam video shows every tense moment. In the daylight, in front of the now charred McDowell Ave home, neighbors comfort the family who was inside.
And she ran and says, "Mom, get out, it's a fire." So I'm like, fire?
As the officer rips down the side fence to help,
Hey, come over here!
Inside was 80-year-old Ruby Johnson Smith, her daughter, and 4 young grandchildren.
She kept saying that her kids were in the backyard, and I thought they were by themselves. I'm like, oh my God, they need to get those kids out of there.
The officer made it back there, helping another neighbor to use a ladder to escape the flames. Neighbor Josie still overwhelmed by what happened.
She's a good neighbor, but she's a very loving person.
Other neighbors crediting the officer's instincts for getting everyone out.
He saved the family.
Ruby, the matriarch of that family, agrees.
There's a crown for them. God is going to crown them for the help that they did for us.
Even comforting after the flames.
We're going to take care of it, okay?
Leaving Rosie to say this after surviving a fire.
I just feel blessed.
All right, top of the 7 o'clock hour here on News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. The sun has risen. We were just having a conversation here at the East Coast Hub with most of us springing forward on Sunday. Does that mean the sunrise is going to be even later? Because, boo, we like sunlight. We like when the sun rises here, and we can wake up with each and every one of you here on News Now from Fox, kind of showing it off, all the different sunrise pictures. Again, hope you're having a great day, a great week so far. I'm going to take you out to the mayor of one of the largest cities in the United States, Los Angeles, California. Eric Garcetti provided the latest. It's an In Case You Missed It segment here on News Now from Fox, talking about vaccination efforts and lifting up the most vulnerable neighbors in Los Angeles, California. So let's listen in.
Good evening, Los Angeles. I just came from our newest vaccination site here in the city of Los Angeles on the campus of USC, a parking structure catty corner from the main campus, where I saw Angelenos come in and walk, drive, and receive their vaccines. It was an amazing scene. And of course, the firefighters, the clinicians, the core workers, and everybody who's worked hard to make this happen, to serve South Los Angeles and to serve our entire city, are evidence to me of better days that are already starting to bloom. I want to begin by making that clear. Things are beginning to change for the better. Our progress is happening. Sometimes it feels too slow. Sometimes it feels like it's just gradual. And we know that it's fragile. It can be undone. But more and more, our battle against COVID-19 seems headed in the right direction. And I certainly am filled with a lot of hope in our city. I hope you are as well. We see the evidence across the board. We see it in LA's vaccination effort. As of yesterday, the city of Los Angeles has administered more than 500,000 doses, 545,415 to be exact, of life-saving COVID vaccine. We see it how rapidly we've deployed the remarkable Johnson & Johnson vaccine, getting together with our previous Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. More than 2,000 doses of Johnson & Johnson in people's arms already. And this shot is gold. One dose and you're done. We see it at our mobile outreach for vaccine equity clinics, something that nobody less than Dr. Fauci praised this week in a radio interview here in Los Angeles as an example for the country, where we're going into our hardest hit areas, not waiting for people to come to us, but going to those neighborhoods and partnering with trusted community organizations to administer almost 20,000 shots directly to Angelenos, at least 94% of them which have gone to people of color. And as I mentioned at the newest vaccine site today, the appointments in our USC site after just 2 days have primarily come from the top 5 targeted zip codes in South LA, indicating that this site is doing exactly what we hoped. Bring greater equity and access to all Angelenos to make sure we can put COVID in the rearview mirror and save more lives. Today, the County Department of Public Health opened up vaccinations to janitorial and custodial workers. And as I've said from this podium so often, thank you to everybody who works as a custodian, as a janitor, who has gone to work even in some of the most dangerous days. As essential workers, we see you, and the county is finally also recognizing that we must prioritize your protection. Public transit workers, too, we see you. As chair of Metro, I know what that loss has been for our operators and engineers, for folks who are our supervisors. Too many lives lost as you have been there for us to get to work, to get to the market, to get to the doctor. And we will update our appointment system over the next 24 hours in the city to be able to open those spaces for these new folks who are able to come to our vaccination centers. And next Monday, March 15th, people with severe underlying health conditions will be eligible to get their shots as well. And I want to thank so many advocates in the disability community I met with this week to ensure that we make our sites as accessible as possible, like our dedicated lane at Dodger Stadium and our in-home vaccination pilot that's bringing vaccinations to folks with severe disabilities who are not mobile at all. We've administered more than 87% of our city's vaccine supply, a sign that when vaccines do continue to ramp up here in LA, we are ready to meet the challenge. We see progress also in our COVID infection rates that I want to share with you tonight. Infections continue to drop with a current 7-day average of 1,604 daily cases. And hospitalizations, I was so happy to hear this news, are on the decline, down 37% again. Last week. The number of patients in intensive care units is at its lowest level since mid-November, for the first time, I believe, tonight under 1,000. And this statistic should also inspire us about the work of the vaccine. For the first time in the Golden State, folks over 65 are not a majority of our COVID patients in hospitals. Evidence that our vaccinations of older Californians has helped us keep them from the hospital. In simple words, the vaccines work. The data trends have real implications for our local economy, for our businesses, and for our families and communities. If this progress holds, LA County could move to a less restrictive tier in the coming week. One final note about vaccines. Self-defined men, as we know, have disproportionately been a percentage of the deaths during this COVID pandemic. In fact, statistics that we see nationally show that about 63% of deaths have been self-identified men. But when it comes to the vaccine, as of a couple weeks ago, about 58% of the vaccines were self-identified women, about 41% self-identified male. It is very important that everybody get this vaccine. We need men to step up, we need women to step up, we need non-binary folks to step up. Everybody needs to get their vaccine. And so I hope that folks will look at that and nobody will say, I don't need it, I'm tough. It is something for all of us to do to save the lives of everybody we care about. So we can't let our feet off the gas. All of this shows that our interventions are working. Wearing a mask, keeping that distance, washing our hands, making good decisions, not doing stupid things. This continues to help guide our work and listening to our public health guidance so that we can move in the right direction. Last night, some great news came forward, and families across LA and other neighboring cities got the long-awaited news that kids will soon finally be returning to LA Unified Schools. And I want to thank both the school board and superintendent and our unions for coming to agreement to make sure our children are put first. This is a product of our collective resilience and effort. And I applaud our LAUSD leaders and UTLA for coming to an agreement, and SEIU, that keeps teachers and students safe, provides relief to working parents, and gets our kids back on track. There must be nothing more important to all of us. And today also brought exceptionally great news on the national level, as finally Congress in the House passed what the Senate had passed, and the American Rescue Plan is headed to the Oval Office for Joe Biden's signature. This plan is a turning point in the life of our nation. For a year, you've heard me from this podium lobby. When I'm not in front of the camera, I've organized mayors, our constituency groups, and others to say we need help for those local communities on the front lines, our public health workers, our hospital staff, our first responders, those people who have put their lives on the line and tragically too often lost them, that we needed to be able to get the resources to win the final fight and to pay for the fight that we have fronted for America. What this means is that more families and frontline workers will soon get relief checks. More resources will be dedicated to studying and stopping the changing virus. It means that our local vaccine efforts will get a boost. Small businesses and renters and landlords will get a lifeline, and our economy's engine will begin to hum again. We fought so hard, so long for this landmark legislation, which does much more than just respond to the crisis of COVID. It is also the most progressive piece of legislation, one of the boldest things we have seen in this country since the Great Depression and FDR. I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer, and our congressional delegation who never quit, as well as our state and local governments. We are set here to receive in the county $1.9 billion, in the city of Los Angeles $1.35 billion to help pay off those bills that we have. I often talk about what it was like during this time. We took all of our savings account, our reserve fund, and spent it down so that we could protect you. We took out our credit card and started buying things on credit, like PPE and other things, so that our hospital workers would be protected. Now with this money, we can put that money back into the savings account. We can pay off the credit card, and any cuts that we've made in critical services, we can restore. This is great news. But it's not just direct money for the city or for the county. It's direct money for Americans, for businesses, for workers, for parents, for children. Let me share some of the things that we're going to be able to do with that. I said we would work hard and never stop working, and I know that you did the same thing. In the midst of this pandemic, you kept going to make sure this city worked. And now we can do things to pilot a basic income and see that nationally, as well as pilot that here aggressively locally. Deliver life-saving mental health services and unarmed response as we reimagine public safety. Critical housing assistance that will pay off and cancel rent for renters and help the mortgages be paid for landlords. We can buoy good-paying jobs in our travel and tourism industry, attract people to come back to Los Angeles, fund critical infrastructure projects, extend child care benefits, and push forward in the fight against homelessness, which was also included here, something we lobbied very hard for. There's money for unemployment benefits, food security, there's money to pay our public health workforce and to stand up a health corps, money to improve our pensions, will lower people's health care costs, support students with disabilities, and here in Los Angeles, that translates into preserving vital services, protecting jobs, and providing safe passage out of the suffering of COVID-19 for us all. It places us also on stronger financial footing to ensure equity in our vaccination efforts like those I detailed tonight, and to lift up our most vulnerable neighbors in their time of need. And for all Americans, this measure fulfills promises made but never really fully kept, goals we've been working towards for decades. An expanding commitment to the children of working families. This legislation will cut childhood poverty in half in America. A line of support for parents who have been struggling with the skyrocketing costs of childcare. Funds that will go directly into households that need it most, not tax breaks for the best off, but for those who are the worst off. Steps to tackle housing and food insecurity, and the boldest effort in generations to finally break the back of childhood poverty. This is government action at its very best, as it should work, not solving every problem, but giving people too often shut out of the American dream a chance at it. All of this is really good news. So now we stand at the brink, my friends, of a new phase in this fight, a moment that's full and rich with hope, where we can see a better and a safer world just beyond. But make no mistake, March still is full of risks. As I said, this is a fragile moment still, as this virus mutates and hopefully our vaccinations keep up ahead of how this virus exploits our weaknesses, exploits our changing behavior. What we do right now still matters. How we act in this moment is still defining. We're not running full speed back to normal. That would be reckless, that would be dangerous. But instead, we're walking carefully, following the evidence, getting the shots into arms, being cautious, being strategic, to make sure all of our progress, all of our work doesn't unravel as we've seen it do before. A recent study showed that about half of all adults are anxious about re-entering normal life, including many who have been vaccinated. I think we can all relate to that in some way. This new abnormal, unfortunately, is all we have come to know. Maybe you've gotten the vaccine, but your family or significant other hasn't. Maybe you're still waiting for your shot, but your parents and friends haven't gotten theirs. All of this can be tricky to navigate. But fortunately, the CDC and the LA Department of Public Health have issued new guidelines that help vaccinated people know what they can and can't do, or should and shouldn't do in order to keep everyone healthy. As the head of the CDC said, as more Americans are vaccinated, a growing body of evidence now tells us that there are some activities that fully vaccinated people can resume at a very low risk to themselves. Here's what those things are. Fully vaccinated people can gather indoors in private homes in small groups with other fully vaccinated people without masks or distancing. If you're fully vaccinated, you can also get together with unvaccinated people of a single household in a private home. It's recommended you still wear a mask, but make sure they're at low risk or of getting severely ill with COVID. And that means that after a year apart, that vaccinated grandparents can now visit with healthy adult children and grandchildren in a normal way. They can hug, they can share a meal, and be together at long last. I know I certainly enjoyed hugging my mother and father in this past week. It was a moment I've been waiting for a year. And all of us should know when vaccination comes, it comes with the reward of reestablishing the relationship and the life that we had before. It's also a sign of how important it is to get vaccinated as soon as you are eligible. Prepare for a moment when we get out of this first phase of not enough vaccines. It's coming, and it's coming soon. As I've predicted, I think we'll see many of these tiers quickly fall down. In other words,
most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next.
And you can book a vaccine appointment simply by going to coronavirus.lacity.org/vax-appointment. And one note on what it means to be fully vaccinated. The CDC and the County Department of Public Health tells us you're only fully vaccinated 2 weeks after your second shot of Pfizer or Moderna vaccines and 2 weeks after the one shot of a Johnson & Johnson vaccine, meaning it takes a while to get the maximum possible protection. So don't go out that next day or even that next week. Wait 2 weeks until you are fully vaccinated. So no one should be waking up the day after and running back to high-risk activities. But over time, these shots, all of them, all 3 of those that have been authorized, offer extraordinary protection with a 100% success rate of preventing serious illness and death from all 3 of the vaccines. Here's the bottom line. The transition back to normal life is going to take some time. It takes the same sort of patience you've shown all year long, but it is worth it. And that
Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live look right now at Honolulu, Hawaii for this next top story we have for you here on News Now from Fox. We're continuing to stay on top of weather across the country as well. So let's take a look here for some videos that have been provided to us. First up, as you can see here, this is streets resembling rivers in Laie, Hawaii. On Tuesday, March 9th, severe flooding hit Oahu Island. The drone footage shot by local man Benjamin Jordan showing children playing in floodwater and single-level homes surrounded by dirty water. Oahu Emergency Management extended a flash flood warning into the early hours of the day. Take a look at that, everybody. Wow. That footage, drone footage, is awesome. Okay, coming up next here, some local surfers taking the time to paddle over Hawaii's raging waterways. The footage here, shot by Robin Vi, showing high water levels on the Honolulu River at Hawaii's historic Rainbow Bridge. A surfer can be spotted lying on a board being swept downriver. Further footage shows a surfer paddling over choppy waters where the river meets the ocean. Hawaii Governor David Ige signed an emergency proclamation for the state so funds could be made quickly available for those impacted by the rains and flooding. That's the latest there. An overnight storm caused flooding and mudslides in Silverado Canyon, California, that is, just yesterday, prompting multiple evacuation orders in areas that were susceptible to debris flow. Footage released by the Orange County Fire Authority shows trees, vehicles, and other property damage from mud and debris. They say, quote, 4 residents of Silverado Canyon who were trapped in their homes by a mudslide were assisted by firefighters. That was sent out on a tweet yesterday afternoon. They continued on to say crews continue to move mud and debris from the roadways. The mudslides damaged 9 vehicles and approximately 7 homes experienced mud flow on the Anderson Way in Silverado Canyon. The last top story we have for you here, weather-related. Heavy rain and intense hail hitting parts of California's Bay Area yesterday, causing hazardous conditions across the region. The video uploaded by Twitter user Nicole Chimura shows an intersection of San Jose turned white as hailstones blanketed the pavement. The National Weather Service issued a significant weather warning for nearby Santa Clara County, cautioning locals that the storm could intensify. Meanwhile, the San Jose Highway Patrol warned motorists to slow down and use caution while driving. So that's the latest there. We wanted to bring you those weather-related videos right here on NewsNOW from Fox. And this Honolulu live camera, you do see some shaking there, likely due to some wind in the area. And we will continue to stay on top of all news, weather, and everything related for you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We are less than 10 minutes away from our next live guest here this morning. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. I do want to hear from Dr. Mike Sirigliano's latest coronavirus updates as we prepare for our next live interview.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine out of Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
Encouraging numbers here. About 93.7 million doses of the vaccine have been administered in the U.S. As you know, that's about 1 in 10 Americans. What do you make of this progress? Where does it place us on the timeline to combat this virus?
Well, it's all coming together. It seems like there's good news everywhere. Manufacturing is ramping up. There is talk by the Biden administration that anyone who wants a vaccine is going to be able to get it in a month or two. So I'm really excited about this. Remember, the best way we're going to get back to a normal sense of existence is by getting the majority of people vaccinated. And with 1 out of 10 being vaccinated, we're already seeing some guidelines that people are able to loosen up these restrictions that we've had for the last year. It's all good news.
And on the vaccine front, there's another name that's popping up in the vaccine effort. That is drug maker Novavax. What more do we know about its vaccine development?
Well, this is yet another additional vaccine, probably going to be utilized in the UK first. It's a 2-dose vaccine. The good news is it can be stored at regular refrigerator temperatures, has fairly decent efficacy, and it's the only vaccine really that has been in initial tests tested against 3 of the variants, the Wuhan variant, the original one, the UK, and the South African variant. So this is exciting news, and yet another vaccine that we can add to our armamentarium.
Yeah, it's also being discussed, though, Dr. Mike, we may need a booster shot every 6 months to a year. Why would we need that shot, and what would this be the case for all vaccines?
Well, Thomas, we don't know how long the immunity lasts from these vaccines. Time will tell. When we see people getting the virus who have been fully vaccinated, then we know there's an issue there, and we will have to change up the way the vaccine is designed. And so with the messenger RNA vaccines, very easy, according to published reports, to modify them so they can go after these variants should they come up. My feeling, Thomas, is that this is going to be a chronic thing, just like the flu. I don't think we'll ever eradicate COVID-19. And I think that that means that on a yearly or every other year or every 6 months or something to that effect, you'll need a booster shot, just like you do with the flu shot on a yearly basis. That's my prediction based on all that I've read.
I want to get back to the virus, Dr. Mike. Is it possible that those who have had the virus and showed no symptoms may go on to become these long haulers, develop lingering symptoms later on?
Well, there was a recent study, Thomas, showing just that. Many people who go on to have long-lasting symptoms, that is fatigue, muscle aches, brain fog, had minimal symptoms. In fact, many of them had no symptoms. They were asymptomatic. It just goes to show you how much we need to learn about this virus and the fact that this virus can have long-lasting effects. That's why we need to make sure that we get everyone vaccinated so we can protect everyone from this bad virus.
And I know there's a CDC study out this week that finds a majority of people who have been hospitalized for COVID were overweight or obese.
No question about it, Thomas. People who are obese are at higher risk of having severe illness. And there was another study showing that people who are obese can be super spreaders. And the theory is that they expel more viral particles because of their obesity. And that goes up with age as well. And there's this unique formula where you multiply age times your body mass index. And if it's over 650, then you increase your risk dramatically of spreading the virus. So obesity is a bad thing when it comes to COVID-19.
And I know you're all about the data, Dr. Mike. Data compiled by the CDC, it shows that women tend to report worse COVID vaccine side effects than men. How come?
Very interesting. There are definitely differences between men and women, and we've seen this with other vaccines. Women tend to get more reactions, more of an immune response. Now, the thinking is that it's based on genetics, hormones, and the fact that women tend to report things more than men. Men, all of us kind of knuckleheads, don't really say much. And so that might be part of it, but there's definitely physiologic differences, and it has to do with hormonal differences as well as the ability to mount immune responses. So very interesting data. It's something that we've seen before with other vaccines, but not surprising.
Well, the CDC also looked at current data suggesting that women who are pregnant should feel comfortable receiving the vaccine. What does that data tell us so far?
Basically, Thomas, even in the initial studies, women who were not pregnant initially, some of them got pregnant while they were in the trial getting the vaccine, and there's been no alarming signs. The other thing that's very interesting is that antibodies do seem to get passed on to the child, and that may show protection for the child going forward. So, so far, so good. That happens to be data from the messenger RNA vaccines. The Johnson & Johnson, they're studying it, looking at it to see whether that is okay in pregnancy, and that data should be coming out soon. By the way, Thomas, all of these vaccines are now undergoing studies looking at just that, pregnancy and safety when it comes to getting the vaccine.
And once again, was there any additional data regarding the vaccine's impact on breast milk?
Well, again, as I mentioned, Thomas, they have found antibodies for COVID-19 in breast milk in women who were pregnant when or breastfeeding when they got the COVID-19 vaccine. So again, this can impart protection to the child, and that's good news.
All right, a daily reminder, Dr. Mike, on staying safe.
Thomas, we need to stay the course. We're so close. I just don't want to see people let their guard down. We need to get everyone vaccinated. It's happening. We're down on the 5-yard line. We're so close. Let's not drop the ball. Let's be safe. Let's do the right thing. And we're close. We're getting close.
Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine out of Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano has been a staple here on News Now from Fox for the last year during the coronavirus pandemic. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will continue to talk coronavirus with a live guest. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Again, President Joe Biden will be addressing the nation tonight, his first primetime address. You'll be able to watch it right here on News Now from Fox. But we do have a live guest on tap for you. This is Dr. Carlos Del Rio. He is the professor and chair of the Department of Global Health at the Rollins School of Public Health at Emory University. Doctor, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Doing fine. Good morning.
All right, so we wanted to talk to you about the spread of the COVID-19 variants and the race to vaccinate America. Now that millions of people in the U.S. have been vaccinated against COVID-19, what have we learned about the vaccine safety and potential side effects?
Well, we learned a lot. First of all, we learned that vaccines are incredibly effective in preventing disease and preventing death and hospitalization from COVID-19. We also have learned that these vaccines are extremely safe. And therefore, you have really a winner, quite frankly. I think this is really has been a major accomplishment in the very, very difficult time of the pandemic. Developing vaccines, so many vaccines that are safe and effective is really a godsend.
What do we need to be aware of in regard to the reported variants of the COVID-19 virus, and what does this mean for the effectiveness of the current vaccines?
Well, what we know is that these viruses, RNA viruses like SARS-CoV, as they are reproducing, as they're multiplying, as they're transmitting, they're continuously mutating and producing variants. And some variants are bad, some variants are not as bad. Some variants are actually be bad for the virus. But in general, the variants tend to produce a virus that's more fit and more likely to cause infection, because that's what viruses like to do. They like to cause infection. And we know that some of these variants transmit more effectively. For example, the variant that came out of the UK, but some of these variants are not as susceptible to some of the medications we have, like monoclonal antibodies, or against some of the vaccines, like the variant coming from South Africa or from Brazil. So what we need to do is we need to stop virus transmission. And how we do that is we continue wearing our masks, we continue socially distancing, and really stopping transmission, because if the virus are not reproducing, if they're not transmitting, they're not mutating. And in the meantime, we immunize as many people as possible, again, to prevent the transmission of the disease.
Doctor, what can people who want to be vaccinated do to be ready or prepared? How can people find out when and where they can get vaccinated?
Well, those are two very good questions. The first thing is to inform yourself, to find out about the vaccines, to get comfortable, to feel like you're ready to take it. But the second and most important is, unfortunately, each state has different criteria, and you need to know what the criteria are in your state and when you're going to be eligible in your state to get the vaccine. And this criteria are changing almost on a weekly basis. Many states now allow you to register, many sites, many healthcare systems allow you to register, and when your turn comes up, they'll give you a call. But registering is one of the things that you need to do. The problem is a lot of it is on the web, and a lot of people that are older, a lot of people that are, with disabilities or with, problems with literacy or language may not be able to register. So the other thing you can do is, if you can register yourself, help somebody else to register.
Does expanding access help or hurt goals of ensuring equitable distribution and access to the vaccination, particularly among harder hit communities?
Expanding access is good in the sense that more people are vaccinated, but what you have to do is you do that at the same time that you ensure equity. And the problem is that right now we're vaccinating with inequity. We're vaccinating too many white people, too many wealthy people. We're not vaccinating as much, African Americans, Hispanics, people that were severely impacted by this pandemic. So local and state governments need to do a special effort to get out to the communities that need it the most, and partnering with African American churches, partnering with community-based organizations, I think is going to be critical in order to do that. And many places are starting to do that and doing it in plus minus effectiveness, honestly.
I think that's a perfect segue to my next question. Are there ways to make sure people most at risk have access to the vaccine?
The best way to make people most at risk have access is, number one, is take the vaccine to where they are. And number two, reassuring them the vaccine is safe and answering their questions. I know a lot of people who have hesitation, who have questions, and our job has to be to answer their questions about the vaccine and to make them feel comfortable so they can then get the vaccine. But when they're ready to get the vaccine, we need to make the vaccine available to them.
Doctor, final two questions for you. Where can people go to get accurate information on safety, benefits, and risk about the 3 vaccines that are being administered to learn more and make an informed choice?
There's a lot of good sites. I think, the CDC site is a very good site to go to. So I would encourage people to go to the cdc.gov and find out about COVID vaccines. There's a lot of updated information and very, very reasonable information there. There's other sites, the Infectious Society of America, for example, has some very good information. And the National Foundation for Infectious Disease also has some very good information.
What advice do you give your friends and family members when they ask you what you think about getting vaccinated against COVID-19?
I tell them, when your turn comes up, get the vaccine. And when they ask me which vaccine should I get, I say whichever vaccine you can get. In other words, any vaccine that is in your arm is much better than no vaccine at all.
All right, Dr. Carlos Del Rio joining us live this morning here on News Now from Fox. We really appreciate your time and the information that you provided.
Delighted to be with you.
All right, I want to take another live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. More News Now from Fox is 2 minutes away. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Everybody, we're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. You may have heard there's going to be a primetime address to the nation tonight from President Joe Biden on the anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic. President Biden set to deliver his first primetime address to the nation. And I actually just found out as I'm speaking that primetime is one word. So let me fix that for you. There we go. Since taking office tonight to mark 1 year since the World Health Organization designated the novel coronavirus a pandemic and shutdowns started across the country. Since March 11th, 2020, 29.15 million Americans have been infected with COVID-19 and more than 529,000 Americans have died. The president's speech will take place on his 50th day in office, a day after the House of Representatives passed the Senate version of his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, the American Rescue Plan, and his first legislative victory. So you'll be able to watch that right here on News Now from Fox. The headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona will be in charge of the show at that point. It will be 6 o'clock in the evening for them. But again, if you'd like to watch, just head on over to newsnowfox.com. Again, it's newsnowfox.com. You'll be able to get all of the information that you want and need right there, as well as tune in live, raw, unfiltered. Very little commentary, very little opinion from our News Now from Fox hosts. We just bring you the feed and let you make your decisions on your own. Coming up next year, everybody, we're going to listen in to President Joe Biden talking about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Again, lots of vaccine choices, 3 of them out in the U.S. right now. So let's listen in to his remarks right here on News Now from Fox.
Well, I thank you both for those words. You know, you and I knew one another when I wasn't president, you weren't a chairman. Right. We'd ride back and forth on Amtrak. He lived in Philadelphia. I was commuting to Wilmington. It's good to see you both here. And thank both of you for your kind words. And I want to thank scientists and researchers at Johnson & Johnson for the literal heroic effort that began when COVID-19 first spread and led to the safe and effective vaccine that are now being co-produced. Today, we're seeing 2 health companies, competitors, each with over 130 years of experience, coming together to help write a more hopeful chapter in our battle against COVID-19. I just had an opportunity to meet with both of these CEOs and with their senior operating officers, and to hear about the work they're doing together to produce vaccine substitute and accelerate what they call to take it to full finish. You know, what's clear is this is historic, nearly unprecedented collaboration. During World War II, one of the country's slogans was, "We are all in this together." We are all in this together. And the companies took that slogan to heart. For example, one automaker didn't have the capacity to build enough Jeeps, a competitor stepped in to help. Competing airline makers teamed up and they produced parts for each other and gave the American pilots, as a consequence of that, control of the skies. Today, we're seeing the same type of collaboration when it comes to getting this virus under control. I said we had to treat this like a war. So I want to thank the 2 companies for showing how we can come together and defeat this virus by putting patriotism and public health first. And I mean that literally, putting patriotism and public health first. Your companies have been working closely with a man you've both privately and way over bragged about, Jeff Zients. Jeff is in the front row here. I want to thank you, Jeff, and the entire COVID team you put together for the coordination of our COVID-19 response, and Dr. David Kessler and his team at the Department of Health and Human Services. You know, when I came into office, we began working with the team of J&J to accelerate and add capacity to their manufacturing and production efforts. And it quickly became clear that Merck, one of the world's leading vaccine manufacturers, was in a position to be the partner we needed in this effort, in this wartime effort. I've not hesitated to use my power under the Defense Production Act to expedite critical materials in vaccine production, such as equipment, machinery, and supplies. And it's not just Johnson & Johnson and Merck. Pfizer, Moderna also work closely with us to help speed up the delivery of millions more doses. The result is that we're now on track to have enough vaccine supply for every American adult by the end of May, months earlier than anyone expected. And today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared. And of course, we need to match the miracle of science and the skill of manufacturing with the massive logistical undertaking of vaccinating over 300 million Americans. Already we have gone from Johnson & Johnson vaccine authorization to shots in the arm in 3 days. I was telling the gentleman, we were at a facility yesterday, a veterans outreach, and there were three members of the veterans community getting shots. One was getting of each of the 3 vaccines, and the guy in the middle, a veteran, was getting his, and I was standing about as far away as I am from you, and standing up, and he was sitting down, and as the nurse put it in his arm, he went, J&J, just one. Well, there's millions of people who are going to feel that way and be proud to be in a position that they're in ability to get the kind of help they need. 7 weeks ago, only 8% of the seniors, those most vulnerable to COVID-19, have received the vaccination. Today, 60% of the people over the age of 65 or older have received at least one shot. And that's because this is the population that represents 80% of the COVID-19 deaths. We've opened support and supported more than 500 community vaccination sites. That's more, and they're administering hundreds of thousands of shots a day. And for folks who aren't near a pharmacy or mass vaccination center, we're deploying mobile clinics like vans that go into places to meet the folks where they live. We're also supplying vaccines to community health centers to reach those who have been hit the hardest and suffered the most, especially Black, Latino, Native American, and rural communities. And this is important because we know we have more to do to ensure everyone is treated with equity and those most impacted get the care they deserve. On Saturday, we hit a record of 2.9 million vaccinations in one day in America. And beyond the numbers are the stories. The father who says he no longer fears for his daughter when she leaves to go to work at the hospital. The children are now able to hug their grandparents. The vaccines bring hope and healing in so many ways. Again, a vaccinated American is the only way to beat the pandemic, get our economy back on track, and for us to get back our lives and our loved ones. You know, that's why the American Rescue Plan was so critical. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi and the House of Representatives today for passing the bill, and I will be signing into law shortly. This bill represents a historic victory for the American people. I look forward to signing it later this week. Everything in the American Rescue Plan addresses a real need, including investments to fund our entire vaccination effort, more vaccines, more vaccinators, and more vaccination sites. Millions more Americans will get tested, including home testing. Schools will soon have the funding and resources to reopen safely, a national imperative. The American Rescue Plan, the partnership between Johnson & Johnson and Merck, proves we can do big things, important things in this country. You know, let me conclude with this. Tomorrow night, I'm going in primetime address the American people and talk about what we've been through as a nation this past year. But more importantly, I'm going to talk about what comes next. I'm going to launch the next phase of the COVID response and explain what we will do as a government and what we will ask of the American people. There is light at the end of this dark tunnel of the past year. But we cannot let our guard down now or assume that victory is inevitable. Together, we're going to get through this pandemic and usher in a healthier and more hopeful future. So there is real reason for hope, folks. There's real reason for hope, I promise you. So may God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God ease the pain in the heart of so many who've lost so many people in this pandemic. Thank you, and we're going to do this. We're going to get it done. Thank you.
Mr. President, what do you plan to do with the surplus? What will you do with the surplus?
The surplus will, if we have a surplus, we're going to share it with the rest of the world. We've already decided we're going to work with the outfit COVAX. We've committed $4 billion to help get the funding for more vaccines around the world. This is not something that can be stopped by a fence, no matter how high you build a fence or a wall. So we're not going to be ultimately safe until the world is safe. And so we're going to start off making sure Americans are taken care of first, but we're then going to try to help the rest of the world. Thank you.
Is there a crisis at the border, sir?
Republicans voted for the plan.
All right, everybody, that was President Joe Biden. In case you missed it, segment here on News Now from Fox. Here's a live look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be hearing from some senators in response to the coronavirus relief package that was passed yesterday. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Everybody, taking a live look at Capitol Hill. We're going to hear now from some Republican senators after the passage of the American Rescue Act.
They've also, by the way, solved the financial problems of San Francisco. They've also prevented state governments from lowering taxes. This is a classic example of big government Democratic overreach in the name of COVID relief, and we all know that what we should have been doing and would have been done had this been a bipartisan discussion instead of a jam the other side approach is $500 or $600 billion directly targeted at the problem. But of course, the $1.9 trillion problem, as we said repeatedly, the $1.9 trillion package, as we said repeatedly, only had about 1% or less for vaccines, 9% or less for health care. So I think this is actually one of the worst pieces of legislation I've seen pass here in the time I've been in the Senate. We believe that the American people need to learn more and more about it. And we're going to see that they do that in the coming months as we talk repeatedly about the provisions in the bill that the Democrats do not want to discuss.
Well, I just want to say how disappointed I am that our good friend, colleague, Roy Blunt has chosen not to run again for re-election. Real loss for the Senate. He has been a difference maker here, a leader in the Senate. And Roy and I came together in the House back in 1996, 25 years ago, and served there for several years where he became the whip. He's always been a leader in both the House and the Senate. And on so many issues and so many levels has really contributed to the success that our country has seen over the past few decades. And so grateful for his service, and we'll miss having him. We look forward. We've got a couple years to continue to work with him on a lot of challenges. There's a lot to do out there. And let me just sort of pick up where the leader stopped, and that is to say that the $1.9 trillion bill that the President will soon sign is something that is dramatically larger by several dimensions than it needed to be. We could have done a targeted bill. We could have done a fiscally responsible bill. Instead, we did a bill that bails out blue states, $27 billion, American people's tax dollars, to the state of California, which last year ran a surplus. Checks to illegals and inmates. A lot of the folks that are going to get the benefit of all this money are going to be people who actually, whether you're in prison or whether you're illegal, I think most hardworking Americans would think that that's probably not a good idea to be writing checks to people who aren't here legally. And you look at all the money that's spent on whether it's schools, most of which doesn't get spent until the out years. 5% gets spent this year, 95% in years like 27, 28, which hopefully, we're hoping the pandemic's going to be long gone by then. But I just think there could have been something that we could have agreed on that would have provided additional money for vaccines. Vaccines is the most important thing that we can do right now, and instead the Democrats went down a path that literally had payoffs for all their special interest groups. They had the multi-employer pension plan bailout. That was an $86 billion price tag in this bill. And like I said, when the American people find out all the goodies that were tucked in there for special interest groups, I think they're going to decide, notwithstanding the fact that they might be getting a $1,400 check, that this was a real boondoggle and a bad use of their tax dollars. And if you're somebody who's working hard, the little provision that was added at the end, $10,000 basically tax credit or tax exemption for people who get UI benefits. And so if you're somebody out there who's working hard, who's trying to pay the bills, you've got to pay the taxes. But if you're on unemployment insurance, you get a $10,000 tax exemption for the unemployment benefits that you receive. Just a lot of stuff in there that begs the question about what were they thinking. But it was a liberal wish list. They've described it as the most progressive domestic legislation in a generation. It certainly lived up to that billing, but it was also a decision consciously made by the Democrat leadership, notwithstanding Republicans' efforts in the last year to get 5 coronavirus bills across the finish line, all with bipartisan support, to go one-party rule and load it up with a lot of their wish list agenda. And I think that's an unfortunate outcome for the American people. And I hope it's not a sign of things to come, because if it is, it's going to be very, very harmful to the country and very, very hard for the Congress, and particularly the United States Senate, to do the work the American people sent us here to do.
Tomorrow night, President Biden's going to address the nation. We're now 1 year into the pandemic. Over the last year, many people paid with their lives, others with their livelihood, and all of us with our liberties. Through Operation Warp Speed, we now have 3 vaccines that are safe and effective. And 2 million people are getting vaccinated every day. As a result, hospitalizations are going down, the death rate is going down, and as a doctor I will tell you all of these are very good things. The economy is also recovering. Last week we heard that over 370,000 new jobs were added back into the economy. The things I hear about at home in Wyoming is in terms of across the nation, what about President Biden's promise to open all the classrooms by the end of the school year? Well, that's a promise that President Biden will never be able to keep. At the same time that the classrooms are closed across the country, the southern border is wide open. If you take a look at the news stories that are coming out, it's obvious that in terms of unaccompanied minors, the beds are filled to capacity. In terms of adults coming into the country, many of them are infected currently with coronavirus. They're still allowed to be released into the United States. They're being tested positive, and then they get on a bus and carry that disease straight into the heartland of America. This has to stop. People need to make sure, and the President needs to assure us, that our classrooms will be open, our borders will be closed. That's what people want to hear about tomorrow night from the President of the United States. They want to hear what are his plans to secure the border, to open the classrooms, and to get America fully back and recovered.
Well, I want to join Dr. Barrasso in encouraging people who are willing to have a vaccine to have a vaccine. There are a certain number of Americans today that just don't think vaccines are a good idea. I'm not one of them. I wouldn't be in favor of legislation that required them to have a vaccine. But having the vaccine is the way that gets our economy back to normal. It's the way that gets our families back to normal. It's the way that gets us interacting again like we'd like to interact. We have some options now, and frankly, I think they're all pretty good options. You know, there's the 2 shots that really we wouldn't have if it hadn't been for the investment that we've made at NIH over the last several years. So we've got a couple of vaccines developed like no vaccines have ever been developed before. 2 shots, one 3 weeks apart, the other one 4 weeks apart. But the shot where you only have 1 shot does a great job, and you have 1 shot, you have 1 visit. 2 weeks later, you have the efficacy of that vaccine as well. There are choices here to be made. That one, 74%, I think, of the thousands of people that have been tested didn't get the virus at all. Of the other people that might have got it, the cases were often very light, and nobody went to the hospital. So if I was any American that had access to a vaccine, I wouldn't think that one of them was not as good as the other ones. I just try to find the one that met what I thought my schedule and my needs were at the time and get us all to a better place quicker. Operation Warp Speed actually worked. And so we've got vaccines that are about 2 years quicker than we would have had them otherwise. I think the President today just announced that he was going to exercise another 100,000 of the Johnson & Johnson vaccines that President Trump had already future contracted for, and has come up with some ways to produce those quicker than we might have otherwise. But if they weren't there, we wouldn't be producing them. You and I couldn't have them. I hope every American thinks seriously about the way out of the pandemic and looks at their vaccine options and takes advantage of them as soon as they can.
We have been able to pass 5 COVID relief packages in the past year. And unfortunately, Biden's promise to be the bipartisan president, a president for all Americans, is going out the window today as he signs this non-COVID-19 package. $1.9 trillion. We're footing the bill for a Democratic wish list of items. Now, fortunately, we were able to push back and get a number of items removed, like the $15 federal minimum wage, the bridge to Canada for the state of New York, the subway system for Nancy Pelosi and Silicon Valley. We could go on and on and on with all of the items that have been packed into this non-COVID-19 bill. Now, in just a little over a month, we're going to hit tax day here in the United States, and my Iowans every year when they're writing out, if they owe taxes, if they're writing out a check to the Treasury Department here at the federal level, or if they're writing a check to the Iowa Department of Revenue, what they never expected they would have to do is write a footnote on those checks saying, bailout for New York, bailout for Illinois, bailout for California. My hardworking Iowans shouldn't be paying to balance the budgets of states that have not been able to manage theirs, when Iowa does a tremendous job in taking care of our own finances. So I am very, very disappointed in this administration and in the Democrats for refusing to work with Republicans and for their promoting their liberal wish list over the hopes of the American.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Rain Augustine, and you are watching News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news on this beautiful Thursday, March 11th, 2021. Now, President Biden is preparing to speak to the nation tonight. He will address the one-year mark since lockdowns began in our country. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Lazada reports, he will be bringing us even more from Washington. So here's the latest.
Well, the White House says the president will speak for about 20 minutes tonight. And while he will certainly mark a very somber anniversary, this also may be something of a victory lap. It's been one very long year of closed businesses, long unemployment lines, and kids shut out of classrooms. At the White House today, President Biden is preparing to explain to the nation where we go from here.
I'm going to talk about what comes next. I'm going to launch the next phase of the COVID response and explain what we will do as a government and what we will ask of the American people.
But he will also, no doubt, talk about what happened yesterday in Congress. Voting almost directly along party lines, the House passed that nearly $2 trillion relief bill, including $1,400 checks for most Americans. Republican leaders say much of the bill has nothing to do with COVID.
The American people need to learn more and more about it. And we're going to see that they do that in the coming months as we talk repeatedly about the provisions in the bill that the Democrats do not want to discuss.
And expect the White House to try to counter that message.
You're going to see a huge campaign from them, cabinet officials, White House officials, surrogates, fanning out across the states.
All told, over the course of a year, the nation has now allocated a staggering $6 trillion to respond to the virus. And Democrats are not ruling out more.
Do you think this is the last primarily COVID bill that you'll have to take up?
You're just going to have to ask the virus.
And we expect the president to sign that relief package into law tomorrow. In Washington, Doug Lazada, Fox News.
Should young people be getting vaccinated ahead of the elderly populations? Many Americans in their 20s and 30s are being able to receive vaccinations because of their volunteer efforts in helping the elder population. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports on younger people getting the vaccine.
All right, a lot of chatter right now about the COVID-19 economic relief bill as we start this new month of March. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners, joins us to talk about this and much more about your money during the pandemic. I mean, we saw it pass in the House. It's now in the hands of the Senate. But saying that, Winnie, when it comes to unemployment benefits, the stimulus check, who qualifies, where do we all stand right now when it comes to those issues?
Well, so far, Mike, it looks pretty good. Looks like there is going to be another round of stimulus check as long as the Senate passes this as is. The only thing that we know is sort of on the chopping block, and at this point, gone off the chopping block, is going to be that $15 minimum wage adjustment. So, unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to be included in this Senate bill. And as of right now, Nancy Pelosi says if it's off the bill, the House will still pass it. So, I think that's not going to take place. They were actually trying to make it so that there was a penalty to the largest companies if they didn't include a $15 minimum wage. But everything else we're looking at, which is good. The stimulus check looks like it's still on there. It looks like also the dependents will also receive $1,400. And of course, there's other tax credits and unemployment benefits. We're just hoping this gets passed by March 14th, the big day.
Why March 14th?
March 14th, a lot of the enhanced unemployment benefits will go away. So that deadline is there.
When I look at household spending, consumer spending, I was kind of taken back a little bit that it's up. I thought, a lot of households out there were just saving money. But saying that, when you see those numbers, you got to think this is good for the economy.
That's true. I was really one of the things I was pleasantly surprised by was that spending was actually increasing. We knew that savings was increasing because many of us are, sheltering in place. However, that being said, it looks like there's pent up demand for goods. Now, they did show, though, this was very interesting. They did show that whenever a stimulus check became available and it started getting paid out, consumer spending went up. That's normal. That's what expected. So they're saying, well, if this next round of stimulus check comes out again, you can expect again more money to go back into the economy. The other thing is we're seeing now with vaccines coming into place, we're also seeing more positive news going in front of us as well, because there's been a lot of pent up demand of wanting to go and travel, buy things, and spend time with our loved ones. So they're saying that don't worry so much about inflation temporarily. This should be okay. We saw that today too, because bond prices actually decreased today. Markets looking great today.
Yeah, the markets are looking great today. Last week everyone was, so much concern on what's happening. As they took a lot of triple-digit losses for a number of days. But then you're right. As we start this new month, the markets are rebounding. So I guess the question is true or false. Should investors be worried right now with the volatility?
That's a good question. I would say that, we should always be sort of worried, but if you're invested long term and you're nicely diversified, then you should be okay. If you're worried, I would get a second opinion right now. It's a great idea. But some people are saying and this is what we do with our clients consistently, periodically, it's not a bad idea to take some profits off the table, trim some of the positions, rebalance the areas that haven't done quite as well, and then continue to hold long term. But do really pay attention to what's happening right now, because the market is doing so well. If there are certain sectors that you're overweighted on, it is time to take a little bit, trim those positions down periodically.
It seems like people are itching to get those tax returns in. My goodness. I mean, tens of millions have already been received by the IRS in that first week. Based on those numbers, do you foresee the IRS, any chatter about the IRS pushing back the April 15th deadline?
Doesn't look like it, Mike, unless you live in the state of Texas. There is that benefit there. They are allowing those who are affected because of the storm to have extended time. But everybody else, it looks like, that's going to be pretty ironclad. So get that, get your filing in as soon as possible. There's a lot of benefits to that.
One more for the road here, and that's San Francisco-based Twitter. We know there's changes coming to Twitter here, and I want to ask you more about them and what you think of this business model. And as I'm looking down, too, their stock. Twitter stock's doubled in the last year. What's your forecast? What's your outlook on this company?
Well, it's really interesting. I would say whenever you're talking about social media, social media industries as a whole are still very much growth stories. And there's a lot of risk when you invest in technology, social media industry as it is. But I think the really fun thing about Twitter is that they're taking, obviously they've increased in user base, right? Because of the last 4 years. There's been a lot of demand, a lot of news is captured in Twitter, but they are at sort of that growth phase where they're trying to figure themselves out on how they can better monetize. And so they're creating this program called the Super Follow, right? They're going to actually launch this soon, which is going to allow some of the biggest influencers, celebrities on social media to be able to monetize, sort of like Patreon has. And they're also going to create more like micro communities, sort of like Facebook groups on Twitter. So I like this idea because I do think like social media companies have to find a way to continue to monetize and to continue to bring more users to the space. How that's going to look, I don't know, but I would say this is definitely a high risk area.
All right, copy that. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners. We appreciate the time, and maybe next Monday when we're talking here, we'll be talking about the U.S. Senate passing that COVID-19 relief bill. Have a great week, Winnie.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mike. Take care.
New details on the latest sexual harassment claims alleged against Governor Andrew Cuomo, and these allegations are by the most serious so far. Excuse me, right now I'm joined with Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalek. Kayla, what's the latest?
Yeah, Ryan, you said it, no doubt. These are the most serious allegations leveled against Governor Andrew Cuomo thus far. But keep in mind, the source choosing to take this story public is not the accuser herself. The Times-Union citing a person with direct knowledge of the incident, and that may be, at least in part, because she still works for the governor. It is the latest tug at Governor Cuomo's political unraveling. The Albany Times-Union reporting female aide says governor aggressively groped her. A person with direct knowledge of the woman's claims telling the newspaper it happened late last year. The young aide had apparently been called to the governor's mansion to help him with a minor technical issue with his cell phone. When they were alone, he allegedly reached under her blouse and groped her. She told him to stop. Cuomo responding with a vehement denial, saying, "I have never done anything like this." The details of this report are gut-wrenching. It was last week when the governor denied sexual harassment allegations from several other women, including former aides Lindsey Boylan and Charlotte Bennett.
I never touched anyone inappropriately.
After hearing those remarks, the Times-Union reports, the female aide became visibly emotional. The paper says at least one female supervisor asked her what was wrong. She subsequently told the supervisor about her inappropriate encounters with Governor Cuomo. A supervisor then reported the allegations to an attorney in the governor's office on Monday. This, not only the sixth woman to accuse Cuomo of sexual misconduct, but the most egregious behavior attributed to the governor to date. Attorney Deborah Katz, who represents accuser Charlotte Bennett, responding in a statement, "This victim's allegations are eerily similar to what Charlotte Bennett has alleged. Charlotte was summoned to the Capitol on a Saturday, left isolated with the governor, and asked to help him with minor technical issues with his phone." This comes as an independent investigation into Cuomo's harassment accusations is underway. The governor's statement adding, "I am not going to speak to the specifics of this or any other allegation given the ongoing review, but I am confident in the result of the Attorney General's report." But Assemblyman Ron Kim, who has had his own run-ins with the governor, says there are now several Democrats who are ready to introduce articles of impeachment.
It's a clear case of sexual assault, and I think a number of us are now feeling he must immediately be removed from office.
It is the latest tug at Governor Cuomo's political unraveling. The Albany Times-Union reporting female aide says governor aggressively of Governor Andrew Cuomo. They want him removed not just because of the sexual assault allegations, but also because of his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic overall, specifically within nursing homes. Rain? Question, because polls seem to indicate that Democratic voters still staunchly support Governor Cuomo. That poll, of course, was taken or put out, I should say, yesterday before these new allegations came out of groping, which are far more serious. So that could change. But for the most part, it appears Democratic voters are still in favor of Governor Cuomo, and more so are in favor of the way he handled the pandemic. Republicans overwhelmingly want the resignation or the impeachment of Governor Cuomo. Now, when it comes to Democratic lawmakers, they seem pretty split. There are at least 24 Democratic lawmakers calling for the resignation of Governor Cuomo, some even talking about impeachment. But a new development also happening, 22 female assemblywomen signing a letter asking for this investigation to conclude before New Yorkers draw any other conclusions about Governor Cuomo, hoping he gets his due diligence. So people are really split on all of this. But of course, Governor Cuomo is dealing with a pair of scandals. Not only is it the sexual assault allegations that are forthcoming, but also his handling of nursing homes at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Quite a few Cuomo controversies, as they're calling it. Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, thank you so much for joining us on News Now from Fox. All right, stay with us, guys. Some of you will see a very quick 2-minute commercial break, but nonstop news is right on the other side. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Texas is leading the way in pushing back on coronavirus restrictions, with businesses now allowed to open without limitations. Here are all the details.
For the first time since July, Veronica Bradley can once again invite customers inside her Dallas brew pub to sample what's on tap.
There is nobody in the entire world that wants to operate at 100% without masks on more than me.
She and countless others are celebrating, as today marks the first day all Texas businesses were allowed to fully reopen at 100% capacity. The statewide mask and face covering mandate is also gone. Now it's up to business owners to decide if they'll still require customers to wear them.
There's no right thing to do because we're going to make customers angry.
Though many Texans say it's about time.
I think we need to go back to living life. I know people are dying from COVID, but people die from the flu every day.
Infectious disease experts, however, warn this decision could have dire consequences.
We've already had 45,000 people lose their lives in the state of Texas, and now it's going to go up even more.
Declining COVID hospitalizations, the governor says, in part helped him decide on relaxing the restrictions, in addition to the vaccine effort. However, CDC stats show only about 8% of the state has received their shot.
We're still ranked at the bottom of states that have vaccinated its population.
A growing number of states are also beginning to slowly ease restrictions. At least 5 have let their mask orders expire, while 34, including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, still have one in place. Some, like Alabama, just extended it past Easter.
Folks, we're not there yet, but goodness knows we're getting closer.
Most major school districts across Texas have also decided to keep the mask mandates in place at least through the end of this academic year. Governor Abbott's order also allows county leaders to reimpose restrictions or mandates if COVID hospitalizations begin to spike. In Dallas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns
For
right
the
after
first
this.
time since July,
Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now, I am joined with Fox 5 Minneapolis, Kelly O'Connell. Kelly, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us to break down the top stories out of Minnesota.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
So right now, all eyes are on Minneapolis because of the Derek Chauvin trial. After hearing the motions yesterday, what decisions has Judge Cahill come to?
Well, the big deal today, the big kind of unknown right now is what will happen in the next hour or so. Set for 8 o'clock Central our time, we could find out today if Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer, would be tried with third-degree murder, if that could kind of be added to the list here. That would, of course, be in charges connection with the death of George Floyd. Now, initially, that was a charge that was brought against the former officer, but the judge in the case dismissed it, saying it wasn't relevant and it did not connect with this case. Well, the Minnesota Supreme Court denied an appeal by the former officer's defense team. They had wanted the high court to review an appeals court ruling, which said the judge was wrong to dismiss that charge. So now it is up to the judge, as you mentioned. He will decide essentially today, we are expecting early this morning, if he will reinstate that charge and if that should happen. Right now, Chauvin is charged with second-degree murder, also second-degree manslaughter. Again, the third-degree murder possible charge added maybe as early as today would essentially give the prosecution more options when it came to sentencing and the case. We'll find out before jury selection begins again later this morning.
And speaking of jury selection, Kelly, how long can we expect the jury selection process to continue?
Well, the judge had said plan for about 3 weeks or so. That's what the allocated time is for jury selection. As it stands right now, we have 5 jurors selected. They want 14 in total. They want 12 jurors and 2 alternates. So we've got 9 more to be filled. And we're learning a little bit about the jurors, of course. It started on Monday. There was a brief delay. Today will be another day of jury selection. We know there are 3 white men who have been selected at this point in their 20s to 30s, also a black man in his 30s or 40s, and then a young female. So again, at this point, jury selection slated for 3 weeks, and then opening statements begin March 29th. Judge expecting the trial to last anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks or so. And even if jury selection, let's just say, wraps up earlier than expected, we do not expect the trial, the opening statements, to begin until March 29th. So again, that will continue this morning at 9 o'clock Central.
Opening statements on March 29th. Now, Kelly, we know that Judge Cahill has ordered the jurors not to do any research on the trial, but of course the court of public opinion remains and has been very vocal there in Minneapolis. Has there been any protest as of late?
Well, the first day of trial, so the first day of jury selection, I should say, which was Monday, there was large demonstrations. Hundreds of people gathered outside of the courthouse, and it was peaceful. It was definitely peaceful, but there were hundreds of people. That has definitely slowed down. Really, we haven't seen that much, but protesters do say they're going to be out. Obviously, this is a marathon, not a sprint. As I mentioned, we're looking at upwards of 4 more weeks of this. So anything too severe over the last 2 days. We saw a lot of people gathering that first day, but all peaceful. We do know, obviously, that Minneapolis and the state, for that matter, they are prepared and they are hoping that everything will remain peaceful. We just got an update from the city of Minneapolis that already they've spent upwards of $600,000 on fencing and barricades, not only there at the courthouse, but just in the surrounding areas and police stations and precincts nearby. We're going to get an update again later today about continued efforts to keep the city safe for any potential unrest.
All right, we've got a lot of ground to cover, a lot of news coming out of Minnesota. So switching gears now, it's been about 1 year since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. What's the latest on vaccine rollout in your area?
In fact, we just got basically a big boost. As of yesterday, nearly 2 million more Minnesotans are eligible here. We had started in Minnesota to really focus on the elderly, 65 and older, and the governor had said he wasn't going to open that up until 70% of the seniors here in the state of Minnesota were vaccinated. So we've hit that mark. 70% plus of 65 and older have been vaccinated, at least got 1 of the 2 doses or the full round. Now opening it up again to 1.8 million more Minnesotans as of yesterday. yesterday. And that will include food processing plant workers. They really want to focus on that. Also, people who are chronically ill. That will be the next wave. And then the bigger wave is about 1.8 million people. That's going to be people who are 45 and older, who have 2 or more underlying health conditions, or 1 or more underlying health conditions, I should say, and then 16 and older who have 2 or more underlying health conditions. So they expect this to be a huge chunk of the population here in Minnesota. Again, almost 2 million people, and they expect that round, this next phase, to take about 4 to 6 weeks, and then they would open it up again. But that was significantly earlier than expected to go into this next phase.
Weeks ahead of the scheduled rollout plan. So now that more than 1 million Minnesotans have been vaccinated, is this kind of boosting vaccine confidence?
I think so, for sure. And we're starting to see, more things open. Obviously, we've had restrictions as far as indoor dining and sporting events. I know there's a big push right now to figure out what this means for sporting events come the spring, specifically baseball. There's been a push to get fans in the stands for the Minnesota Twins for home opener. We're waiting on word from the governor on that. We know he's talking with the team and trying to figure out what that looks like, what capacity that would be. Also, kind of more locally, people are wondering for even high school sports and the tournaments that come in the spring. Will parents be allowed to go? What are the numbers there? So there's definitely optimism that things are opening up a little bit more as more and more people are vaccinated, and the weather helping as well, that we can be outside a little bit more now.
I think we're all looking for that silver lining, right? And we do expect President Biden to speak about the coronavirus pandemic, marking 1 year since lockdown begins. And I'd like to talk to you about your experience. Do you remember where you were, what you were doing, or the first time that you reported on the coronavirus?
Yeah, I was right here in the newsroom, and my executive producer came up to me after the show and said, all right, as of tomorrow, you're going home. So I packed up my stuff, and from there on out, I was broadcasting from my basement. Obviously, we're back in the studio now, back in the newsroom, but for several months, it was home. My husband was working from home. We pulled our kids out of daycare, and, like so many families, changed things basically within 12 hours or so. Happy to be back in the studio and out of the basement. That's for sure, Rain.
Yeah, I can kind of share my experience was very similar. I was in Lafayette, Louisiana at the time, and I remember our news director telling us that we were also going to be working from home remotely. And I remember during the time, that was when all of the sporting events were canceled in the NBA, and everyone was making all of these announcements, and the world was kind of in chaos. Who knew that it would continue for more than a year after that?
A full year, yeah.
A whole year. So let's switch gears on some fun news. So we have a really cool video of a drone in the Minnesota area that's going viral, getting millions of views. Tell us what's going on here.
Yeah, so this is really cool. So this is a local guy, a local drone operator. He's actually pretty young. I think he's 25, 26 years old, so pretty young guy. And he is highlighting kind of a Minneapolis landmark, you could say. It's a bowling alley that's been here for 30 years or so, and it's kind of an institution. It's definitely a fan favorite, Bryant Lake Bowl, which is in Minneapolis. And they shot this video, this kind of campaign with an ad agency, and it's just incredible. So it's a one-shot fly-through of the bowling alley, in and out of the pins, all those people around. You go kind of in the back, so you kind of see what it looks like in the back. There's also a theater there at the bowling alley. Now, they did admit this was not a one-take wonder kind of thing. They had to try this a couple times, obviously, rightfully so, kind of figure out exactly where people needed to be positioned. But really incredible that this is a one-shot fly-through. And this drone operator has been doing this, over the last year or so, highlighting different businesses. So you obviously saw the bowling alley. He did one for a movie theater, a local mall here. He also did it for the Timberwolves, the basketball team here, where he took them inside, took us inside, essentially the arena and then the basketball, the locker rooms and kind of the inner workings of that. So really, really impressive stuff. Obviously, impressive work operating the drone, and a lot of people are taking notice, not just here locally, but I know film directors and celebrities are calling him saying, hey, we might be calling you for our next project. So really impressive.
I might have to give him a call. I might want him to take some selfies for my social media.
He has done that. He's had modeling shoots where he's over the beach. I mean, he's kind of done it all. And again, he's a young guy. I guess he quit college and he said, I want to do this. I know I'm good at it, and I think it paid off for him.
I think it pays. Hey, college is not for everybody. Sometimes you got to follow your passion, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Fox 7, Kelly O'Connell, Fox 9, Kelly O'Connell, thank you so much for joining us. And guys, just so you know, this is going to be a weekly segment that we kind of contribute to for you all. So make sure you stay tuned into News Now from Fox for the top stories out of Minnesota. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to News Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered, non-stop news. Coming up in just about 15 minutes or so, we will bring you a live feed as the House is planning on voting on H.R. 8, which is the latest federal gun control measure. Then at 9:30 a.m., Republicans are set to meet at the Situation on the Border. At 10:30, the Senate floor will open. We will bring you all the latest remarks. And at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have the White House press briefing from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. And of course, make sure you stay tuned into News Now from Fox. 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, President Biden will give his first primetime address, and we will be bringing this to you all live, raw, and unfiltered right here on News Now. If you are just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and I will be with you all for about the next hour or so before our very own Pilar Arias hops back on. As we know, a few states around the country are beginning to let down those COVID-19 restrictions. Texas is leading the way. Just yesterday was the first day that businesses were allowed to open at 100% due to an announcement that Texas Governor Greg Abbott had. So I want to bring you all the latest from Texas as leaders around the state are speaking out. Here's the most recent address from Harris County Judge Linda Hidalgo.
That means right now fewer than 1 in 10 people are fully vaccinated against the virus in our county. In other words, we're a long ways from sparing ourselves the needless deaths and hospitalizations that we can avoid if we just make it through this vaccination period. Here's another number. Our positivity rate is over 12%. We're still seeing hundreds of new cases reported every day. New and more contagious, perhaps more dangerous variants of the virus continue to spread throughout our community. And perhaps the most tragic number of all, 3,394. That's the number of people who've lost their lives in Harris County due to COVID-19. And it can grow more or it can stay there depending on what we do in the next few months. The truth is we fought hard to get to where we are today. There's still more work to do. Now is not the time to give up. Now is not the time for a mission accomplished moment as much as we all wish it were. I'd love to be able to say it's all over. I'd love to be able to give the good news and to say everything should go 100% back to normal, that nobody needs to wear these uncomfortable masks anymore. But we can't throw away all our sacrifices. And we do have some good news. We're getting through the vaccines as quickly and efficiently as possible, getting them out the door as soon as we get there, as soon as we get them. Economic relief package is almost here, and we know that if we just continue vaccinating our population, we're getting closer and closer to that light at the end of the tunnel, which with each passing day. I want to send a message to all the businesses in our county that are doing the right thing by continuing to require masks, by limiting capacity. I want to say to them, thank you. We see you, we appreciate you, we know you've been there from the beginning, leading, supporting our population, and as unfair as it is, you carrying this burden of keeping the community safe is an enormous public service. That spirit of service, that focus on doing the right thing, on saving lives, is what makes us who we are. We want the economy running at 100%, at full speed, and we can actually get there very soon. But it's on us whether before we get there, we'll have unnecessary deaths, unnecessary hospitalizations that we know don't need to happen because the vaccines are here and growing. En español, hay mucho enfoque el día de hoy en el número 100%. El hecho de que los negocios pueden abrir al 100%, que en todo el estado ya no hay requerimientos de mascarillas. Pero me gustaría pedir que nos enfoquemos en otro número, el número 9.8%. 9.8% es el porcentaje de las personas de mayores de 16 años que han recibido su vacuna contra el COVID en el condado Harris. Eso significa que en este momento menos de 1 en cada 10 personas que serán elegibles para la vacuna se han vacunado completamente. Todavía nos falta tiempo, nos falta esfuerzo para llegar al punto en el cual la gran mayoría de la población haya sido vacunada y para poder así evitar muertes y hospitalizaciones innecesarias antes de reabrir. Otro número, nuestra tasa de positividad está al 12%. Seguimos viendo cientos de casos nuevos del virus cada día en el condado Harris. Seguimos viendo hospitalizaciones altas y las variantes nuevas, más contagiosas, más peligrosas del virus continúan esparciéndose a lo largo de nuestro condado. El número más trágico de todos, 3.394. Ese es el número de personas que han muerto por este virus. Ese número puede subir bastante, o puede quedarse donde está, si es que seguimos con las mascarillas y nos vacunamos en cuanto sea nuestro turno. La realidad es que hemos luchado y hemos sacrificado mucho para llegar a donde estamos en este momento, pero todavía falta trabajo por hacer. Este no es el momento de declarar, proclamar una victoria prematura, sería prematuro hacerlo. No es un momento de misión cumplida. Me encantaría poder decir que ya se acabó todo, que es momento de abrir todo al 100%. Me encantaría ser la persona con las buenas noticias siempre. Pero no podemos desperdiciar todo el esfuerzo.
That was Harris County Judge Linda Hidalgo saying that although mask mandates and COVID-19 restrictions have ended in the Lone Star State, she's actually applauding businesses that are choosing to still implement these mandates, saying that because not everyone is vaccinated, it's still very important to be as safe as you can in Texas. Switching gears now, I'm bringing you all to the state of California. As California begins to reopen schools, many parents and coaches are trying their best to get kids back onto the athletic fields. Let Them Play is a grassroots organization that actually started on Facebook, and its goal is to make sure that kids remain active during this time. So our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, actually did a special, and we're going to bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox.
Frank Malicote. I work for KTVU Fox 2 here in the San Francisco Bay Area. My guest is the mother of 4 on the peninsula, a little south of San Francisco. They are all being homeschooled right now. They're all athletes as well. And oh, by the way, she's also a volleyball coach for a club team. She's also very active in a movement called Let Them Play here in California. Let's say hi to Heather Book. Good morning.
Good morning, Frank.
You're a busy lady.
Yes. Been very, very busy, especially the last 6 weeks.
I bet. Understatement there in a big way. Well, let's put on the mom hat first. What's it like homeschooling kids? What's the year been like? I mean, it's been a little crazy.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for us, our kids are actually middle school through high school. So they're not real little, but that comes with its own challenges. You know, my daughter is a freshman in high school this year. And so starting at a new school, your freshman year of high school, when you don't get to go to campus, you don't get to have that first day, you don't get to have any of those normal experiences of starting high school and you know, all that brings, going to the Friday night football games, meeting other students. It's been very tough. These kids are really isolated. Everything they love, sports, of course, we're talking about here, has been taken away from them. So it's been a very difficult year.
And are the kids just at the end of the rope? Have they had it?
I think they are at the end of the rope with doing Zooms and doing online school and having to, never being able to see their friends. So yeah, I think there are days when they just really can't be online anymore. They're tired of their computers. And I've had to say a number of times, hey, if we just have to not do school today, take a mental health day, that's what we're going to do, because it's it's really tough.
And are they learning? Are they soaking all this up, or is it, you got to get back in the classroom? That's the bottom line.
I think it's very difficult. My 7th grader in particular finds it very difficult to stay focused and engaged when you're just sitting on Zoom all day long and watching. You feel like you're basically watching. It's like, we're putting our kids in front of screens for 6-7 hours a day. It's hard to learn when you're doing that.
Well, on top of school, sports have basically been canceled in California for youth sports, dance, high school sports, everything, and that's tough. I know you're part of this movement. Let them play. Give our viewers an idea what that's all about, and where California sports in terms of high school and youth sports sit right now.
Sure. So Let Them Play is really a Facebook group. Started as a Facebook group. So a lot of parents and some coaches started organizing a Facebook group and talking about what we can do to try and bring sports back for our youth. And in a matter of weeks, the Facebook group grew to over 60,000 members. We have over 60,000 members today on that Facebook group. We also started a foundation, so a 501c3 foundation. And there were a couple of football coaches early on, Coach Gladnick and Coach Walsh. Some viewers may have seen them on TV, but who really drove the movement. There were 2 fall sports in particular at risk. So volleyball, sport I care about, that's a fall sport for girls, and football, fall sport for boys. So those are 2, the biggest fall sports. And I think the parents, coaches who were seeing that our hopes for having a season were slipping away quickly in January, decided to mobilize. Last Friday, we got new guidance from the state, which allowed football and water polo, which were orange tier sports, to go ahead and start playing and competing, even in the red and purple tiers that most of the counties in California are in today. But volleyball was actually moved further back into the yellow tier. So right now, under the guidance in California, volleyball can't be played unless our case rate is 1 per 100,000, which we've never been since the pandemic has started. And we look around, and other states across the country have been playing volleyball safely with case rates at 29, 30, much higher. But it's hard to understand why the rules are so different in California.
Well, and you guys are fighting back. You went from let them play to let them play indoors.
Indoor.
And so the last week and a half, some lawsuits have been filed against counties in the state of California. And there was a successful one in San Diego that kind of got the movement over the hump.
Right.
Tell us about that and what lies ahead.
Sure. So the first lawsuit that was filed in San Diego, the plaintiffs were actually 2 football players. And the judge ruled, actually granted a temporary restraining order against the state. And the final ruling in that case is set for Friday. So the temporary restraining order essentially said that youth sports should be able to go ahead with the same protocols as college sports are being played in this state. So that applies to all of San Diego County. The rest of the counties didn't have that restraining order or that sort of protection. So that the lawsuits that you mentioned, we've subsequently filed, I think, 7 or so lawsuits in different counties on that same basis. And to your point, really now with the new guidance, now we're really arguing for at indoor sports. We have a lot of data that shows that indoor sports can be played safely.
And the clock is ticking too, because there's not a lot of time left in the school year, right?
That's right. Well, and in California, where the CIF actually gets to set the end date for each sport, volleyball end date is set for, in a lot of sections, it's set for early April, actually even earlier than football, April 3rd. So we've got a few weeks left, really. And, we're really hopeful that CIF is going to be reasonable and work with us if we're able to get, get favorable rulings in these cases and come to some agreement with the state.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Switching gears now, I want to bring you all a live picture from the House floor where the House is set to vote on the latest federal gun control measure. Let's listen in.
Arts education is more important than ever. The arts provide a way to help people connect and cope. And after this crisis, the arts will continue to play an important role in helping to heal. In recognition of Music in Our Schools Month, I want to highlight the value of music education. My mom was a piano teacher and I took lessons myself. I know music is an important part of a well-rounded education, and it helps students become critical, creative thinkers across subjects and eventually in their careers. Yesterday, I spoke with band and choir educators from Oregon who are working to safely re-engage students in in-person music classes. I thank them, and I'm grateful that the American Rescue Plan will provide funding to help schools open safely, including those important band and choir classes.
And right now, some of
Please
our
join me in
viewers will see a
supporting
quick
music
2-minute
education,
commercial
and I
break.
yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HRA and HR 1446 are attempts by the federal government to exert more force over law-abiding citizens who want to protect themselves and their families. Let me remind my Democrat colleagues that the Second Amendment explicitly states that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Maybe they would remember that if they carried a pocket copy of the Constitution with them like I do every single day. Apparently not. I'm proud to stand with the millions of gun owners in this great country who share an abiding gratitude for the Constitution and the Second Amendment itself. Make no mistake, these bills are created in bad faith. They're partisan shams that rob us of our freedoms. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to echo the words of our President. Americans, help is on the way. The House of Representatives and Senate have passed the rescue bill, and there is money for vaccinations, there's money to open the schools, money for small businesses. The opportunity to revise and rebuild our economy is at hand. The President will soon sign this legislation, and help is on the way. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to commemorate the 125th anniversary of the Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America. Jewish War Veterans was founded on March 15, 1896 by 63 Jewish Civil War veterans after several anti-Semitic comments were made claiming there was a lack of Jewish participation during the Civil War. Since then, the Jewish War Veterans have made it their mission to fight anti-Semitism and advocate for Jewish service members and veterans from all walks of life. Whether it was supporting Jewish service members fighting Nazi Germany during World War II or establishing the National Museum of American Jewish History, the Jewish War Veterans have never stopped supporting its members, Jewish service members, and our veterans. As a fellow member of the Jewish War Veterans, thank you for your service to our nation and our veterans. And congratulations again on 125 incredible years. May there be many more to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about possibly the most important bill this House has passed in recent years. Yesterday, we passed the American Rescue Plan, a bill that spends $1.9 trillion to crush the virus and protect our economy. For the cities in my district, this means $615 million to Houston, $42 million for Pasadena, $2.3 million for Galena Park, $3.8 million for South Houston, and $2.2 million for San Jacinto City. That is money that keeps first responders on the job. That is money that keeps our water running and our trash picked up. But it's also money that keeps families together. But beyond the numbers, this is the greatest anti-poverty bill since the Social Security. This bill cuts Hispanic poverty by 39% and African American poverty by 42%. Madam Speaker, we have to continue to build on these efforts. I want to thank all my colleagues for coming together to fight poverty on a scale that we truly need. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for about 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The GOAT, the greatest of all time. That is how Coach Mike Callan, the winningest women's basketball coach in my hometown high school, New Hartford, New York, described junior sensation Kaya Henderson. Not only is Kaya one of the top 50 women's high school basketball recruits in the nation, she is also a straight-A student, a humble leader, and a viral sensation. Kaya scored her 2,000th point this week, even with a dramatically shortened season due to the COVID virus. Coach Callan describes Kaya as a special player whose work ethic shows on the court and in the record books, where she holds at least 12 other school records for the Spartans. Kaya herself remains humble, noting she is focused on winning and helping her team get to sectionals next season. Kaya is inspired by her beloved mom, Kristen, who passed away in 2014, who was devoted to Kaya's success. She also credits her dad, Aurelius, and 4 big brothers, twins Jared and Jordan, Troy and Isaiah, who push her to the new limits each day. But there's more. She's now started a viral 10,000-hour challenge during the height of the pandemic to inspire others to perfect a craft. Check it out, the 10K Hours Challenge. Congratulations to Kaya on her incredible success on and off the court. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Right now, we are bringing you all a live picture from the House floor, where soon we expect the House to vote on H.R. 8. It is the latest federal gun control measure. Time now approaching 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. This is the time where we normally get more than one live event. So I'm going to switch gears right now and bring you all out to Minnesota, where the Derek Chauvin trial is resuming. Jury selection resumes today, and also today, Judge Cahill weighs the third-degree murder charge option. So I'm going to bring you all this live right here on News Now from Fox.
After, but they didn't. They said, single person rule. When the animus is directed at a single person, that's enough. It falls within the gambit of a third-degree murder charge. So I agree they are different cases, but it seems, if anything, this is more the single person rule application, even more than Noor, and I'm not sure why they felt the need to decide it that way, but I'm not questioning the Court of Appeals.
Well, I mean, and that ultimately what the Court of Appeals reversed on in this particular case was a very narrow, very, very narrow inquiry, which was simply the question of the precedential nature of their opinion and whether you were duty bound to follow it. But again, you are still able to analyze the case from the facts, right? Because that's what the Chauvin case says. The Chauvin case, the Chauvin Court of Appeals decision specifically says that you're duty bound to apply precedent provided it is a factually similar case, right? And that's, so inherent in that is your discretion to say, this is not a factually similar case. This is a distinguishable case. Whether you apply the one person or the single person rule, it's immaterial, is factually significantly different. And so that wouldn't apply. But if you go back over then and look at that other line of cases, the Zumberge line of cases, and you look at what are the differences between these two types of lines of cases. Well, again, in Noor, it was a gun. It's inherently dangerous. In Middich, it was a gun. In Hall, it was a car being driven recklessly into some person or into any random other car. In all of the other cases, it's really much more of a focus on, it was obviously the defendants seeking a lesser included, but they distinguish. They're able to factually distinguish, even though there was a gun. You know, you pull up a gun and you shoot it at a crowd. They're all instrumentalities. Factually, there is no instrumentality here other than arguably Mr. Chauvin's knee, which is not inherently dangerous, right? So that's, I think, the main factual distinction, and what gives this court, what the Chauvin opinion says, you're not duty bound to follow it if it's factually distinguishable. So that's the sum total of that argument, and I'm happy to. So the second issue is this concept of ex post facto, right? And ex post facto under Weaver versus Graham, an ex post facto law is something that criminalizes conduct that would not have fallen under the law when it was committed. It increases the burden of punishment for a crime after its commission. It deprives one charge of a crime of a defense that was available when it was committed, right? So if you apply those standards and you look at, we've got 50 years of precedent, arguably 100 years of precedent, right? That says this single person would be a defense, right? And it was a defense. It was such a defense that the court dismissed it for probable cause. Nor comes along and says, hey, we're changing this rule.
And just so we're clear on your ex post facto argument, the statute murder in the third degree as it exists now and as the state is attempting to add, the language has not been changed since May 25th, 2020, when this incident happened. Would you agree with that?
I would, but case law can, under federal law at least, case law can also be the basis for an ex post facto.
Okay.
That is Stevens versus Thomas, as an example, Stevens versus Thomas, 19 Federal 3rd, 498, 10th Circuit, 1994. So under federal law, an interpretation or a novel interpretation of case law can create an ex post facto challenge. And then finally, Your Honor, the last thing is simply under Baxter, right? Baxter was a case that I'm familiar with. Baxter, we show up for the day of trial, right? I mean, we're literally now, in this case, we're in the middle of selecting a jury. We show up in Baxter for the day of trial, and they file a motion to amend the complaint, right? And the court denied that. It got appealed. And in Baxter, they specifically say that even though the state has the ability and has great discretion to amend the complaint, the court retains its inherent authority and its inherent discretion. And so even under Baxter, you still have the ability to deny this motion.
All right. Mr. Caccioli, I'd like you to address, if you could, both the ex post facto and the inherent judicial authority arguments.
Sure. I think first it's just important to note that my friend on the other side isn't really making a prejudice argument, which is consistent with his briefing before. That's the typical reason why a motion to amend would be denied, and I don't think it's available here. And so we're left with the arguments that he's made. With respect to ex post facto, I think there are several problems with that. I mean, first of all, the ex post facto clause can only be violated by the legislature, and to the extent that so, given that, as you were saying, Your Honor, there's already a third-degree murder statute, it would require a complete, unpredictable departure from law. And this is the opposite of that. I mean, this one-person rule goes back 100 years to 1896, and most importantly, there was an on-point, unpublished Court of Appeals.
Right now, we are listening into the Derek Chauvin trial as a judge is weighing the third-degree murder charge. We also expect later on in the day for jury selection to resume. But right now, I'm going to switch gears and bring you all the latest from Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she is addressing the latest background check bill.
On the floor with the facts that you presented yesterday in the face of some misrepresentations on the other side. It's my honor to welcome back to the House side Senator Murphy, who has been a champion on this issue, and we thank you for your leadership, and Senator Blumenthal, the former Attorney General of Connecticut a champion on this issue as well. We expect the distinguished leader to be joining us as well, who was a champion when he was in the House and now in the Senate on this issue. Mr. Schumer was our leader when we passed this bill in 1994, I was a relatively new member, and we were his minions to get that bill passed at the time. It was hard, but it did happen. And so it is, the chairman, the representatives of the Judiciary Committee will speak about that, Mr. Nadler, and the chair of the Crime Subcommittee, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. So you'll have a full array of what the bills contain, and that I just want to put it in this context. Yesterday, when I spoke on the floor about the American Rescue Package, I said our most important issues facing the Congress are our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their families, a safe environment in which they can thrive, and a world at peace in which they could reach their fulfillment. The first three of those were addressed in the bill yesterday. An environment in which they can thrive safely is what we are talking about today. There is nobody in Congress whose political survival is more important than the survival of our children. We think this should be bipartisan in the Congress, as it is in the country. As it is in the country. Overwhelmingly, there's broad support for the background checks legislation. So we hope that with the big, strong bipartisan vote we have today to send it over to the Senate and the drumbeat across America, that the change will come. We have told the survivors when they have come here, when they could, and in our communications since then, that we are not giving up until the job is done, until we pass this legislation, which will save lives. And Mr. Schumer, has he arrived yet? No. Senator Murphy, thank you for your leadership. Welcome back to the House side. We're proud of all of our members who have gone from the House to the Senate, and Chris Murphy makes us proud on so many issues, and the leadership on this one is just so important to the cause. Senator Murphy of Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you all for joining us here today. Madam Speaker, I'm so glad that you framed this through the prism of children, because we obviously think about the lives that have been lost in school shooting after school shooting. But what we often forget is that there are generations of kids who are experiencing mind-altering trauma every single day, growing up in incredibly violent neighborhoods. It's not a coincidence that the underperforming schools tend to be in the neighborhoods with high levels of gun violence, because even if you or your family member are not the immediate victim, fearing for your life every day of gun violence, it literally forces your brain to go through traumas that affect your ability to learn, to cope, to build relationships. That's why this issue is so vitally important. And what we know is that we need a federal solution. Guns don't respect state borders. In New York State, 75% of the guns that are used in crimes in that state are bought outside of New York, in states with less strict gun laws, where criminals can buy a weapon without having to go through a background check. And so in order to protect all of America's children, we need to pass universal background checks and close the Charleston loophole. Finally, it is hard to find a piece of legislation that is more popular than the American Rescue Plan. But background checks is supported by 90% of Americans. This issue has a reputation of being controversial, but it is only controversial inside the Beltway. Outside of Washington, Republicans, Democrats, gun owners, non-gun owners, NRA members, non-NRA members agree we should tighten our gun laws to make sure that criminals and people with histories of serious mental illness cannot buy guns. This is a unifying issue, and I'm so grateful to my House colleagues for bringing this bill to the floor early in this session, for bringing Republicans and Democrats behind it. We will work hard to achieve that same unity in the United States Senate as soon as this bill clears the House and comes over to our side. So with that, I think I'm going to turn this over to the champion for the Charleston loophole, somebody who has been speaking truth to power on this issue his entire career, Whip Clyburn.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thanks to all of you for being Madam Leader, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Chairman Thompson. You know, I get a little emotional when I think about the Charleston loophole because there is nothing more sacred in the lives of most people than their church. And I think when you see what happened at Mother Emanuel Church, when people are really, really vulnerable. I was talking with someone a couple of days ago and reminded them that Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother was shot in church. And when we have these symbols of hate, these white supremacists.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll return right after this 2-minute break.
Burn down the churches. This gentleman researched history and went after the most historic African-American church. And if people can't be safe in Bible study, then they cannot be safe anywhere. And what we had here was a young man who had no business having a gun, was able to get a gun because the wrong information was keyed in. Now, I will always believe that he knew the law well enough to intentionally give wrong information. And by the time they found the right information, he had the gun. That's all we're doing here is saying, give officials time to do the background check. And then, if he passed muster, get the gun. And I want to thank those who have been involved in bringing this bill to the floor. And I hope that once again, as we did before, we can have bipartisan support to get it done. And I'm so glad that on the other side of the aisle, Senator Blumenthal has agreed to sponsor this bill in the Senate. And he and I did a joint session with the widow of the pastor of Emmanuel Church on yesterday. And I'm so pleased to present him to you now, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Whip Clyburn. I am really honored to be here, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your leadership to Mike Thompson and Lucy McBath and Sheila Jackson. Lee, thank you for your extraordinary courage. And thanks as well to my great colleague, Chris Murphy. He and I have been a team on this issue since his election to the Senate, and Sandy Hook. You know, listening to Jim Clyburn on the floor yesterday, I was so moved because clearly 9 people would be alive today. Literally 9 people, members of that congregation, would be almost certainly alive today if that killer had not taken advantage of the Charleston loophole, a glaring gap in our laws. There is no reason that people should not wait a day or 2 or 3 to buy a gun so that a check can be done on them. And there is a principle at work here. The support for universal background checks is nearly universal. Almost everybody in the country, including gun owners, NRA members, want it. And the principle should be no check, no sale. No check, no gun. That's the way to make America safer. And I think with the leadership of our great leader, Senator Schumer, we have a real opportunity to make history here. I'm asked often, what has changed since Sandy Hook? We have a growing grassroots political movement with leaders at the local level changing history. And we have House members who have run on this issue, who have not just answered questions, they've made it a priority. And so I think the implosion of the NRA, the growing support among the American people, and the inevitability of increased support gives us an opportunity we haven't had before. We need not only background checks and closing the Charleston loophole, but also emergency risk protection orders, safe storage, Ethan's Law, repeal of PLACA, a number of measures that provide a comprehensive solution. There's no single cure, but I think we can do it with the kind of support that we're seeing this morning, and I'm very pleased now and honored to introduce one of the true champions of gun violence protection. Or do you want to? My mentor and model and leader, Senator Schumer of New York.
Thank you, whoever I did. Thank you, Sheila. Go right ahead, Chuck, my seatmate.
They were supposed to be earlier.
Thank God I didn't get ahead of Clive. Okay, thank you, everybody, and it's great to be here. I want to thank our great speakers, Speaker Pelosi, all of my colleagues in the House and Senate who have played such instrumental roles in this so important an issue. And I particularly want to thank the survivors and the families of the victims, and so many who have that horrible hole in their heart because they lost someone to gun violence. So many children on our streets gone. And yet these advocates light a candle every day. That's what the Bible tells us is the saintly and noble thing to do, instead of just cursing the darkness. And I thank them as well. This issue is very important to me, as those of you who've been around a while know. I was the author of the Brady Law back in 1994 in the House of Representatives, and we passed it. Yeah. And there are literally so many, you could probably say certainly hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people walking the streets today because we passed that law, who'd be dead. But when we passed the law, it had, little did we know, it had some loopholes in it that we didn't know at the time. We didn't know there'd be an internet, so we didn't prohibit internet sales without a background check. And to get the last few votes, just a little history, a couple of our members from more moderate states said, just exclude gun shows. Don't put them in, because in those days, actually, gun shows weren't much. They were places where you showed your 1939 Derringer off. And of course, the NRA and the gun merchants and the merchants of death started using the gun shows as a way to get around the law. So H.R. 8 closes these loopholes. A universal background check. It is desperately needed. And the House, of course, has had the good sense to pass this 3 times? Twice. Twice after today. Oh, twice after today. We'll have the good sense to have passed this bill twice. And in the past, when they sent it over to us last time, it went into Mitch McConnell's legislative graveyard. The legislative graveyard is over. H.R. 8 will be on the floor of the Senate, and we will see where everybody stands. No more hopes and prayers, thoughts and prayers. A vote is what we need. A vote, not thoughts and prayers. And we will see where people stand, and maybe we'll get the votes, and if we don't, we'll come together as a caucus and figure out how we're going to get this done, because we have to get it done. For the lives of the American people, for the safety of our streets, and particularly for our young kids, so many of whom in my state and all the states represent, mine and Jerry's state, and all the states represented here, whose lives are taken at such tender ages because of gun violence and guns. Senator Durbin will be holding hearings, and we are shining the spotlight on this issue. We are going to win on this issue. The American people.
This is News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. Right now we are listening in as Democratic leaders explain their reason for supporting H.R. 8, which is a federal background check bill that will affect how people are allowed to purchase firearms. We are also waiting to hear from Republican leaders as they speak out about the situation that's occurring at the United States-Mexico border. Some of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will bring you the latest remarks from Republican leaders on the border crisis.
Well, thank you very much, Chuck. I want to begin by thanking Representative Mike Thompson and the distinguished Majority Whip, Jim Clyburn, for their leadership in introducing these two important gun safety bills. I also want to thank the Speaker and the rest of the Democratic leadership for their support in bringing this legislation to the floor more than once. Since the House passed these bills more than 2 years ago, an estimated 80,000 people have lost their lives to gun violence. Every day that we do not act is another day that families will mourn the loss of a loved one. Every day that we do not act is another day that our homes, our streets, our schools, and even our houses of worship are at stake, because are less safe, rather, because dangerous weapons are in the hands of people who should not legally be permitted to acquire them. Every day that we do not act is another day that the American people, who overwhelmingly support background checks, you've heard the statistics, and closing loopholes in the law, lose faith in their government's ability to keep them safe. That's why the House is acting today to pass both H.R. 8 and H.R. 1446. And that's why we will continue to act until both of these bills are signed into law. Majority Leader Schumer, as you've heard, and President Biden have long been champions of legislation to prevent gun violence. I know that they will actively be working to send this bill to the President's desk. I hope, and you just heard Senator Schumer say it, that the Senate Republicans will work with us to save lives instead of standing in the way of this important legislation. We cannot afford to lose another day. And you know, we heard today about, Jim Clyburn spoke eloquently about the Mother AME Church, but there's also the Tree of Life Synagogue, there's also Parkland High School. There are all these mass shootings that these two bills will greatly reduce. There are also individual shootings, not just mass shootings, individual shootings. In New York, we have very good gun safety laws, but we cannot enforce them over the borders from states that do not have good gun safety laws. These two bills will stop that problem. So it will save, these two bills will save thousands and thousands and thousands of lives every year. And for that, we have a moral duty to pass it. We have a political duty to pass it, given the polling. And if Republicans stand in the way, they'll pay a price, both morally and politically. And now it's my privilege to introduce one of the leaders in this fight in the Senate, Senator Chris Murphy. Oh, Sheila. Well,
I'm going to. This is somebody else's.
It's somebody else's list. Sheila Jackson Lee, the chairperson of the crime sub.
You're watching News Now from Fox. It looks as though Republican leaders are getting ready to speak on the border crisis. Let's listen in.
Business or American schools? President Biden announced that it was his priority to offer citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants. What did he think would happen? Just last month alone, 100,000 migrants were encountered attempting to illegally cross our border. Put that in perspective, 100,000. That's a larger population than President Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania. The number of migrant children detained at the border had tripled in 2 weeks. They're in jail-like cells. The number of migrants who have tested positive for coronavirus after being released by the Border Patrol in Texas has nearly doubled. As Republicans, we know how to solve this problem. We can work with administrations to make it happen. Last week, I sent a letter to the president asking to sit down with him, to work on ideas, to reverse some of the misuse and misdirected policies that he had attempted at the beginning in creating this policy, creating this crisis. As of today, he still has not answered our letter to attempt to meet. Next week, we'll be traveling to the border myself with the 12 other members to see firsthand, to come back with solutions, to make sure our border is secure, but to make sure we can end this crisis that Biden has created. And with that, I want to introduce our Republican whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Kevin. We're very concerned about this crisis at the border that has been created specifically by Joe Biden's policies. President Biden's border crisis has got to get reversed. If you look at where we are right now, you have thousands of people crossing illegally into the United States every single day. Those border states are getting overrun. It's a drain on their resources. There are super spreader caravans coming across. And this was all done by President Biden, and President Biden can address and reverse this policy. And we're calling on President Biden to reverse his policy that's created this Biden border crisis. It's not very complicated. When you look at what President Trump had done, the Remain in Mexico policy was an example of a president working with our neighbor, in this case Mexico, to solve a problem that not only existed at America's border, but it's created a new problem at Mexico's southern border, because many of the people coming across in these caravans are coming through Central and South American countries through Mexico. And so the original policy to remain in Mexico while asylum cases, for example, would be worked out was a much more humane process, and in fact reduced what we're seeing right now. In these caravans, you have young women who are being exploited. The human trafficking is getting out of control, and the abuse of these women should be a major concern. And again, this is something that President Biden created, and he can fix this today by reversing the order. He's got to recognize the policy failed. Any good leader would look in the mirror, and if they made a mistake, they would acknowledge this is a mistake, and they would fix it, because he himself can fix this right now. First step, though, is to admit that there is a crisis. It seems like the White House right now is in denial about the crisis right, as it stands. President Biden himself won't even go to the border. He sent a group of people down. He wouldn't even meet with them for days because I think he wants to ignore this problem. But the problem's getting worse. It's getting worse, and it's dramatically affecting other states. When you think about the fact that right now, President Biden is implementing policies that are keeping schools closed, yet he sent a message around South and Central America that our border is open. That's the wrong message. It's the wrong message for America, and it's doing a disservice to those people in those caravans who are being abused every single day. It's got to stop. President Biden created this problem. President Biden needs to fix the problem. But that'll bring up our conference chair, Liz Cheney.
Thanks very much, Whip, and thanks, Leader. We have to recognize that words have consequences and actions have consequences. When the Biden administration refuses to enforce our immigration laws, when they refuse to build the wall, when they pass legislation like the bill that we passed yesterday that includes money for illegal immigrants, this is what happens. What happens and what's going on right now at the border is foreseeable. It's a foreseeable consequence of their statements, of their policies. They caused this. They are responsible. And Speaker Pelosi is compounding the issue, and she is compounding the danger to the American people. Simultaneously, we are seeing the Biden administration open borders. We are seeing the Democrats in the House under Speaker Pelosi move to defund the police, move to infringe on the gun rights of law-abiding citizens. All of this combines to form a very dangerous and toxic mix. And when you are the President of the United States, when you are sitting in the White House, it's not enough to express concern about the challenge. It's not enough to ignore the challenge. It's an abdication of your responsibility if you ignore the challenge. So we're calling on the Biden administration to take action immediately to secure the border, to stop what we're seeing happen, to change the policies, to make clear that the hundreds of thousands of people that we've seen now attempting to enter the country illegally will not be able to do so. They need to reiterate and recommit to protecting and securing the nation and to protecting the American people. And with that, I will yield to the Republican leader of the Homeland Security Committee, Mr. Katko.
Thank you, everybody. What we are witnessing, of course, is Biden's border crisis. If you want to think of it another way, it's disorder at the border by executive order, to channel Dr. Seuss. Disorder at the border by executive order. I can say it 5 times fast. President Biden's knee-jerk reversal of productive and effective border security policies from the previous administration was a political calculation that has created humanitarian, security, and public health crisis. Instead of being transparent with Congress and the American people about what is happening at the border, the administration is twisting itself into a pretzel to avoid saying the dreaded word, crisis. All we heard out of the White House yesterday was a refusal to take responsibility and yet to be revealed long-term objectives. That's not an answer to this crisis. We are a nation of laws, but instead of enforcing the law, here's what the administration has chosen to do. Halt border wall construction in its tracks. Re-implement the dreadful catch and release program policies allowing migrants to flow in the United States, raise up their hands, say the magic word asylum, and they're paroled in the United States. Once they know that's acceptable, they're going to be coming in droves, and we already see that with the facts. They've eliminated the critical Remain in Mexico policy, which is humane and is working. And it canceled the asylum cooperative agreements with our Central American partners. That's what they've done. What they haven't done is admit that it's caused a crisis. And the facts speak for themselves. Let me just give you a couple of facts. Last month, CBP encountered over 100,000 individuals seeking to cross the southwest border. That's a 28% increase in just 1 month, and 173% higher than the same time just 1 year ago. Another fact for you. CBP currently encounters an average of more than 3,000 individuals a day. When Jay Johnson was Secretary of Homeland Security, he said 1,000 individuals coming across the border a day is, quote, a bad day, end quote. Another fact, hundreds of Border Patrol agents are being diverted from interior drug checkpoints in the northern coastal borders to Rio Grande Valley. The administration is even asking for people to volunteer to come to the border to help with I can't say the word, but it's a crisis. International travel, you can't come from England by plane. If you fly from Mexico by plane, you first have to have a test to show you're COVID-free. Yet you can walk across the border and come right in. What is wrong with us? What are we doing, right? The high volume of the unaccompanied children encountered at the border continues to rise. Reports indicate CBP is projecting 13,000 unaccompanied children crossing the border per month by May. At Health and Human Services facilities are reaching capacity. So what are they doing? They're checking with NASA and the Department of Defense to find warehouses to put all these unaccompanied children that are coming across the border because Biden put his "come on in" sign on the border. That is not right. All of this was predictable. These politically motivated policies have created a crisis that must be reversed. And I'll stop at what I said at the beginning. There's disorder at the border because of his executive order. And let me introduce next speaker, Kay Granger.
I've been to the border many times as the head of the 2014 task force created to address the alarming number of unaccompanied children coming to the border. I've seen firsthand what a border crisis looks like. So believe me when I say we're once again facing a crisis on our southern border. Not only has the Biden administration repeatedly failed to recognize the crisis even exists, they've stopped construction of the border wall, virtually eliminated enforcement of immigration laws, and reversed Trump administration policies that were so successful in decreasing illegal crossings over the last few years. Just last week, the Secretary of Homeland Security had a troubling and confusing message to those seeking to cross our border illegally. He said, "We're not saying don't come, we're saying don't come now." This will only encourage more illegal crossings at the southern border from those expecting easy access to our nation, overwhelming law enforcement and increasing the potential for human trafficking, child labor, and other criminal and fraudulent activity in border cities across the Southwest. We can't ignore the problem and hope it goes away. Instead of addressing this crisis, Speaker Pelosi has spent the last few weeks focused on a $1 trillion payout to progressives. I urge the Speaker and the Biden administration to get their heads out of the sand and work with us to address this crisis immediately.
Jody Arrington, West Texas. I want to thank our ranking member, John, all rhyme, no rhythm, Catco. The American people are well served to have this man at the helm. He is a former prosecutor. He understands what rule of law means to our great nation and what happens when you don't enforce the laws. You get chaos. And as a Texan, I'm telling you, our people are crying out for help. They're struggling, they're scared, and they're not getting any response, any leadership out of this president. And we are on the front lines in Texas and border states. Our people, your fellow Americans, are at ground zero in this unmitigated disaster. This is a self-inflicted crisis as a direct result of the Biden administration policies, the unilateral actions, the deluge of executive orders, as has been said, reinstating catch and release, rescinding border wall funding and stay in Mexico policies, just to name a few. Policies have consequences. You show me a policy and I'll show you the outcome, and the outcome of these policies have wreaked havoc along the border and in border communities. Double the apprehensions in January. CBP reported just yesterday over 100,000 apprehensions, illegal crossings that we caught in the month of February. Triple the number of migrant children being trafficked across the border by cartels. They're pawns, ladies and gentlemen. These cartels prey on these vulnerable people, and the abuses are atrocious. 1 in every 3 women are sexually assaulted. It's a humanitarian crisis of epic proportion. The message from this president, who fails to call it a crisis because he has the worst case of suspended reality I've ever seen. The message is clear. The safety and security of the American people is not his top priority. And the message to people who would come to our country and violate our laws and our sovereignty and jeopardize the safety and security of the American people will not be detained and deported. They will be released and rewarded. Free health care, free education, compliments of the taxpayers of the United States. And oh, by the way, with this latest Democrat bill, they'll get a pathway to citizenship. And we wonder why the border is burning. Last question, the most important question for all of you to ask the president, and I know it's the question on the hearts and minds of the American people. Why is it happening? Why is the president allowing this to happen? Well, I believe it's because, number one, he's obsessed with undoing everything, every policy that has the name Donald Trump on it, regardless of the merits of that policy. He's equally obsessed with acquiescing to every demand of the radical left. I yield back.
Good morning. I'm Debbie Lesko, Congresswoman from the great border state of Arizona. And I'm here to tell you, right from the mouths of Arizona law enforcement officers, that there is a crisis at the southern border. And the reason that I know that is because the Yuma mayor, the Yuma, Arizona sheriff, the Cochise County, Arizona sheriff have said that mass amounts of illegal immigrants are flooding over the border.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now we are listening live from Washington, D.C. as Republican leaders urge President Biden to take action immediately on the ongoing crisis that's happening at the United States-Mexico border. Republican leaders also plan to travel to the border to address the situation in person. So far, we have heard from congressmen and women, and as we continue to listen in, some of our viewers will now see a very quick 2-minute commercial break.
Just yesterday, because of the Biden policies on ICE, and quote, this is from Attorney General Brnovich from Arizona. If asked about the poorest policy choice I've ever seen in government, this would be a strong contender. Blindly releasing thousands of people, including convicted criminals and those who may be spreading COVID-19 into our state, is both unconscionable and a violation of federal law. This must be stopped now to avoid a dangerous humanitarian crisis for the immigrants and the people of Arizona. Last time I went down to Yuma, Arizona, the Yuma, Arizona sheriff showed me a date tree farm where he has been called, he and his officers, multiple times because immigrant women and girls are being raped. They're being raped by the cartels who don't give a damn about these people. All they care about the money. So the Biden's policies are incentivizing this. They're incentivizing these poor people to flood across our border, travel thousands of miles at the hands of the cartel. I would say the Biden administration is culpable of child abuse and abuse of these women and children, and it needs to be stopped. And with that, I introduce the great congressman from Texas, Tony Gonzalez.
America is beautiful, and what makes us beautiful? We are a nation of immigrants. We are also a nation of laws. Border security and legal immigration go hand in hand. My district is over 800 miles of Texas and Mexico border. I'm on the border every single week, and what I've seen is this administration's open border rhetoric has caused a crisis. And I urge this administration to listen to those that are on the border. Democrats and Republicans alike, listen to the crisis that has occurred. We're traveling to the border again early next week. I urge the Biden administration to take hold and focus on legal immigration, not illegal immigration. With that, I turn it over to Yvette Harrell.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Just a quick question to get it in perspective. I see most of you have some kind of lanyard on your neck. Did you have to go through any kind of security to get here? I bet you did. So you're going to go through security to get into the Pelosi compound, and yet people are walking across the border just freely. It is a huge problem at the border crisis, and I'll bet most of you have had to have a COVID test before you could come in and do any kind of coverage at the inauguration or anything like that. Guess what? That's not happening at the border. And the reason we need to stand in support of the PAUSE Act is because we need the Biden administration to keep Title 42 in place so that we can protect the citizens of our nation. This has nothing to do with politics. The PAUSE Act is actually about protecting the health and safety of the American people. We're asking him, let our Border Patrol agents expel those coming into the nation illegally through Mexico or Canada on the border so that we can protect our seniors, our children, our communities. It is not fair that we have been in a mask situation, in lockdown, closed businesses. 2,000 businesses in my state will not recover because of COVID-19. Loved ones are dying alone. We're not educating our kids. And yet we think it's a good idea to somehow open the border and put not only the American people, but those making that trek across the countries to get here in harm's way. It doesn't make sense. But what I can tell you is with the Biden border crisis, what this administration has done, and make no mistake, they have made the federal government the last link in the chain of human smuggling for these children. So let's do what is right for the people of America for a change. Let's get our priorities set, because let's not forget, we work for the people of America, not for the illegals and not just for Nancy Pelosi and her policies. Let's protect Americans first. Thank you.
That concludes the speeches. I thank you all very much for coming, and just remember, get the administration to call it a crisis, because that's what it is. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. You just heard Republicans talking about what they are calling a crisis at the border. It is one of the top stories that we've been covering all week here on News Now from Fox, and we will continue to do so. So again, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope that each and every one of you are having a great morning so far. Let's take a look at how the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board is doing. Stocks so far for the morning, currently up about 220 points. Stocks have been trading for almost exactly 30 minutes this morning. A lot of people are saying it is the beginning of the end. They see the lights at the end of the tunnel in terms of the coronavirus. So that's the latest there here on News Now from Fox. Again, hope you guys are having a great morning so far. We are coming up here at the 10 o'clock hour. We've got one final hour with you here before we pass things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So to start the top of the hour here, let's watch the latest from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He just made some remarks.
We're Bring Your Kid to Work Day. We're doing this. We got another great retail pharmacy announcement in Jacksonville, which we're excited about. And then we're going to the TPC. That's our old neighborhood, and Madison's our only kid that really remembers us living there. So we're looking forward to doing that. Before I talk about what's happening today, which we're really excited about, just want to point out, U.S. News and World Report, they do a lot of rankings about education, and we're still #1 ranked for our state university system. We've been #1 now for the last 5 or 6 years, so we're really proud of that. But we're also improving in the K-12. So when I became governor, we were 40th under those rankings. Now we're 16th. So our overall education rank under U.S. News from pre-K all the way through the universities is #3 in the country. And so we really appreciate it. We really appreciate a lot of work that the folks here in Columbia County and throughout the state of Florida did to make sure our kids could be in school for this school year. And so I think the future is very good. I think we're going to do even better going forward, and we're going to continue working really hard on doing that. So today's a great announcement. I do want to thank Tom Mofsis, the health officer for Florida Department of Health. When the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was approved, I was really excited about it. Some of the media was saying, oh, it's not as effective. And if you looked at the clinical data, it was 100% effective at preventing death and serious hospitalization. So you may have a little bit more chance to get a mild infection, but I mean, come on, this is a really good thing. 1 dose and you're done. So we thought it was going to be something was good, but we didn't know what the response was going to be or the demand. Turns out there's a lot of demand among seniors for the Johnson & Johnson. So today we're happy to be able to surge 1,000 Johnson & Johnson doses here in Lake City. And basically this is part of our effort to surge vaccines to areas that are performing a little bit below the state average in terms of senior coverage. So if you look statewide, we have over the vast majority, I think 55 of our counties are 50% or higher seniors have gotten shots. And the ones that are under 50%, we only have one county that has more than 100,000 people. That's Hernando. We're going to get them above it. We've been putting a lot of work in there. The rest tend to be more rural counties. And the good thing about that is if you surge vaccine at the right time and you have good folks working that gets the shots in arms, you can move those numbers up very quickly. So, for example, I was in Highlands County last week. They were close to the bottom in senior coverage rates in the state of Florida. We did a vaccine surge. They actually had a good site at one of the malls there. So we did a vaccine surge. So just in a matter of less than a week, they're now 52% of their seniors. They were like 38% just a week ago. So now they're at 52% of their seniors. And I bet you they're going to be over 60% by this time next week without any problem. So I think that this is going to work very well here. And I think that just talking to some folks, there is demand for the Johnson & Johnson amongst seniors, really amongst everybody. And I think it's good. Now this is a permanent site that we're surging to. When we set up new sites that are temporary, the good thing about J&J is you could go do thousands of people and you don't have to worry about going back in 21 or 28 days. So from a logistical perspective, it's really, really good. So we're going to continue to do it. We've done about 60% of seniors. We've got a massive population. We've got about 60% that have had a shot here in the state of Florida. So we did do seniors first for a reason, and I think that strategy has paid off. I would like to just commend some of the areas, in North Florida who've done a particularly good job. St. Johns County, 79% of seniors have gotten a shot. Wakulla, 76%. Nassau, 74%. Leon, 74%. Santa Rosa, 69%. Alachua, 69%. Gadsden, 66%. Franklin, 67%. Okaloosa, 66%. I mean, these are really, really good numbers. And we're not going to have 100% interest in it. There's some that don't want the vaccine, and that's totally fine. There's not going to be any mandates on vaccine. But to have those kind of numbers, and I think North Florida has really done a good job. We've also done well in South Florida. I mean, Palm Beach is 70% of their seniors. They got hundreds of thousands of seniors. Broward is almost 2/3 down in Broward. So we've done good across the state, but I think North Florida in particular, Clay is hitting 60%. Most likely we'll hit that today. So those are really, really good things. We're getting close to 3 million seniors reported as having received shots. The way this works is the reports lag by 4 or 5 days.
All right, but we're going to switch gears, go to a live event right now. Just confirmed, Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking at the Department of Justice. Let's listen in live, raw, unfiltered, right here on News Now from Fox.
In many respects, this is a welcome home ceremony for the Attorney General. Before his appointment to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, he served with distinction in a number of positions here at Main Justice and as an Assistant U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia. I first met the Attorney General approximately 25 years ago when he was the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General. I have always admired his intellect, his integrity, his commitment to public service, and his humility. He recognizes the traditions of the department and trusts and respects its career civil servants. He sees his role as being the lawyer for the people of the United States and making decisions that are based on the law and the facts, devoid of political considerations. During his confirmation hearing a few weeks ago, Attorney General Garland said, "It is a fitting time to reaffirm that the role of the Attorney General is to serve the rule of law and to ensure equal justice under the law." As he further noted, this is a moment, too, for recognizing the employees of the department and its law enforcement agencies and their commitment to serve the cause of justice and protect the safety of our communities. This is an important period in the history of our venerated institution, and we are grateful to you, Mr. Attorney General, for your willingness once again to answer the call to duty. We look forward to continuing to serve in the Department of Justice under your leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Monty. As Monty said, we first met when I was working for the Deputy Attorney General. Monty was an Assistant U.S. Attorney. Initially a prosecutor and then a supervisor of prosecutors, Monty later jumped to the department's offices that make everything work. First to the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, and then to the Justice Management Division. And for the past 7 weeks, Monty has ensured that the department continued to work and to honor its proud traditions during the leadership transition between new administrations. I'm deeply grateful. On January 7th of this year, when the President-elect announced his intention to nominate me for Attorney General, I spoke to the American people. On February 22nd, when my Senate Judiciary Committee hearing began, I spoke to the United States Congress. Today, I want to speak to you, the more than 115,000 employees of the United States Department of Justice. Now, I had hoped to be standing before more of you today in this great hall, but the circumstances of the ongoing pandemic will not permit it. That, however, is a small disappointment compared to the hardships that many of you have suffered and the additional burdens you have borne as a consequence of the pandemic. I have to tell you that when I walked in the door of Main Justice this morning, it really did feel like I was coming home. I first walked into this building when I was 26 years old. I was here for a job interview, and I was awestruck. This is a beautiful hall, and this is a beautiful building built in the midst of the Great Depression. But it was the ideal of justice to which it is a monument that was truly awe-inspiring. Everywhere I looked, there were serious people pursuing the cause of justice. I left the interview wanting the job badly, the way I'm sure each of you felt after your DOJ interview, the way we want everyone who interviews at DOJ to feel. I know that was how I felt every time I came back to interview for another Justice Department position. And after leaving my first position for private practice, I did come back many times to serve in a variety of positions, both career and non-career. Along the way, I worked with DOJ attorneys, agents, and staff in every component of the department and across the width and breadth of this country. Altogether, I served under 5 attorneys general, appointed by 4 presidents. I know that some of you have notched up plenty more. The Department of Justice has always been a large part of has also been a large part of the lives of people who are close to me. My younger sister followed me to DOJ, where she served as a career attorney in the Civil Division. More than 35 of my former law clerks went on to serve at the Justice Department in both career and non-career positions. Many of my closest friends are veterans of the department with both career and non-career service. For all of you and for me, public service is more than a job. It is a calling. All of you have chosen the Department of Justice over other places where you might have used your skills and where you might have earned a higher salary. I am grateful beyond words for your service to this country. All of us are united by our commitment to the rule of law and to seeking equal justice under law. We are united by our commitment to protecting our country, as our oath says, from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and by our commitment to enforcing our country's laws and to ensuring the civil rights and the civil liberties of our people. The only way we can succeed and retain the trust of the American people is to adhere to the norms that have become part of the DNA of every Justice Department employee since Edward Levy's stint as the first post-Watergate Attorney General. As I said at the announcement of my nomination, those norms require that like cases be treated alike, that there not be one rule for Democrats and another for Republicans, one rule for friends and another for foes, one rule for the powerful and another for the powerless, one rule for the rich and another for the poor, or different rules.
We have a lot of moving parts here this morning on News Now from Fox, everybody, but we do have some breaking news right now out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have learned that the trial judge has ruled the third-degree murder charge will be reinstated in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer who was charged in the death of George Floyd. Court proceedings started at 8 o'clock this morning local time with a hearing on preliminary motions before moving on to jury selection at 9 o'clock this morning. Of course, we've been keeping very close tabs on the trial. 5 jurors have been seated so far. Prosecutors and defense attorneys will continue to question and challenge potential jurors until they can seat a 12-person jury with 2 alternates. But again, in terms of this breaking news this morning, following arguments, trial judge Peter Cahill ruled the third-degree murder charge will be reinstated in Chauvin's case. In a ruling yesterday, the Minnesota Supreme Court denied the petition filed by Chauvin's team, meaning the decision to add the charge was to be determined by Judge Cahill. The push to reinstate the charge came after the Court of Appeals ruled in February a third-degree murder charge was appropriate in the case of former Minneapolis police officer Mohammed Noor, who was convicted in a deadly 2017 shooting. During arguments this morning, Neil Katyal, co-counsel for the state, said the Minnesota Supreme Court's order meant Cahill was duty-bound to reinstate the charge. Defense attorney Eric Nelson, however, argued that Cahill was not duty-bound by precedents if the cases are, quote, factually distinguishable, pointing out that in Noor's case, he put others in danger by firing a gun. Chauvin was initially charged with third-degree murder, but Cahill dismissed the charge last October, saying it did not apply to this case. The state hoped the appeals court would overrule that decision. Chauvin is now charged with third-degree murder, second-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter for his role in Floyd's death last May. So jury selection has continued, and we will listen in right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Yes. Okay. Also, you may have formed opinions about this case or generally. Also fine. Everybody probably has an opinion based on what they've heard or saw or seen. Yes. Can you put your opinions aside and decide the case on the law again and the facts and the evidence? Yes, I can. Okay. Any concerns about that?
No.
Okay. You received a long list of witnesses?
Oh, yeah.
Recognize anybody on there?
No, I didn't.
Okay, great. Anything about the length of the trial that would cause you problems?
I mean, I don't know yet how lengthy it's going to be.
Okay, we anticipate that after today, you'll know whether you're on the jury or not.
Okay.
And you'll come back March 29th. So you'll be on your own, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Until then. And then we anticipate, our best estimate, is that trial will be 4 weeks long.
4 weeks long?
Is that, can you make that work?
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. All right, before I turn over to the attorneys, I'm also going to advise you, this is kind of a formal process. But as you're talking to the attorneys, sometimes we lapse into normal conversational style, which includes talking over each other. And we are taking this down. The court reporter needs for people not to talk at the same time. So
Okay.
if you kind of keep that in mind, and to be honest, the lawyers and I are the worst offenders on that. And so we have to be reminded. But just so if you could keep that in mind when you're answering questions.
Okay.
All right. Then, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire as to juror number 36.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today with us.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is just kind of go through some general questions, get to know you a little bit better, and then ask you some specific questions about how you answered on your questionnaire. Is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
I'll tell you, I know it's been a long time since you filled this out. You may not remember every word you wrote down, but we have a copy. We've studied it. We're not trying to trick you. Just want to follow up on some stuff.
Okay.
All right. So if you and I were to meet in a social situation, we're having a casual conversation, first time we meet, what are some things you want me to know about you?
Ooh. I don't know. I'm pretty outgoing, family-oriented. I'm a house person. I like sports, soccer.
Soccer?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's your favorite soccer team?
It was Real Madrid when Ronaldo was there, but yeah, right now, I still go for Real Madrid, I'd say.
Okay. Great. When you received the notice that you were going to be a juror, just the general notice, you got jury duty, what was your first reaction to that?
I mean, it was kind of mind-blowing because it's a big case. So yeah, it was kind of exciting.
Exciting?
Yeah.
Why would it be exciting?
I mean, just because it's a big case, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about being called as a juror?
Not really. Didn't thought about it.
Okay. How about when you got down to the government center today?
When I what?
When you got here to the government center, and you see, the National Guard and barricades and all of that. What did you think?
I mean, nothing about it. I mean, it was secure. I didn't feel not safe.
Okay, good. And do you have any concerns about being here during the age of COVID-19?
No, not really.
Okay. So let me ask you, in your, I double checked one thing, I'm sorry. In your personal life or your professional life, can you think of a situation where you have ever been called on to resolve a dispute between two people?
Yes.
Okay. Without revealing people or, you know, any identifying information, can you just give me a general sense of what that
I used to be a manager, so
okay.
So yeah, there was a lot of issues with workers and stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what types of issues would you be called upon to resolve?
I mean, just dumb stuff, like people not liking each other or stuff like that.
So kind of interpersonal disputes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry, we have to
Yes,
say yes.
yeah, sorry.
I don't, you know, I'm trying to preserve the record here, right?
Okay,
So,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude or glib.
No problem.
Okay. So you have two co-workers, right? And they work under you. One of them comes and says, he did this to me, right?
Yes.
And how do you resolve that conflict? What did you do to try to resolve those conflicts?
Just hear both of them, and from there just come to a resolution.
Okay, but so was it simply just listening to someone and come to how do you arrive at that resolution?
Just common sense, see who's like in the wrong, or
okay.
You know.
So that kind of leads me into my next question is, how do you determine who's telling the truth in this situation? What do you do for that?
If there was more people, I will call them in and ask about it, because clearly I wasn't around. I could have been in the office. So maybe call more people that was around there to see who's telling the truth.
Okay. Would you look for any other type of evidence?
No. I mean, if it was something bigger, I could check cameras or stuff like that.
So you could potentially get additional evidence, right?
Yeah.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, based on what people say, maybe other witnesses, what they say, what other evidence may exist, like cameras, you can come to a conclusion.
Yes.
Right? Can you think of a situation where you would have two people looking at the same circumstance, like you're watching the same TV show almost, right? And they both view it different?
2-minute commercial break coming up. More news now from Fox is next.
It happened to me, but I think it could happen if the person likes more one of those people involved in the issue. Like, it could happen.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Your job as a juror, right? You are what we call the judge of the facts.
Yes.
Right. Your job is to determine what happened in this particular case, right? And then you're to take those facts and apply it to the law that the judge gives you. Do you understand that? So let me ask you a couple of questions. If the judge tells you this is the law, and this is what you need to decide, and you think it's wrong, you don't agree with it, whether it's a moral disagreement or a personal disagreement, or you just can't believe that that's the law, can you follow the law as the judge tells you to do?
I can.
Okay. Even if you think it's wrong?
If it's wrong, if I think it's wrong.
Right.
I mean, also follow the law.
Still follow the law.
Yeah, but if I feel that something is wrong, I don't get the question, honestly.
Sure. So, kind of a strange example. But what if let me think of, what if I were to tell you the judge told you that DWI, driving while impaired, is perfectly legal, right? You can drive as much as you want and as drunk as you want, right? You may disagree with that, right?
Yes.
You think it because DWI is wrong. But what if you're sitting in this case, right, and the judge tells you something that you think is wrong, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Can
Yes.
you still follow the judge's instruction, even if you believe it's wrong?
Yes, I can.
But again, kind of back to the original line of questioning, which was this: you are one of 12 people. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And would you agree with the general principle that there are two sides to every story?
Yes.
Do you think it is important to listen to both sides before you reach a conclusion?
Yes, of course.
Can you wait for the entire trial to be over before reaching a conclusion?
Yes. I will have to hear every detail about it.
And so then the question becomes, now you're sitting in the jury room and you're deliberating, right?
Yeah.
11 other people, 12 including you. And you see some piece of evidence that comes into this trial, and you think it's the most important piece of evidence in the whole trial.
Okay.
Another juror's looking at that exact same piece of evidence, and he says, or she says, oh, that's meaningless, it's irrelevant, that's not important. This is what's important. How do you resolve that type of conflict? What do you do?
I mean, when we are already talking with all the jurors, I mean, just talk it out, like hear their point of views and my point of. They have to hear my point of views, and yeah, there's going to be 12 of us, so.
Right. Are you willing to re-examine your own point of view?
Yes.
Okay. So if that piece of evidence is sitting in front of you, and you think it's the most critical piece of evidence, that's the key that unlocks this whole story, and someone else says, no, I see it a different way, are you willing to listen to that other person?
I'm willing to listen, and I hope they're willing to listen to my points as well.
Right. That's what we hope for ultimately too,
Mhm.
right? But I guess then the question becomes, what if you continue to persist in the idea that this other juror is wrong, right? That he's wrong, I'm right. How do you handle it then?
How do I handle it? Just talking it out, like I said.
Right.
I might be wrong.
Okay. Let's say you've talked it out over the course of hours or days, right?
Yeah.
Do you just go, all right, fine, I give up, I'll agree with you, simply to make a decision, or are you willing to stand by your principle even if other people disagree with you?
I'm willing to stand by my principle as well.
And you, again, understand that this case is going to, we're anticipating it's going to last about a month, right?
Yeah.
And I know, based on your answers, that you've seen some videos that have been publicly released about this case.
Yes.
Would you agree that that is one piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you understand that there is a lot more evidence that we have to discuss?
Yes.
In fact, we're talking about this lasting a month, right?
Yes.
So, despite having seen this video, are you willing to listen to all of the other evidence?
Yes.
And you may have formed some opinions already, in fact, I know you have, based on what you've seen. Are you willing to potentially allow all of that other evidence to change your opinion?
Yes.
So I just want to ask you some follow-ups on your questionnaire, sir.
Okay.
Shouldn't take too long. Again, the questionnaire was filled out a couple months ago. I understand you may not remember everything you read. Again, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to explore some of your thoughts
Okay.
and why you may have written what you wrote.
Sounds
So,
good.
the first question that you were asked just was basically for you to give kind of an outline of what you knew about the case already, right?
Yes.
And you wrote a fairly long paragraph onto a second page about what you knew and what you remember seeing, right?
Yes.
Now, you wrote, for example, when George Floyd was on the floor, Chauvin was kneeling on his neck the entire time. George Floyd was screaming for help and desperately screaming that he couldn't breathe. All this while the rest of the other officers were just watching it happen, and bystanders who were witnessing were telling Chauvin to get off George's neck because he was killing him. So, would you agree that in your paragraph, part of your paragraph, you chose some words that are indicative of your opinion of this case?
I mean, I just put whatever. I just described the video I saw, pretty much.
But like the word desperately screaming, right? Desperately, you've formed an opinion about what you saw in that video, that there was desperation. Would you?
And that's what it was.
Okay, and that's fine. And so I want you to acknowledge that you formed an opinion about this case, right?
I mean, like I said, that's what it was. Like, everybody's gonna see him, that he was desperate.
Okay. You agree that you have formed an opinion about the case, right?
If you would say it, then yeah, that's what it is.
So, because the next question kind of asks you about your opinions. The question was, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of the defendant, Mr. Chauvin? And it gave you some options: negative, very negative, neutral, somewhat positive, or very positive.
Yeah.
Like a kind of a spectrum of options.
As you can hear, everybody, Derek Chauvin's lawyer, Eric Nelson, is continuing to question potential jurors. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
In that video, you would agree?
Yes.
And it's perfectly fine for that to be your opinion, right? I'm not challenging that.
Yeah.
And the questioner asks you to explain, and you say, there was no reason for Chauvin to kneel on his neck for that long, and him just being stubborn, not wanting to let go, gave me the impression of him just showing off his authority, right?
Yes.
So, again, you're acknowledging, and it's okay. I'm really not trying to, say that you can't have an opinion.
Okay.
I need you to acknowledge that you have formed some thoughts about this case.
Okay.
And that those thoughts really go to the ultimate question that a jury has to decide. Is Mr. Chauvin guilty or not guilty, right?
Okay.
And so if I were to ask you right now what your verdict would be right now, guilty or not guilty, what would it be?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you understand, and you were asked some questions about the principles of law that apply, right? You were asked questions, and the judge reminded you yesterday that there are very important constitutional principles that apply, such as the presumption of innocence. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. In the questionnaire, and then yesterday when the judge was giving you some instructions,
yes,
you were told about some important principles of law.
Yes.
One of those principles being the presumption of innocence.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, Mr. Chauvin is presumed innocent of these charges.
Yes, until we see all the evidence and everything,
right.
Witnesses.
And so, you have formed an opinion about his guilt or not guilt status, correct?
Yes, but like I said, I'm willing to see all the evidence and everything.
Okay, and that's,
hear witnesses.
And that's ultimately the question, right? I mean,
Yes.
is we know you have an opinion,
Mhm.
right? And what you have to do if you were to be selected as a juror in this case is to set everything that you know from before aside. Right?
Yes.
To say, yeah, I don't think very highly of Mr. Chauvin, but I haven't heard all the facts yet, right?
Right.
Can you do that?
I can.
You were asked about the number of times that you have watched some video of Mr. Floyd's death, and you estimated it to be 2 or 3 times. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I'll probably say like once or twice, and maybe some clips about it.
Okay. So that's kind of what I wanted to ask is, when we talk about the video, there was a video that was uploaded to, I believe, Facebook.
Yeah.
It went viral and was shared around
Yes.
the world. Is that the video that you have watched once or twice?
Yes, that's the video.
Okay. That video, did you watch it from start to finish?
Yes, I did.
And so you watched the entire video 2 or 3 times? Or once or twice, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you also have seen various news stories, things in the media that may have a still shot from that video, or it may be just 30 seconds of that longer video, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand, again, that video is just really a finite number of minutes in a much bigger picture.
Yes.
Are you willing to set any opinions you may have formed watching that video based on all of the other evidence that may be introduced in this case?
Yes.
So you were also on the questionnaire asked some questions about what I've kind of referred to as the aftermath, the protests, the demonstrations, and ultimately the riots.
Yes.
In Minneapolis. And you indicated that you felt that the aftermath, so to speak, had a negative impact on this community.
Yes, it did.
And can you just explain a little bit more?
I just feel that it just went bad. Like there wasn't need for all of the criminal activities that happened, all the burning and looting and all of that.
Okay. Do you think that anything positive came out of it?
I mean, yeah, probably people wanted to voice their opinions, how they felt. Yeah, but then we had all the people going to those events for the wrong reasons.
And you can draw a distinction between a person's voicing their displeasure, protesting, and looting or rioting.
Yes.
There were a series of questions that, and I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm missing a page. If I can have 1 second, Your Honor. I apologize. There was this, thank you. There was a series of questions that you were kind of asked to circle your opinion from 1 to 5. Do you remember? You may not remember what they all say. But
yeah, I remember doing that, but
yeah. So there were roughly 12 of these statements, and then you were asked to strongly agree, somewhat agree, have no opinion of it, somewhat disagree, and totally disagree or strongly disagree, right? So I want to ask you about a couple of your opinions. One of the questions, or one of the statements that you were asked to rank was, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you circled that you somewhat disagree with that statement. Can you explain what your thinking was there?
It says that media what? Sorry.
It says discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you somewhat disagreed with that statement.
That's just how I feel about it.
Okay. So you you don't think that discrimination is I mean, I'm not suggesting that you don't think it exists or that it happens, but would you, another way of saying this being that you think that the media may embellish discrimination?
I mean, the media, even when the video surface, like all you're gonna see is the picture of him kneeling in George Floyd's neck or stuff like that. The media just puts things a little higher than what they are.
Okay. What's
gonna like bring more attention to them? That's how I feel.
Okay. And so in that regard, you can separate what you may have seen in the media from the evidence in this case.
Yes.
Do you think that to some degree your opinion about this case that you have coming in here today was influenced by the media?
A little bit, yeah, but like I said, I still need to see the bigger picture, evidence,
okay,
hear witnesses and all that. There's more to that than just what media shows.
Okay. One of the other questions was, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. Do you want me to read that to you again?
Yes.
Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. Okay. And you strongly disagreed with that statement. Okay?
Okay.
Can you explain that?
Why strongly disagree? I didn't understand the question.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's just flesh this out a little bit.
Yeah.
Police officers or policemen make a variety of decisions. Agreed?
Agree.
And some of those decisions, they have a lot of time to think about those decisions. They may talk to their colleagues about it, right?
Yes.
And that's not the kind of decisions we're talking about, I think. Right? If
All right, everybody. Again, Pilar Arias here. We have been staying on top of the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We will continue to do so here on News Now from Fox. I am going to take most of you on another 2-minute commercial break and also let you know that we are on standby for another news conference with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. The House is also speaking on a gun reform background checks bill here. It is 7 votes or so away from passage. So we're keeping an eye on all of these things for you right here on News Now from Fox. We'll see most of you in about 2 minutes.
Of North Carolina, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on HR 8.
For those of you still with us, 2 more votes for passage here of H.R. 8. It's a gun legislation that expands background checks. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. It looks like this bill is going to pass the House of Representatives. The Biden administration saying on Monday it, quote unquote, looks forward to working with Congress to strengthen the federal gun background check system and to implement, quote unquote, common sense steps to reduce gun violence, urging the House to pass 2 measures that would, quote, close existing loopholes, end quote, in the system. The Office of Management and Budget said in a statement of administration policy on Monday, gun violence is a public health crisis. Every day, gun violence, community violence, domestic violence, suicides, and mass shootings takes American lives and forever alters many more, OMB continued. Last year, we saw record levels of homicides in cities throughout our country, violence that disproportionately impacts Black and Latino communities. OMB said the federal gun background check system is, quote, a proven tool to reduce gun violence and save lives. This system, called the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, has kept millions of guns out of potentially dangerous hands, the OMB continued. The administration encourages the House to pass 2 bills that would help close existing loopholes in the system. So this is H.R. 8, co-sponsored by Representative Mike Thompson, the Democrat of California, and 131 additional co-sponsors. It's called the Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2021, which will require a background check for every firearm sale. Again, I said that right, for every firearm sale. It does appear that H.R. 8 has passed in the House of Representatives. We will continue to listen in here on News Now from Fox. The National Rifle Association recently vowed to oppose any push from Biden, saying, quote, it will be up to these millions of law-abiding gun owners and millions of NRA members to make their voices heard in opposition to any infringement upon their constitutional rights. So again, we're listening in, but after some research on my part saying that House bills need 218 votes to pass, it does appear this one has made it through the House of Representatives. Chuck Schumer is speaking live on the Senate floor right now. Let's listen in.
Any cabinet position in American history. We've had a vice president with Native American roots, but never a cabinet official. Given the long and troubled relationship between the federal government and tribal nations, the ascension of Rep. Haaland to the top of the Interior Department is a profoundly important moment for America as we advance on the long road, still not fully traveled at all, of equality or towards equality. For too long, tribal nations have been denied a seat at the table where decisions that were made that impacted their lives and their land. Not only will Secretary Haaland ensure that they get a seat, she will bring her own lived experiences to the table alongside them. Under President Trump, the Department of Interior became one of the most scandal-riddled agencies in the history of the federal government. It gave oil and mining companies carte blanche to drill in wildlife reserves, rolled back environmental protections, and greatly undermined trust in the federal government and tribal lands. Rep. Haaland will move the department in a dramatically different direction. One of her most important responsibilities will be to restore and uphold the federal government's obligation to sovereign tribal nations. I cannot think of a better candidate to take on this job than Rep. Haaland, and I greatly look forward to confirming her. It will be historic. Now, in general, Madam President, the Senate is making great progress in installing President Biden's highly qualified nominees. So far, we've already confirmed 16 cabinet-level appointments. We're set to increase that number to 18 after Secretaries Haaland and Becerra are approved. Every single one of the President's nominees has been confirmed with a bipartisan vote here on the Senate floor. President Biden deserves to have his team in place, and the Senate is moving quickly to get the job done. Now, on the American Rescue Plan, which finally cleared the hurdle in Congress yesterday by passing the House. The plan is now only a signature away, a presidential signature, from becoming law. Soon, very soon, the most sweeping recovery effort in recent history will get underway. Direct checks will be delivered to American families from coast to coast, roughly 85% of all households. The American people can expect those $1,400 checks for each person in the family to be delivered by the end of March. And we're making amazingly good progress on vaccines. Vaccines will be available far more quickly to far more people. Just this morning, the Biden administration announced an expansion of the vaccine program, and I was able to announce that more than 100 community health centers in my home state of New York will be eligible to get their own dedicated supply of vaccines. There is a brand new vaccine supercharge for New York and for some of the rest of the nation as well. The crux: more vaccines and more sites to administer them. Over 100 sites will be set up across New York State and administer a massive influx of new shot supplies. There is light at the end of this COVID tunnel, which has always been centered on access to a free vaccine for all New Yorkers. More access and more shots means a quicker recovery, and that's what we want. And that is becoming available for my home state of New York and for the entire nation. The CHC sites, community health center sites, will be federally funded, organized by the Department of Health and Human Services, a huge expansion. We have all heard stories, numerous stories, of people having to travel too far to get the vaccine, hampering our ability to recover and return to normal. With this announcement of more vaccines and more New York sites to administer them, New Yorkers have something to celebrate, and I thank the President for working with us to make this effort real and to bring it to every state in the nation. Now, other things are happening too. Our schools will receive critical assistance to update their infrastructure, to hire more teachers and tutors, and prepare to reopen as fast and as safe as possible. There's going to be money for broadband. There's going to be dollars for rural hospitals. There's going to be dollars to help our tribal nations, all who are suffering. The new Restaurants Act, so important to so many of our states, is becoming law. More money for Save Our Stages to help our arts institutions is coming. And perhaps the thing that we are most proud of, although there are so many in this bill, helping people with their pensions, making sure those who are laid off still get health care by funding COBRA fully. So many good things for average working families. But maybe the most important of all, who knows, there's so many good things in this bill, but maybe it's the child tax credit, which will cut childhood poverty in half. When a child is born into poverty, no fault of his or her own, they don't get adequate nutrition, they don't get adequate health care, they don't get adequate housing, they don't get adequate education. And then when they go into young adulthood, they have nowhere to go. And then they get blamed for their plight. The better, smarter, more effective thing to do is help them get out of poverty early so they can lead good, productive lives as citizens and as taxpayers. We're doing that for the first time here, and I hope it's something that we can continue. Simply put, the American Rescue Plan is one of the most significant pieces of legislation to pass the Congress in recent history. Yesterday, I started describing in more detail some of the lesser-known aspects of the plan. Everyone knows the vaccines are coming. The $1,400 checks are coming. The money for schools is coming. And now people know of the child tax credit. But there are lots of other things in this bill. Today, I want to continue by talking about another unheralded provision, assistance to Native communities, a topic very much on theme today given the nomination of Secretary Haaland. One of the most tragic features of the COVID-19 pandemic is how destructive it has been for America's tribal nations. Native Americans have faced the highest risk of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths due to COVID-19, bar none, the highest. Early in the crisis, the Navajo Nation, to take one example, saw more cases per capita than any other state in the country. Decades of an unraveling social safety net, declining economic opportunity, an overburdened health system, and the failure of the federal government to honor its trust obligations to American tribes left Native communities unequipped to handle the crisis. But in the American Rescue Plan, Democrats will deliver the single largest investment in Native programs in our nation's history. We are very proud of that. It is historic. The single largest investment in Native communities in our nation's history. More than $31.2 billion in direct funding will go to the tribes and communities to defeat this pandemic and rebuild their communities. $20 billion directly to tribal governments so they can stabilize essential services, $6 billion to the Indian Health Service, not just for vaccines and testing and tracing, but to improve and restore these rural, long-neglected hospitals. $100 million more for Native education. $10 million will go to just make sure communities can access clean water. Listen to the items I just mentioned. Clean water, keeping hospitals running, connecting kids to broadband. These are absolute necessities. And the American Rescue Plan is going to dedicate resources to all of them.
Interrupting Senator Chuck Schumer here really quickly, everybody, with a news alert. We were watching the House floor. You see here from Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes. He has tweeted, H.R. 8 universal background checks passes with some Republican support. Progress, miracles are possible. Here's a live look now at the House floor. They have continued on to other business of the day. But again, H.R. 8 has passed. Universal background checks for gun purchases.
For what purposes? The gentleman from California.
And a lot of people are talking about it on social media right now. So that is the news alert. Before we pass things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, let's continue to listen in to Senator Chuck Schumer. And it appears Senator Schumer has just wrapped up. So I'm going to take you back out to Minneapolis and Minnesota for the latest on the Derek Chauvin trial. Jury selection continues.
About it. Do you think that that might affect you one way or the other in terms of coming to a decision regarding the conduct that occurred after he had been placed on the ground?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Sure. You indicated that perhaps if George Floyd would have complied with the officer, he would have just been arrested and this wouldn't have happened. But what I'm wondering is if that, if that belief that you have, if that would somehow affect evaluating any conduct toward him after, he was placed on the ground.
Oh no, that wouldn't have any conflict. Okay. No, there's more to it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
No, like there's more that happened than just that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, would you agree, or do you feel that even if the George Floyd was initially non-compliant, you still have to look at what happened and
Yes.
evaluate the conduct and the responsibilities
Yes.
separately?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. You stated in your questionnaire that you believed that you somewhat disagree with the proposition that the criminal justice system is biased against minorities. Do you recall that response?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you've come to that conclusion?
And they're somewhat biased. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the media, and all they show is that they're being biased. So yeah, that's why I somewhat disagree, because I haven't honestly felt that or be in a position to feel that way. So yeah.
The media in the news, I noticed that you're also somewhat of a fan of true crime shows. Is that right? So tell me what true crime shows you watch.
I listen to a lot of podcasts. Like I said, I'm a route driver, so I'm always listening to podcasts. And yeah, it's just true crime stories. Crime Junkie.
Crime Junkie?
Like that. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay. How often do you think you listen to that podcast?
Whenever an episode comes out, I'm working 8 hours, so I have plenty of time to listen to different episodes. I don't only listen crime stuff, so
it's not all crime all the time?
No.
Okay.
So there's plenty of other shows that I listen to, news, sports, podcast.
But you did indicate in your question.
Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world. We want to get out of that for just a little bit and take you out to some more breaking news right here, as it is really starting to heat up now for Governor Andrew Cuomo. We are getting some new details this morning there as these allegations continue to mount there for the governor. Now, the new this morning just coming down within the last moments. 59 Democratic New York legislators are calling on Cuomo to resign. They're from his own party here. So let's get into some of the details for you right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. In a new letter, a combined 59 members of New York Democrats and New York majority are calling on Governor Cuomo to resign, saying in a new letter he has lost the confidence of the public and the state legislature. With 40 signatures of that in the assembly, those numbers have impeachment powers there. So we will be following this very closely. And then happening just moments ago as well, with the New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio calling the women's allegations, quote, powerful and painful. Says Cuomo can no longer serve as governor, but doesn't use the word resign yet there. So we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on this. The pressure continues to mount there for the Democrat New York Governor Andrew Cuomo there, as more and more allegations come to light. And now Democrats on his own side are urging him to resign here. What will happen next? What will happen in the coming hours, in the coming days? How much longer will the governor possibly be in office here? So we will follow that for you right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. We got a lot of events to get to today, so we will be tracking it all for you right here. But we do have right now Senator Mitch McConnell speaking live on the Senate floor.
Extraordinary disruptions and incredible heroes in lab coats in America and worldwide worked at light speed to decode this new enemy and create life-saving vaccines in record time. Today, together, we're standing on the cusp of a new springtime for our country, not like anything we've experienced in our lifetimes. More than 95 million vaccine doses have reached American arms, another 2 million every single day. COVID-related deaths have plummeted, now less than half of their high, particularly for the elderly and the vulnerable. Science reaffirms kids can be safely in the classroom right now. States are starting to lift blanket restrictions, freeing citizens and small businesses to follow smart precautions themselves. And for weeks, every indicator has suggested our economy is poised to come roaring back with more job openings for Americans who need work. None of these trends began on January 20th. President Biden and his Democratic government inherited a tide that had already begun to turn toward decisive victory. In 2020, Congress passed 5 historic bipartisan bills to save our health system, protect our economic foundations, and fund Operation Warp Speed to find vaccines. Senate Republicans led the Bipartisan CARES Act that got our country through the last year. The American people already built a parade that's been marching toward victory. Democrats just want to sprint in front of the parade and claim credit. So when 10 Republican senators went to the White House to suggest working together, a Democrat said no. Both the Democratic leader and the White House chief of staff now indicate they think President Obama's problem was that he was too bipartisan. This time, as one journalist put it, the situation was, quote, Democrats to GOP, take it or leave it, end quote. The it that we're talking about here was a bill that only spent about 1% on vaccines and about 9% on the entire health fight. The rest of the tab went to things like this: a $350 billion bailout for state and local budgets unrelated to pandemic needs, with strings attached to stop states from cutting taxes on their own citizens down the road. Take the money, you don't get to cut taxes. Massive federal school funding spread over several years without requiring quick reopening. Sweeping new government benefits with no work requirements whatsoever. A time warp to the bad times before bipartisan welfare reform, which Democrats already say they want to make permanent. An agricultural assistance conditioned not on specific financial need, but solely on the demographics of the farmer, which some liberal activists are celebrating as reparations. Only about 20% of the spending went to $1,400 direct checks to try to and keep all of the unrelated socialism out of the spotlight. This wasn't a bill to finish off the pandemic. It was a multi-trillion-dollar Trojan horse full of bad old liberal ideas. President Biden's own staff keep calling this legislation, quote, the most progressive bill in American history. Hardly the common sense bipartisanship that the president promised. So we pause today at the one-year mark to remember and to mourn. But we also look with great optimism toward the future. 2021 is set to be an historic comeback year, not because of the far-left legislation that was passed after the tide had already turned, but because of the resilience of the American people. Now, Mr. President, on a completely different matter, at noon today, the Senate will vote on whether to pluck the Becerra nomination out of committee after it failed to garner enough support to advance. Every one of President Biden's nominations the Senate has considered so far has received bipartisan support for confirmation. There's a reason Mr. Becerra could not get one single Republican vote to move out of committee. It's because he's such a thoroughly partisan actor with so little subject matter expertise and such a demonstrated history of hostility toward basic values like the freedom of science, of conscience, the freedom of conscience. There's nothing about Mr. Becerra's record in Congress or in California to suggest he's the best possible person to run the Department of Health and Human Services in the middle of a once-in-a-generation viral pandemic, not even close. This is too important a job at too important a time for this administration to put raw partisanship ahead of qualifications. So I would strongly urge all senators to vote against rescuing this nomination from committee. Let's give the president the opportunity to make a better selection. Now, Mr. President, on one final matter, as I've mentioned, it's customary for some top Senate staff positions to see new faces when party control changes hands. Today, it's my honor to pay tribute to Mary Sue Jones, a huge asset to this institution, who's become an institution herself. Tomorrow, Mary will finish her second separate run as Assistant Secretary of the Senate and conclude a Senate career that has spanned more than a quarter of a century. I first met Mary Jones in the mid-1990s when we brought her on board to help manage my office. Neither I nor Mary's colleagues back then could have predicted that nearly 30 years later she'd depart as one of the most senior officers in the entire place. But the truth is, if you had told us, nobody would have been even a little surprised either. I've entrusted Mary with a lot of different responsibilities over the years. She served as our office manager just a few years out of college. She came with me to the Rules Committee, first as Deputy Staff Director and then the top job. Senator Frist had the good judgment to ask her to be Assistant Secretary in the early 2000s. Then she returned to Rules and resumed serving as our side's Staff Director under Senators Bob Bennett, Lamar Alexander, and then Pat Roberts. And finally, she generously brought all of this expertise and institutional knowledge back to the Assistant Secretary role 6 years ago. In her first job in my office, Mary organized one team of people and our infrastructure. In her current job, she's overseen 26 departments and scores of Senate staff, pushing resources and guidance down and pushing information up. In between, at Rules, she tackled things like helping run presidential inaugurations. Through it all, I cannot name one time when Mary Jones did not deliver. She is consistent, competent, and completely reliable. No wonder her name has become a kind of catchphrase around the Senate when anyone's trying to track down some key piece of wisdom or is puzzling over how to get something done. Well, let's ask Mary Jones. Have you checked with Mary Jones? I think Mary knows all about that. Everyone from junior staff to senior senators, Republicans and Democrats have been able to count on Mary for expertise and execution. On a million different subjects, she knows the answer to the question you're going to ask before you even finished asking it. A rock-solid administrator, a consummate professional, she is just that good. So I'm sorry to see Mary depart the Senate, but she's given generously to this place. She's certainly earned the opportunity to apply her many talents to some new challenges and perhaps knock a few miles off of her famously epic commute while she's at it. The whole Senate thanks Mary for her excellent service. We wish her, her husband, and their kids all the best in the exciting new chapters that lie ahead.
And with that, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi speaking
Morning
live.
business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to...
So here we are. 1 year ago today, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus, the COVID-19, a pandemic. A pandemic. On that day, by then, 1,000 Americans had been infected. About 38 had died from the pandemic. Here we are a year later, as we observe that sad moment and everything that has ensued from them, with over 500,000 Americans who have died. Around 30 million have become infected. And again, our hearts are broken for them, for their families, and for all of those who are affected by the coronavirus. But we also today are celebrating legislation that will make a tremendous difference. President Biden's American Rescue Plan is a plan to crush the virus and to save lives and livelihood of the American people. It is historic, it is monumental, it is consequential, and I said it's probably the most consequential legislation most of us will ever many of us will ever vote for in the Congress. I put it on the par with the Affordable Care Act as having serious consequences for the well-being of the American people. The Biden plan will make an immediate difference in people's lives, injecting vaccine into their arms, money into their pockets, children going back into school safely, and people going to work safely. So it's just remarkable. It's remarkable legislation. Unfortunately, Republicans, as I say, vote no and take the dough. You see already some of them claiming, oh, this is a good thing or that's a good thing, but they couldn't give it a vote. But anyway, enough of them. I talked about children in school. When I talked about this legislation yesterday, I talked about it in terms of America's children. Children are my why I went from housewife to House Speaker, because of the children, that 1 in 5 children in America lives in poverty. As a mother of 5, I couldn't abide that and wanted to make a difference in public policy. 1 in 5 goes to sleep hungry at night. That was even before the coronavirus. And I've always said that the 3 most important issues facing the Congress are our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their families, including the pension security for their grandparents, and an environment in which they can thrive safely, a world at peace in which they can reach their fulfillment. Well, the first 3 of those, their health, their education, and the economic security of their families, was very much affected by the Biden American Rescue Plan. We're very proud of what it does for children, their health, their education, and the economic security of their families. Today on the floor, we go to that 4th place, a safe environment in which our children can thrive by passing the background check legislation. It's hard to imagine legislation being more popular than the rescue plan, 75%, whatever. This legislation, background checks, closer to 90%. Bipartisan support across the country. Receiving the support of gun owners, hunters, and the rest. They've all had to do a background check. Why shouldn't others? Our chairman of the task force, Mike Thompson, is a hunter, is a veteran, and is a gun owner. And he has had, again, protective of the First Amendment rights of gun owners, but also protective of the survival of our children. So I see this issue through the eyes of our children. I tell my colleagues the stories when I go to like a child care center in my district several years ago. We're playing on the floor with stuff, and all of a sudden a balloon burst and the kids yell, drop. 4-year-old children yelling, drop. And that is not unusual in certain communities. What are we doing to our children? As Senator Murphy this morning in our press conference talked about what it does to the well-being of children to live in a dangerous atmosphere. And so we all know about the children in Newtown, and I thought for sure we would get gun violence prevention legislation passed then, but they said no, time and time again. Florida, Nevada, you name it, all over the country. So here we are with this legislation, and we're very optimistic that with 90% support in the public and with a public awareness, again, the drumbeat created by the people out there, the survivors of gun violence. We told them we're not resting until we get this job done. And today we're taking a step in that direction for the children. And as I say about these members of Congress, there's no, if you're afraid to vote for gun violence prevention because of your political survival, understand this: the political survival of none of us is more important than the survival of our children and the fear that they have of this. So as I've said about the rescue package, how great it was. When we sent it over to the Senate in a package that had been negotiated There were some changes, not much, so that we could receive it back in terms of the essence of the bill. But one important part of it that did not survive the bird rule or the bird lady or whatever it is over there was the minimum wage. And we will persist with the minimum wage. Now, what I want you to understand is, because so many times you hear people say, well, I'm for a $10 minimum wage, or I'm for an $11 minimum wage. Well, understand what the fight for 15 has been all about. It's about a fight for 15 where by 2025, people would arrive at $15. So if you're for a $10 raise in the minimum wage now, it's only $9.50 in this year, 2021, $11 in 2022, $12.50 in 2023, $14 in 2024, and finally $15 in 2025. I've been fighting for the fight for 15 for a number of years. Quite frankly, I think it should be higher. But this is the fight that we are in. So if you think it's okay to have a $10 minimum wage, we don't even get there this year. We don't even get there this year. When we passed the bill in 2007, it was one of the first bills we passed, the first 100 hours of the new Democratic majority. It was one of our fight for, 6 for 6, the 6 for 06 that we had, 6 bills. We passed it. We sent it to the Senate. It didn't make it there, but we put it in an appropriations bill, and it passed. First, we passed it, and President Bush vetoed it. But then we put it in an appropriations bill, and then it was passed and signed by the president. So it was a fight then for $7.25, really. I tell the story that when we went outside to celebrate, Senator Kennedy was the leader of it as the chairman of the Health Committee in the Senate. He came to the podium and he said, you know what we have to do now? We have to raise the minimum wage, because he knew that $7.25 wasn't even enough then. But here it is, $9.50. Can you live on $9.50? Family of 4, both parents making the minimum wage, $7.25, still under the poverty line. And by the way, a low substandard minimum wage is corporate welfare. It is subsidizing the private sector not to reward work. And how do we subsidize it? Medicaid, food assistance, housing assistance, and the rest. So the taxpayer is subsidizing the low minimum wage for the private sector. Fortunately, not everybody in the private sector thinks that way, and they respect the dignity of work, and many of them have come closer to a, not even a living wage, but at least a higher minimum wage. So this is we're not giving up on that. We're not giving up on gun violence prevention. We've told the survivors again and again, we're not going away. We will persist until the law is changed and we have safety for our children. So again, this is a hopeful time, and I want to praise, of course, Senator Schumer, Leader Schumer, for his leadership in sending us back a bill that we did not have to amend or go to conference on, because it resembled enough what we had sent over there, except for the minimum wage. And we'll find a path on that. So again, 1 year ago, declared a pandemic. In the course of that time, declared a hoax, all the rest of that, avoiding science and the rest. And now, truly an attempt to crush the virus. Any questions? Yes? Okay. Yeah. And then Garrett. You can
sure. So when you have been focused on COVID, the Republicans have been talking about immigration. When you were focused on the Voting Rights Act, they were talking about immigration. Today, you're talking about 5 for 15. Today, they're talking about immigration. I'm wondering if House Democrats, if you guys, why are we not seeing the same thing? Is this a distraction on their part? Is it a mistake for House Democrats to not include immigration elements earlier in the agenda? I'm just trying to square how these two parties are talking about such different things as the key issue right now.
Well, I guess their Dr. Seuss approach didn't work for them, so now they've had to change the subject. But we do not prioritize our values and how we can make a difference in the lives of the American people to be attuned to the bankruptcy of ideas that the Republicans have. No, there was no mistake. The bill is, except for the minimum wage, again, certain tweaks here and there, which were not consequential. The bill is what we all agree to as the priorities to save lives and livelihoods, shots in the arm, money in the pockets, kids in the school safely, and workers back in their jobs. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to ask you about the surge of unaccompanied minors at the southern border. The Biden administration has acknowledged that the humanitarian effort that they have may be an incentive for them to come. What would you like to see done out there?
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard them say that that would be an incentive. I do think what they are doing is talking to regional governments to say, keep them home, as well as if they have a case for refugee status or asylum seekers, to have that adjudicated have those interviews happen in the country of origin. But for those who are coming, they have a humane policy about how they, as quickly as possible, and it takes time because you want to do it right, can get them situated with family member or safe place for them to be. And it will be nothing like what we saw in the Trump administration of PBs being snatched from the arms of their parents. To me, as a mom and a grandmother, that to me is like the most vile, with stiff competition from the Trump administration, but one of the most vile things they did. So I think that I trust the Biden administration's policy to be based on humanitarian and love of children rather than political points or red meat for their Republican base. Now, let me just say one thing about asylum seekers. 4 years ago, around now, the then president put a Muslim ban in place. The same women who marched the day after the inauguration saw the power of their presence. And many of them marched to the airports and to other venues to protest the Muslim ban. But not only them, they were an example to others. And you saw an outpouring of disapproval of what the president was doing. We then had a session here. It couldn't be a hearing because we were in the minority, but we had a rump meeting about asylum seekers and opposition to the Muslim ban. We had the military come and say, how could they do this? We promised our interpreters and others who helped us in Iraq and Afghanistan who were Muslim that they could come to the United States, and this is hurting our security. We had our diplomats, maybe 1,000 signed a letter, which was unusual, that many, but them to testify about how this was bad for our national security from a diplomatic standpoint. We had economists saying this is bad for our economy in terms of the intellectual resources that we were depriving our country of. But why I bring it up is we had a representative of the American Evangelicals Association, or the Association of American Evangelicals. And what he said at that meeting that I think everybody should continue to remember, because the evangelicals have been really good on immigration and on asylum seekers and refugees. He said the United States Refugee Resettlement Program is the crown jewel of American humanitarianism. And that was at a time when the administration was preparing to reduce the number that we received while encouraging other countries to take other asylum seekers. So it's a value decision that we have to make. And I think the difference between this administration and the one before is great in terms of how we meet the needs of these children, placing them as much as possible with family, but in other safe homes, and in the meantime to have a humanitarian reception for them wherever they are. It's a big, when I'll just tell you this one more thing. I took a group, before COVID, so it was the last trip that I was able to take to Central America, to the Northern Triangle, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, to see what was happening there in terms of dangerous situations that people were escaping, and that was the reason why they would risk crossing a desert, because they would die if they stayed home, and their children as well. What were the economic situation? What was it that we could help them with to keep people home? Because people really genuinely do like to stay home. One of the things that was interesting on that trip was that a number of the people who were leaving for economic reasons were farmers, because the drought had caused such a severe situation in the Northern Triangle, they could no longer farm. It was what was arable before was no longer arable. Again, a climate issue. And so there are all kinds of ways that we can help people be successful or comfortable, at least at home, rather than coming to the United States, but to recognize there are many reasons why they do. Some because of the dangerous situation to their lives. And we could spend all day going on chapter and verse of all the young people we met and how they feared for their lives in the communities they were in. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, since the president has already started meeting with lawmakers from both parties on infrastructure, it seems like that may be the next legislative agenda item for the Biden administration. Curious your thoughts on the size and scope of a deal, considering that the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill got 0 Republican votes in Congress.
Yeah. Well, I thank you for the question. It's one of my favorite subjects. The infrastructure, we like to call it, jobs legislation, is it's so important because it's about jobs. It's about quality of life for people when we have better roads and transit systems and the rest, to have them spend less time in their cars, more time at home. A 45-minute ride, which should be a 20 or 15-minute ride, that's a quality of life issue. What that means in terms of clean air for our children and grandchildren to breathe. So it's a quality of life issue in many respects in terms of time, but also in terms of clean air. Again, a jobs issue, not only in the construction of these projects, but also the commerce it enables to happen. And in farm country, where time is important in terms of produce from field to, or from farm to market, and the rest, time. So the list goes on and on. And it's not just roads and bridges and mass transit and high-speed railroad. It's also about water systems. Some of the water systems that we have now are over 100 years old. I've been saying this for 10 years, so they're over 110 years old. They're made of brick and wood. We really need to address the water systems in our country. And one of my colleagues, Congresswoman Tlaib, has been on this case in terms of safe water for our children all over the country, as has Dan Kildee, representing Flint, Michigan, and the rest. So it's about that, but it's also about infrastructure. We see in all of this telemedicine, distance learning, commerce through the internet, family interactions, and the rest. So that piece of infrastructure, which might not have been one we had 20 years ago, is important now. So for these and other reasons, schools, housing, all that. But remember this has always been bipartisan for us. In the years I've been in Congress, 3 decades, It's always been bipartisan. The only time they interfered with that is when President Obama presented his plan and they cut it back. But we still got something, but not as much as was needed by the American Society of Civil Engineers. We're way behind where we should be in terms of building the infrastructure. So I would hope it would, because it'll be in their districts. Again, they'll vote no and take the dough, show up at the ribbon cutting and the rest. So hopefully they will be an intellectual resource as well as to what are the priorities in their region, what has the support of the communities and the rest, and whether it's a water project or whatever infrastructure it is. It's very popular with the American people. And the problem we had, President Trump always said during the campaign, his 16 campaign, and since for a long time, he always talked about infrastructure. I didn't have a conversation with him for the first year and a half, say, that he was in office, that infrastructure was not a part of the conversation. It's just when it came time to pay for it that he stormed out the door. But we'll have to pay for some of it. We'll have to find ways to cover with fees, et cetera. That's all a discussion that has to take place now. But there's no question. The most expensive maintenance of our infrastructure is no maintenance. It only just gets worse. And so we see this as a tremendous opportunity all across America, creating jobs, promoting commerce, cleaning the air, improving quality of life. And we hope that it will be bipartisan.
Madam Speaker, International Women's Week, call on a woman.
Yeah, I have that. What do you got?
Or the other woman.
I wanted to ask you, in January, after the insurrection on the Capitol, you said that on the future security threats, that was something that was in the House. So the security threats were now in the House. I'm wondering what evidence you have.
I've said that has been alleged. I have never made any characterization of that. That remains for the FBI and others to investigate. What do you got, Chad?
Chad. Thank you so much. So yesterday, the House Administration Committee voted to continue its inquiry into the Iowa 2nd Congressional District here.
That's right.
Could you see a scenario, depending on what they find in their probe, of unseating the current member and seating Rita Hart if it came to that?
You know, Chad is always the hypothetical. Could you see a scenario? We don't do press conferences on can you see a scenario. Of course.
That would be a pretty bold move to do that.
Well, I respect the work of the committee. I did see, as you saw in the press, what they decided to, and they were following as I read it, the requirements of the law as to how you go forward. And how you go forward is the path you're on, and we'll see where that takes us. Yeah, but there could be a scenario to that extent. Yes.
On the minimum wage?
Will the Giants win the World Series?
$9.50, $11, $12.50, $14. It takes all this time to get to $15 an hour. Carry this around in your head and think of how you could live on this, put food on the table, and have the dignity of your work respected. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And with that, everybody, we will be taking another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. Always here with you. And for those of you staying around here with us that didn't get into a break, we appreciate you always still being here with us. Let's listen to a little bit more of the Derek Chauvin trial. Jury selection continuing.
Yeah, let's do it later. Morning, sir. Come on up. And you are juror number
31.
31. Before I turn questioning over to the attorneys, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath, and then ask a few questions myself.
Sure.
So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
Thank you. We are sticking to COVID-19 procedures. I will keep my mask on. We have plexiglass between us, and there's plexi between you and the lawyers. But that, I think, is sufficient that if you want to remove your mask in order to answer questions, and if it's necessary to be clear, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
But I pretty much leave it to your discretion. So, first of all, with regard to the questionnaire, is everything true on the questionnaire? To the best of your recollection.
At the time it was completed, yes.
Yes, and there's actually an issue there that I'm going to talk about. Now, in fact, let's talk about it right now. Your mother was in hospice at the time the questionnaire was filled out.
She was.
Okay. Current status?
She passed away a month ago.
Okay. Do you think that that's going to be, obviously, you're probably still grieving? Is that going to be a problem of being a juror in this case?
That won't be a problem.
Okay. And we'll talk about other issues as well. Other than that, are there any other changes, amendments, additions to the questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could state what those are that you recall right now.
At the time the questionnaire was filled out, it was accurate. Since then, I have considered some of my answers and learned more information.
Okay.
That would change at least one of my answers.
All right. Is it the type of thing that would either reveal sensitive or embarrassing information about yourself, or identification information about yourself? In other words, the details are so specific that somebody would be able to do that? Or is it simply some opinion or other thing that you wanted to amend from the questionnaire?
It's other, it's not sensitive information.
Okay, I think then we'll stay on the audio and the record, and you can feel free to state it since we are in individual questioning.
Yes. Well, it might reveal some sensitive information, frankly, Judge.
All right. Is there any objection to going off audio? All right. All right. Then under the rules, under Minnesota Rule 2602, subdivision 4.4, we're going to go to a modified in-camera examination. Specifically, we'll cut the audio. So in other words, free to do so.
Okay.
Nobody gets in trouble in this courtroom for adding or amending to their questionnaire.
Sounds good.
All right. Now, that questionnaire also advised you not to read anything in the newspaper or watch any media about this.
Yeah.
And I assume you've done that, but it was months ago. We understand sometimes that inadvertently you might be exposed to information.
Yeah.
That is not seeking it out. See a headline, a friend might talk to you about the case, and since we said don't tell anybody you're a potential juror, you can't really stop them. Anything like that happen that gave you additional information about the case?
No, I've been trying not to see anything about it.
Okay, so nothing about the parties, the procedures, anything like that? Okay. You did describe what you, up until the time of the questionnaire, knew about the case.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is going to be, can you put anything you've heard outside this courtroom aside and decide the case just on the facts, the evidence, and the law that you received from the court?
Yes.
Okay. Also, you may have formed opinions about this case or generally. Also fine. Everybody probably has an opinion based on what they've heard or saw or seen.
Yeah.
Can you put your opinions aside and decide the case on the law again and the facts and the evidence?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Any concerns about that?
No.
Okay. You received a long list of witnesses?
Oh, yeah.
Recognize anybody on there?
No, I didn't.
Okay, great. Anything about the length of the trial that would cause you problems?
I mean, I don't know yet how lengthy it's going to be.
Okay, we anticipate that after today, you'll know whether you're on the jury or not.
Okay.
And you'll come back March 29th. So you'll be on your own, do whatever you want until then. And then we anticipate, our best estimate, is that trial will be 4 weeks long.
4 weeks long?
Can you make that work?
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. All right, before I turn over to the attorneys, I'm also going to advise you, this is kind of a formal process. But as you're talking to the attorneys, sometimes we lapse into normal conversational style, which includes talking over each other. And we are taking this down. The court reporter needs for people not to talk at the same time. So if you kind of keep that in mind, and to be honest, the lawyers and I are the worst offenders on that. And so we have to be reminded. But just so if you could keep that in mind when you're answering questions.
Okay.
All right. Then, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire as to juror number 36.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today with us. Here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is just kind of go through some general questions, get to know you a little bit better, and then ask you some specific questions about how you answered on your questionnaire. Is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
I'll tell you, I know it's been a long time since you filled this out. You may not remember every word you wrote down, but we have a copy. We've studied it. We're not trying to trick you. Just want to follow up on some stuff.
Okay.
All right. So if you and I were to meet in a social situation, we're having a casual conversation, first time we meet, what are some things you want me to know about you?
Ooh. I don't know. I'm pretty outgoing, family-oriented. I'm a house person. I like sports, soccer.
Soccer?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's your favorite soccer team?
It was Real Madrid when Ronaldo was there, but yeah, right now, I still go for Real Madrid, let's say.
Okay. Great. When you received the notice that you were going to be a juror, just the general notice, you got jury duty, what was your first reaction to that?
I mean, it was kind of mind-blowing because it's a big case. So yeah, it was kind of exciting.
Exciting?
Yeah.
Why would it be exciting?
I mean, just because it's a big case, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about being called as a juror?
Not really. Didn't thought about it.
Okay. How about when you got down to the government center today?
When I what?
When you got here to the government center, and you see, the National Guard and barricades and all of that, what did you think?
I mean, nothing about it. I mean, it was secure. I didn't feel not safe.
Okay, good. And do you have any concerns about being here during the age of COVID-19?
No, not really.
Okay. So let me ask you, in your, I double checked one thing, I'm sorry. In your personal life or your professional life, can you think of a situation where you have ever been called on to resolve a dispute between two people?
Yes.
Okay. Without revealing people or, any identifying information, can you just give me a general sense of what that is?
I used to be a manager, so...
Okay.
So yeah, there was a lot of issues with workers and stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what types of issues would you be called upon to resolve?
I mean, just dumb stuff, like people not liking each other or stuff like that.
So kind of interpersonal disputes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry, we have to...
Yes, yes, sorry.
I don't, I'm trying to preserve the record here, right?
Okay,
so,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude or glib.
No problem.
Okay. So you have two co-workers, right? And that work under you. One of them comes and says he did this to me, right?
Yes.
And how do you resolve that conflict? What did you do to try to resolve those conflicts?
Just hear both of them, and from there just come to a resolution.
Okay, but so was it simply just listening to someone and come to how do you arrive at that resolution?
Just common sense, see who's like in the wrong, or
okay.
You know.
So so that kind of leads me into my next question is, how do you determine who's telling the truth in this situation? What do you do for that?
If there was more people, I will call them in and ask about it, because clearly I wasn't around. I could have been in the office. So maybe call more people that was around there and to see who's telling the truth.
Okay. Would you look for any other type of evidence?
No. I mean, if it was something bigger, I could check cameras or stuff like that.
So you could potentially get additional evidence, right?
Yeah.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, based on what people say, maybe other witnesses, what they say, what other evidence may exist, like cameras, you can come to a conclusion.
Yes.
Right? Can you think of a situation where you would have two people looking at the same circumstance, like you're watching the same TV show almost, right? And they both view it differently? Like they both reach different conclusions?
I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I think it could happen if the person likes more one of those people involved in the issue. Like, it could happen.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Your job as a juror, right? You are what we call the judge of the facts.
Yes.
Right. Your job is to determine what happened in this particular case, right? And then you're to take those facts and apply it to the law that the judge gives you. Do you understand that? So let me ask you a couple of questions. If the judge tells you this is the law and this is what you need to decide, and you think it's wrong, you don't agree with it, whether it's a moral disagreement or a personal disagreement, or you just can't believe that that's the law, can you follow the law as the judge tells you to do?
I can.
Okay. Even if you think it's wrong?
If it's wrong, if I think it's wrong.
Right.
I mean, I also follow the law.
Still follow the law?
Yeah, but if I feel that something is wrong, I don't get the question, honestly.
Sure. So, kind of a strange example. But what if, let me think of, what if I were to tell you the judge told you that DWI, driving while impaired, is perfectly legal, right? You can drive as much as you want and as drunk as you want, right? You may disagree with that, right?
Yes.
You think it because DWI is wrong. But what if you're sitting in this case, right, and the judge tells you something that you think is wrong, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Can you still follow the judge's instruction, even if you believe it's wrong?
Yes, I can.
But again, kind of back to the original line of questioning, which was this: you are one of 12 people. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And would you agree with the general principle that there are two sides to every story?
Yes.
Do you think it is important to listen to both sides before you reach a conclusion?
Yes, of course.
Can you wait for the entire trial to be over before reaching a conclusion?
Yes. I will have to hear every detail about it.
And so then the question becomes, now you're sitting in the jury room and you're deliberating, right?
Yeah.
11 other people, 12 including you. And you see some piece of evidence that comes into this trial. And you think it's the most important piece of evidence in the whole trial.
Okay.
Another juror's looking at that exact same piece of evidence, and he says or she says, oh, that's meaningless, it's irrelevant, that's not important. This is what's important. How do you resolve that type of conflict? What do you do?
I mean, when we are already talking with all the jurors, I mean, just talk it out. Like, hear their point of views and they have to hear my point of views, and yeah, there's going to be 12 of us, so.
Right. Are you willing to re-examine your own point of view?
Yes.
Okay. So if that piece of evidence is sitting in front of you, and you think it's the most critical piece of evidence, that's the key that unlocks this whole story, and someone else says, no, I see it a different way, are you willing to listen to that other person?
I'm willing to listen, and I hope they're willing to listen to my points as well.
Right. That's what we hope for ultimately too, right? But I guess then the question becomes, what if you continue to persist in the idea that this other juror is wrong, right? That he's wrong, I'm right. How do you handle it then?
How do I handle it? Just talking it out, like I said.
Right.
I might be wrong.
Okay. Let's say you've talked it out over the course of hours or days, right?
Yeah.
Do you just go, all right, fine, I give up, I'll agree with you, simply to make a decision, or are you willing to stand by your principle even if other people disagree with you?
I'm willing to stand by my principle as well.
And you, again, understand that this case is we're anticipating it's going to last about a month, right?
Yeah.
And I know based on your answers that you've seen some videos that have been publicly released about this case.
Yes.
Would you agree that that is one piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you understand that there is a lot more evidence that we have to discuss?
Yes.
In fact, we're talking about this lasting a month, right?
Yes.
So, despite having seen this video, are you willing to listen to all of the other evidence?
Yes.
And you may have formed some opinions already, in fact, I know you have, based on what you've seen. Are you willing to potentially allow all of that other evidence to change your opinion?
Yes.
So I just want to ask you some follow-ups on your questionnaire, sir. Okay. Shouldn't take too long. Again, the questionnaire was filled out a couple months ago. I understand you may not remember everything you read. Again, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to explore some of your thoughts and why you may have written what you wrote.
Sounds good.
The first question that you were asked just was basically for you to give kind of an outline of what you knew about the case already, right?
Yes.
And you wrote a fairly long paragraph onto a second page about what you knew and what you remember seeing, right?
Yes.
Now, you wrote, for example, when George Floyd was on the floor, Chauvin was kneeling on his neck the entire time. George Floyd was screaming for help and desperately screaming that he couldn't breathe. All this while the rest of the other officers were just watching it happen, and bystanders who were witnessing were telling Chauvin to get off George's neck because he was killing him. So, would you agree that in your paragraph, part of your paragraph, you chose some words that are indicative of your opinion of this case?
I mean, I just put whatever. I just described the video I saw, pretty much.
But like the word desperately screaming, right? Desperately, you've formed an opinion about what you saw in that video, that there was desperation. Would you?
And that's what it was.
Okay, and that's fine. And so I'm just simply, I want you to acknowledge that you formed an opinion about this case, right?
I mean, like I said, that's what it was. Like, everybody's gonna see him, that he was desperate.
Okay. You agree that you have formed an opinion about the case, right?
If you would say it, then yeah, that's what it is.
So, because the next question kind of asks you about your opinions. The question was, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of the defendant, Mr. Chauvin? And it gave you some options: negative, very negative, neutral, somewhat positive, or very positive.
Yeah.
Like a kind of a spectrum of options. And you checked very negative. Right? So you have formed here already a very negative impression of Mr. Chauvin based upon what you saw in that video. You would agree?
Yes.
And it's perfectly fine for you for that to be your opinion. Right? I'm not challenging that.
Yeah.
And the questioner asks you to explain, and you say there was no reason for Chauvin to kneel on his neck for that long, and him just being stubborn, not wanting to let go, gave me the impression of him just showing off his authority, right?
Yes.
So again, you're acknowledging, and it's okay. I'm really not trying to, say that you can't have an opinion.
Okay.
I need you to acknowledge that you have formed some thoughts about this case.
Okay.
And that those thoughts really go to the ultimate question that a jury has to decide. Is Mr. Chauvin guilty or not guilty, right?
Okay.
And so if I were to ask you right now what your verdict would be right now, guilty or not guilty, what would it be?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. So you understand, and you were asked some questions about the principles of law that apply, right? You were asked questions, and the judge reminded you yesterday that there are very important constitutional principles that apply, such as the presumption of innocence. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. In the
And thanks to our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to join us right now. We always appreciate that live look at the White House as we are expecting a briefing at maybe the bottom of this hour. We will be bringing that to you right here on News Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Always great to be here with you on this Thursday here. We got a lot of events to get to. We have so many things that are going on, so we're going to be moving kind of quickly in these next 2 hours. That's the way we like it. Let's go out to breaking news right out of Michigan here. This is what we are first going to be going to as a prosecutor. Peter Lusudio is hosting this news conference announcing a countywide law enforcement reporting protocol for COVID-19 involuntary transfers to nursing homes. The prosecutor has been very critical of Governor Whitmer on her handling of nursing home patients during the pandemic and is attempting to build a criminal case against the governor there. So we will be taking these comments and questions and answers directly to you right here on News Now from Fox. Looks like he is just getting his remarks prepared there. This is also falling on the 1 year anniversary now since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a worldwide pandemic. So we will be talking about that as well in the coming moments. But let's take these live remarks right here on News Now from Fox. This is what we do.
We're ready to start. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I'm Prosecutor Peter Lusudio. I want to thank everybody for coming today to begin a public discussion on a very important subject. Before we begin, I want to talk about the lives that were lost. This is the 1 year anniversary since this pandemic came, and as such, I want to offer my sincere condolences to those who have lost loved ones through this pandemic. This is tragic what has happened here. It's unprecedented, and everyone who lost loved ones, I sincerely bring the condolences from myself, my family, and the Office of the Prosecutor. Now, everyone, after being politically called out by this governor and attacked, I'm not going after anyone. I never have. I'm seeking the truth because families of lost loved ones deserve to know the truth. The office of this county prosecutor carries a heavy burden of supporting the law enforcement officials, addressing the courts, and representing the people of this state and this county, while at all times recognizing fundamental fairness and principles that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. In the course of the duties of the county prosecutor, I'm often told of matters that I cannot act on alone. That is why I'm here today. In response to the numerous calls that I've taken, emails, direct contact from county residents about loved ones who were spirited away from facilities where they sought care and appeared to have tragically died before their time or suffered irreversible health ailments. At this moment, no one, not anyone, can establish beyond a reasonable doubt cause and effect concerning the many legal issues before me and continuously being presented to me. But with the complaints being received and the review being in order, I'm announcing an online form to assist the making of the reports in an orderly, factual, and justified jurisdictional-based format. You see, if you didn't get a form when you came in, I suggest you take it because it's on the website currently. We placed it on the website here in Macomb County because your MacombCountyProsecutor.com is the easiest access to fill out the simple informational report form as the first step in having a review of the case. That form, when taken to the local police agencies where the event of concern is alleged to have occurred, will be the basis for an informational report to be prepared and sent to the dedicated email address. Once received, a team of subject matter experts and specialists will be assigned to review and report to me the suggested disposition of each claim. It may be that a referral to a state or a federal agency will be the best place to provide what our work has found. It may be that there is a rational, justifiable, lawful explanation for what was alleged to have occurred, but with the primary concern being on the welfare of our most vulnerable and elderly, these questions must be allowed. They must be allowed to be asked and answered by competent authority. A prosecuting attorney has the responsibility, and I am obligated to do so. Additionally, I have had preliminary discussions with the Macomb County Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Daniel Spitz, and the Macomb County Health Department Director Andrew Cox about Michigan law, which allows for the establishment of an elderly and vulnerable adult death review board, much like the county's established child death review team. Dr. Spitz said, as well as Andrew Cox, our director, look forward to the continuing conversations about this new undertaking. If anybody cares to, the statute 52.201C says that the medical examiner's powers and duties are to establish an elderly and vulnerable adult death review team. We currently have one on children who have been taken from us early. We've reviewed since 2001 over 300 cases. We have 5,500 deaths plus in this state. I suggest that we now establish this same protocol for the elderly and the vulnerable adults to have their death cases reviewed appropriately, constitutionally, and statutorily. I want to expand on that because if the medical examiner or the deputy county medical examiner goes ahead and prepares this review team, there will be a host of professionals from all walks of life, including long-term care facilities, members of law enforcement, including the prosecutor's office. I hope that today we find common ground in getting answers to the questions that have been asked of not only the prosecuting attorney's office, but also those questions that these loved ones need to add closure and healing for the future. I stand ready and will take any questions at this time. Go ahead, Jim.
So this review board will be made up of medical examiners, the health department, and who else?
The statute, which you should get a copy of, it'll be a part of yours. I wanted to make sure everybody got a copy. Section 2 says the medical examiner, as well as the deputy county medical examiner, physicians, and other healthcare professionals specializing in geriatric medicine, physicians, and other healthcare professionals employed by long-term care facilities, members of the relevant state and local law enforcement, county prosecutor's office, and members representing the Department of Health and Human Services. It goes on to say that there will be also individuals from adult protective services, adult foster care homes, as well as the aged homes and the vulnerable adult task. The department will look at the elderly and vulnerable adult death review team.
This says this is a public act 181 of 1953.
It's not only been around since 53, it's been modified in 69 and 2012 respectively.
You know when the last time it was used here in Macomb?
I have no idea, but I know that it exists. We do it for children. We should be protecting our adults and most vulnerable, those seniors that died without their loved ones holding their hand.
You mentioned you've gotten contacts from people who've lost loved ones through phone calls, emails. How many are we talking about?
Hundreds. And in addition, there's 2 reports already filed before we even had the website put up. One in Warren and one in Shelby Township. I'd like to thank Deputy Chief Jason Smitler from Shelby Township for being with us today.
Deputy Chief, can you take a question or two, please? We're not going to comment on it.
We can't comment on the cases at this time.
Okay, the form that you've established, so just briefly describe the workflow. You want people to fill this out, you want them to take it to their local police,
We're trying to streamline and take care of the individuals without going ahead and be burdened even more than they are now with the death of the lost one, a loved one, excuse me. But they fill these forms out. It gives a background of the information that you see on here. Where did the death occurred? What facility it was? What city? What township? What village? It also indicates the treating physician, and it goes on and on and on. This is preliminary information that is necessary to take in order to start the review and the process.
Would the review board receive the form? And is the review board an investigating agency?
The re-
Or is it, how does that work? With the board and then the local police agency? How does all that coordinate?
Well, it does the same thing that the children that were victims of death cases, and as such, that review would be handled in the same identical manner because it is the county medical examiner, the chief, Dr. Daniel Spitz, who would be heading that up, and he sets the policy and the protocol as to the same.
So would this board file a complaint with the prosecutor's office, or would they work with the police agency?
They are an agency that is independent, statutorily set up. Would they assist in recommendation? I know they do that right now with children. I can't answer for the chief medical examiner who has the exclusive authority to set this in motion.
Need to be clear on a couple things. You mentioned hundreds. Are you talking about nursing home family
We've had more than hundreds. As a lawmaker, as a former state senator and House member, I've had them taken from letters, phone calls, direct contact, coffee hours that I had throughout the county, not necessarily this last year because of COVID, but I also took direct calls. My line is up there, and I want to stop all the calls, all the heartache, but I'm concerned. My concern is that we look at this in light most favorable to those that need this closure, that need this opportunity to find the questions that were not answered. And that's all we're asking for is that opportunity.
Do you have a number of how many people you think passed away from COVID-related issues in nursing homes in the county?
You'd have to look at the death certificates. I've had those discussions with other medical examiners that were up at the Capitol when I was there. I asked how did they code the death certificates? And most of the time that if they found that the death had COVID or related to COVID, they put it COVID. So it's hard to tell, but you know, Medicaid I know does a good job in assisting, and those records have to be kept as a protocol for Medicaid to get the payment. So I'm interested to know what Medicaid reports were from this state.
But do you have a number that you've been told that you are guesstimating as to how many were involved?
I don't have a number from other than what has been said by the governor and her former director, Robert Gordon. Over 5,500 COVID deaths have occurred in the state. How many of those were from nursing homes? We are still looking for those answers.
If I may, not to monopolize, one of the government spokespersons, you alluded to it at the onset, and this is a quote, Mr. Lucido's comments are shameful political attacks based in neither fact nor reality. There's been no evidence of testimony that says nursing homes were forced to take people against their will, politically motivated waste of taxpayer dollars.
Executive Order 2020-50 says you shall take a COVID patient. Not maybe, not probably, but shall. Also, there was bills that were filed, legislation that was entered, that was both sponsored. Remember something, that death occurred on both sides of the aisle. So for her to say shameful is a misstatement that I think that she would like to take back because loved ones on both sides of the aisles were lost. Our constituent base was genuinely concerned about how their loved ones were being treated when they couldn't even get to them. Aside from that, the prosecutor's role is to see that justice is done and justice is served. If anyone thinks they're above the law with this administration, think again.
You said the other day that this could be possible charges. So what you're saying today is this is a review board headed by the medical examiner.
And we will be taking a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to hear from Republicans on the border wall crisis, the border crisis happening right now on our southern borders. Next on News Now from Fox.
This review board wants to have it done to streamline its efforts. How, if he has a death certificate that he has reported, wants to handle it. If it comes from another jurisdiction and came into Macomb County, these are all issues that are still out there. But until we start the dialogue, because I've asked, as you well know from your report, I asked our Attorney General, please take the liberty of looking over all of the states so that we don't have patchwork. Patchwork is unnecessary in this state. I don't want this county prosecutor's office to act differently than Wayne or Oakland or Genesee or Kent. I want everybody to be in unison when these complaints are filed. I want everybody to act and react identically and systematically and, let's face it, economically efficient, that we streamline this. And that's what this is. This form that you have online is a form that has been systematically designed so that you have an idea of what questions need to be asked before the law enforcement agencies around this county go ahead and take the liberty of doing an incident report. Now, at the end of it, that information is going to have to be reviewed by specialists and experts from all areas. We will engage most likely those individuals who have the expertise and knowledge so that we have succinct and direct information that leads to what it is we're trying to accomplish. Answer the questions and get at the truth.
Do you know how many hubs there were in Macomb County?
I don't.
Do you know how many nursing homes took in people?
I don't. I do know that there has been like in Roseville, for instance, there was 10 employees that passed away as a result of waiting on.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now from Fox. Oh, we always appreciate you joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page, and really setting up to be a busy Thursday morning and afternoon, depending on where you're watching from right now. But our story that we are going to, Republicans once again slamming the Biden administration, calling it a border crisis. The White House not calling that at that moment right now. Just back in February, just last month, the Border Patrol agents encountered 100,000 illegal immigrants near or across our border. And this is now Representative Kevin McCarthy responding to that and much more in his daily update. Let's bring that to you right here.
Over the past year, Congress has passed 5 relief bills to get Americans back on their feet. Each one of them was bipartisan. This week, Congress passed the 6th. It is the largest single spending bill in history, and the only bipartisan vote was the vote against the bill. Not one Republican voted for it. The question is why. This isn't about the virus. As you know, less than 9% is used to defeat the virus. It doesn't prioritize school openings. Most of the money for schools doesn't even go out till 2023. It pays people more to stay home than go back to work. It includes hundreds of billions in state bailouts, when, as the Wall Street Journal reported just last night, despite the pandemic's crushing toll on the U.S. economy, total state revenues were roughly flat in 2020 from the year before. This isn't a relief bill. It's pretty much a payoff for Pelosi's political allies, and it will be the American people paying the bill. And as Pelosi and Biden try to convince the nation otherwise, the same 3 real priorities remain. We need to reopen every school in America. Science knows it's safe, and parents want it to happen. We need to get 10 million Americans back to work, and the vaccine efforts created by Operation Warp Speed, which will administer 100 million vaccines, needs to keep moving forward. Vaccinate the country and restore our way of life. A focus like that would allow the administration to do the right thing, while at the same time doing the other things that it's responsible for, such as securing our border. Many of you know, last week I sent President Biden a letter asking for a meeting to talk about the crisis along the border. I still have not had a response, but even President Biden's own Secretary of State, Blinken, said yesterday, strong borders are fundamental to our nation's security. And it's not just in America that knows it's a crisis outside of the White House, even the President of Mexico. He said that people coming to the border see Biden as the migrant president, the encouragement of making it happen. I couldn't agree more. That is why we must address this crisis at the border that is spiraling entirely caused by the actions of this administration. In February alone, there were more than 100,000 migrants encounters, a 7-year high and 173% increase from the same time last year. Let's put that in perspective. In 1 month, 100,000. Those are the ones we encountered, not the ones that got through that people did not see. What does that equate to? Joe Biden's hometown is Scranton, Pennsylvania. 100,000 is a higher population than Scranton in 1 month. Health and Human Services reported they are taking in 321 children a day, up from the weekly average of 203 just a few weeks ago. As I said, last week I sent the letter requesting a meeting to talk about the crisis. Haven't heard back. The American people also haven't gotten an update since it's been 50 days since the president has held a press conference. So on Monday, I'm going to the border. I'm taking 12 members with me from the committees of jurisdiction, looking for ourselves, working on trying to find a solution. But we know the solution is quite easy because most of this is all caused by Biden's action just in a short time frame. And don't take my word for it. The other thing we've been doing prior to going to the border is talking to people down along the border. A rancher named Russell who lives in New Mexico doesn't allow his children to play outside unsupervised anymore because Biden left nearly a mile-long gap of the border wall on its property. Just about every one of the houses in his community has been broken into. Not only that, the cattle are getting sick from the stress of hundreds of people crossing by them every day. The cattle wander out through the broken fences to Mexico. Mexican cattle ranchers wander in sometime, bringing the diseases and destroying his livelihood. We spoke to the mayor of Uvalde, Mayor Don McLaughlin, who said the facilities down there are so packed, Border Patrol is left to just release migrants into the middle of the town. There's a car chase now just about every single day. Just this Sunday, they had a head-on crash during one of the pursuits. The migrants are sometimes armed. In the last 2 weeks, they've had to shut down the schools because armed migrants are out. In January, multiple officers were shot at. That's just this community. And a member of the Texas Farm Bureau told us on an acquaintance on his southern Arizona was just forced to move off his ranch because his 6-year-old daughter was missing. They followed tracks south of the ranch until they found her sitting alone barefoot, miles away from their house after Border Patrol tracked down the group. One common theme here is this is not a political issue anymore. It's becoming a national security concern. That's why I sent a letter to work with the president on the crisis he created along the border. Just for a meeting. He hasn't even acknowledged the crisis he created, let alone set a time to meet to solve it. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, sir.
I wonder if House Republican leadership anticipated Marjorie Taylor Greene's motion to adjourn yesterday, and if you have any thoughts on a statement she put out after 40 Republicans voted against it, slamming them as the 40 white flags of the Surrender Caucus and accusing them of working with Democrats to destroy America.
We can always think Marjorie's going to do that. They kicked her off all committees. That's the only committee she has. Every member has a right to make the motion. People have disagreements on the strategy and what's best to use. But there's a frustration on the floor, not just with Marjorie, not just with Republicans. I sat with a Democrat today to talk about policies, and she's very frustrated with the wall around the Capitol. You know, a lot of people say, are you going to the border to look at the wall? No, I could look right outside my window. The frustration of taking away the minority's right for a motion to recommit. It's been more than 100 years. The idea that now we sit where members, do they even come up and show for work because of proxies? Committee staff and committee work, is it even produced? A schedule that's never kept to, that you think you're going to have a district work period, and the next day they say, no, we're taking that back. Bills that come to the floor that never have a say in your own committee but affect your district. Yeah, there's frustration all around. So did we expect it? Yeah, I expect others to do the same. Probably on the Democrat side as well. This is probably the poorest run Congress in the history of Congress. It's the least effective Congress in the history of Congress. The only one worse was the Congress before it. Yes, sir.
The COVID relief bill, 75% in most polls. I'm curious your thoughts on that. And what is, in your estimation, 3/4 of the country missing?
Well, I don't know that they've read the bill. I don't know if they know what's in it. I think when they find out that less than 9% of it goes to COVID, but in San Francisco that has a $650 million deficit, the city, 92% of their deficit will be taken care of. And they won't have to wait to 2023 like the schools have to get their money. They'll get their money now. So if you're part of the swamp, it's pretty positive. If you're a federal employee, you'll get $21,000. But if you're in the private sector, but your kids have been out of work, you're not going to get anything. If you're a state employee, they added it up. If you come in here illegally, you're going to have assistance when it comes to your health care. So I think as people read this, they're going to find out no. And I think if there's a correlation to it, I'd go back to, January 28, 2009? There were some same people at the White House that were in that administration that thought a stimulus bill was really going to turn the country around. It had about the exact same approval rating. A month later, it dropped 12 points. By the time November came around, more people thought Elvis was alive than the stimulus created a job. Why? Because they wrote the bill the exact same way. They rewarded their political friends instead of solving a problem. How do you call it a COVID bill when less than 9%? And you make it the single largest? Does it put, every time we've been able to do a bipartisan bill, what has changed? Administration. And now it's going to be singly one way. You know, every time that happens, whatever piece of legislation is made probably has some problems in it. And the only bipartisan vote here was against it. Yes, sir. Sure.
You laid out some of the goals that you want to see: schools reopening, jobs coming back. I think even total skeptics look at the improving environment around the virus and think a lot of that stuff is going to happen. But do you worry that by voting no on this last bill, like the only people who can't take credit for that will be Republican lawmakers?
No, we just passed 5 bills, and you just laid it out from the very beginning. Look how strong the economy is right now when people didn't think it would be. So you know the PPP program we created? Pretty good program, was it not? Providing the ability to get what? These states, when people thought they were going to have a lot less revenue, we just found out they don't. So why would you change the revenue function of how you provide money to the states simply based upon whether they're blue or red? Well, you're partisan. Okay. You're asking a question, should we vote on things because we think they're politically positive, or should we vote on things that are good policy? I think good policy makes good politics. I think it's the exact same thing I saw in 2009 I'll see now. Yes.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was mentioned as far as slowing down some of the legislation on the floor, but I know that Chip Roy also threatened to have the suspension bills have to be a roll call votes for each of those bills. And you mentioned other members are also thinking about doing the same thing. Is there some type of negotiation going on with Mr. Hoyer to perhaps deal with the MTRs, deal with perhaps having these
Look, I had a negotiation with Mr. Hoyer prior to us being sworn in, telling him, if you remove a motion to recommit, you're denying constituents across the country from having a voice. Something no Congress has ever done. We've never even thought of that when we were in the majority. You're taking away an ability for somebody to have one amendment on a bill, that there'd be problems in the future. These are procedural items that every member has a right to do. I think you kind of miscalculated what Chip Roy was actually doing. He wanted a roll call vote on one of the bills. I think people thought it was overall. If you followed that night, there was a UC to move one of those bills, the vets bills, through with no objection. So, yeah. Yes.
A question on Iran. Many of your members have been trying to pass legislation to restrict the ability of President Biden to re-enter the Iran deal the way it is. Where do you see any of those bills going now that Democrats control the House?
Well, I hope they would put policy or people before politics and actually look at it. Do they really want Iran back in exactly as they had it? I don't think the world is safe. I think what's happened in the last administration, the Middle East became more safe. Now with this new administration, in a short amount of time, our borders are unsafe. Iran is doing naval maneuvers with Moscow, sending missiles into Iraq. Our gasoline price goes up by the day. No one thought it'd be this much pain in such a short amount of time, but that's what happens when you have bad decisions. I'm hopeful that the Democrats would look and join with us and make America stronger and the world safer. Thank you all. Have a good weekend.
And we are getting some breaking news right now. We are learning that President Biden will be signing the COVID-19 relief bill today. He was expected to do it tomorrow, and it's expected now at 1:30 inside the Oval Office, and there will be a briefing coming up now at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be waiting for those live events. When they happen, of course, you'll see it right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. And for those of you staying here with us, we appreciate that. We are now going out to more of the jury selection process there for the Derek Chauvin trial.
How do you feel they should be reviewed in those types of circumstances?
I mean, just talk with the police, how he felt about it and what he saw, if he really feared about his life.
So there's still an analysis that has to go into it.
Yeah.
But whether or not it should be prosecuted criminally is a different question. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now you have there was a question that asked, have you or anyone close to you had any of the following experiences? And it was victim of a crime, and you wrote, someone stole my car, right?
Yeah.
Can you just tell me, I mean, how long ago was that? Where did this happen?
It was like 4 years ago.
Okay.
Outside of my house.
All right.
Yeah, I left it running, and for like 5 minutes went outside and it wasn't there anymore.
Let me guess, it was winter?
Yeah, it was winter.
Yeah. So warming up the car, letting it run.
And it was fast.
Yeah, someone came in and took it.
Yeah.
Did you call the police?
I did.
Okay. Did they respond?
They did. I think they got in a little chase with them. They crashed the car, unfortunately.
Okay. So the police responded to your request for help.
Yes.
Right? Ultimately located the car. The person who stole it gave chase, crashed the car.
Yes.
And what was your level of satisfaction with the police response to that?
It was good.
Right. You were grateful for that?
Yes.
And do you feel that they treated you fairly?
Yes.
Okay. Was the person who stole your car, to your knowledge, prosecuted for stealing your car? Meaning, were they?
No, I don't even know, to be honest.
Okay. So you never had to like go to court and testify?
Yeah, I never. After that, I never heard about it.
Okay. Like nobody even called you and said?
They just called me to say where my car was and to pick it up, and that was it.
Okay. Did you have to have it repaired through your insurance company, or was it kind of totaled?
It wasn't a bad crash. They just hit him from behind. I don't know. It was just a bumper. So
okay.
So it was an easy fix.
Okay. But no one ever called and said, "Hey, we can, if you want to make a claim for restitution from this guy," or anything like that?
No.
Just got your car back and right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you generally have a positive or negative view of police?
I mean, positive. They're here to help us.
Okay. Would you agree just kind of with the general concept that, like any profession, there may be some good ones and there may be some bad ones?
Yes.
You acknowledge that they do a very dangerous job, right?
They do.
Not that every call is dangerous, but...
Right.
Mm-hmm. You were asked a few questions about your opinions regarding the justice system, and I'm referring kind of to the courts and, you know, the whole system, right?
Okay.
You asked you were asked, do you believe that the jury system in this country is a fair system? Why or why not? And you said yes, because it involves citizens randomly making bias or discrimination less probable, and because not all citizens have the same beliefs. Can you just expand on that a little bit more? How do you think that the jury system decreases the probability of discrimination by...
Because, I mean, you guys are not handpicking the person that's going to be here as a juror, so you pick 12 random people, you don't even know where they're coming from, what's their background, anything of that. So yeah, there's more probability than if someone is picking the person that he likes or whatever.
Right. It's not like I could just call 12 Minneapolis police officers to
Tell all your friends, yeah.
Right, or 12 of my friends, right. Okay, that makes some sense to me. And then you asked, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And you wrote, yes, it has been convicting and punishing the guilty, making them stop offending, and it somewhat protects innocence. Explain what you mean by that.
I mean, it's been working until now. You've been, like today, we're gonna have him on court and then go from there, take a decision. So, so we're doing the job.
And your response kind of says the system works because it convicts people and it punishes people. That's how I interpret what you wrote. Am I wrong in that interpretation?
No.
You know that not everybody who is charged is ultimately convicted. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I just went on the side that, but I also put over there that it was
to protect innocence.
Protecting innocence. So yeah, there's clearly criminals and there's people that are here in court and they're not criminals.
Well, there's this old saying that says, under our system, we would rather free 10 guilty people than convict one innocent person.
Yeah.
Would you agree or disagree with that concept?
I agree.
Professionally, again, without saying where you work, you're a route driver.
Yes.
And you expressed some concern about potentially losing your job over this.
Yes, but I mean, I talked with my manager and doesn't look like it.
Okay.
I hope not.
All right. Well, that's because we recognize that jury service is a hardship for everybody because it takes you away from your family and your, your work and whatever. So there's kind of two layers. So you have talked to your manager already about it?
About being on jury and that's about it.
Okay, and that's fine. And you told him that if you were on a jury, it could be a long trial.
I didn't say that. I just said that if it would have any problem.
Okay. And your employer or your boss told you it shouldn't? You don't get your shifts covered or whatever?
Yeah, he said it shouldn't.
Okay. But you would potentially lose that income?
Yeah, we'll lose income and get paid. How much is it? $20 a day.
Yeah, being a juror is not a very high-paying job.
Yeah.
I guess the question is that financially, like, will you be okay if you weren't working for a month?
I mean, I think I'll be okay. It kind of sucks, but I mean, if I'm a good fit and I could help, that's okay with me.
Good. And that's kind of what you say is that this is a really big case, and that's why I would like to help and be a part of this. When asked if you wanted to be a juror.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Yeah.
And let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. We should also point out that in about 20 minutes, we are going to be getting an update from Disneyland. It's been now 1 year since Disneyland has been shut down, and they are looking to reopen at some time next month or in the coming months. So we'll be getting an update from them as well as officials there in Anaheim, California. We'll be right back. More News Now from Fox in just 2 minutes.
Know you a little bit better, a little bit more about your life, and then I'm going to focus on some of your answers to the questionnaire. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. So Juror number 37, let's assume you and I met at a party or some social event. What are a few things you would want me to know about you when I walked away from that conversation?
Nothing personal, maybe my name, age.
This is completely unrelated to this case. We're just two strangers who bump into each other in a social situation. You wouldn't want me to know anything about you?
No.
Why?
Because you're a stranger.
Okay. How do people go from being strangers to friends?
By conversation.
Okay. Would you entertain a conversation with me?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, let me just say, are you nervous today?
No.
Okay, good. I promise you that I'm not trying to trick you or anything like that. I just need to know a little bit more about you so we can see if you're the right. Understand? I'm going through the same process with every single person.
Understood.
Okay. So, I'm not asking you to reveal personal details about your life here either, okay? But we do have to pry a little bit. So again, take all of this out of the equation, right? My friend and your friend are friends, and they introduce us. We're sitting there, we're two people, we're talking. What would I walk away knowing about you? What's important to you?
Probably that I am a mother. A little bit about my career. Probably where I'm from.
How many kids do you have? Remind me. Two. And just their ages? How old are they? Are they younger?
Yeah, they're younger.
Okay. Great. You received, as I understand, a letter from Hennepin County saying you were going to have jury duty, right?
Correct.
When you opened that first initial letter, what was your reaction to that?
We just like to listen to some of that jury selection process there. Expected to go another about week and a half. So we'll be going in and out of that throughout the days and coming days, but can't be listening to it all the time there because it's just so same questions there pretty much for the jurors. All right, everybody, let's continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. Everybody, let's go out to Florida here. Governor Ron DeSantis talked to the media, and boy, sometimes he talks. Well, not sometimes. He always talks in sound bites, so let's listen.
66%, Franklin 67%, Okaloosa 66%. I mean, these are really, really good numbers. And we're not going to have 100% interest in it. There's some that don't want the vaccine, and that's totally fine. There's not going to be any mandates on vaccine. But to have those kind of numbers, and I think North Florida has really done a good job. We've also done well in South Florida. I mean, Palm Beach is 70% of their seniors. They got hundreds of thousands of seniors. Broward is almost 2/3 down in Broward. So we've done good across the state. But I think North Florida in particular, Clay is hitting 60%. Most likely we'll hit that today. So those are really, really good things. We're getting close to 3 million seniors reported as having received shots. The way this works is the reports lag by 4 or 5 days. I mean, you go back and look last 4 days of the week, we were doing 100,000 shots a day for initial doses. But if you had looked at it last week, it wouldn't have appeared that way yet because they add it. So I think we're probably at 3 million seniors either today or tomorrow, regardless of the reporting. And we are starting to see the demand soften with the seniors, which is a good thing because we're going to lower the age to 60 on Monday. So everyone 60 to 64, you can go. These sites here, like we have in Lake City, are retail pharmacies, health departments, anything that's there, you have access to, and I think we're going to get some pretty good demand there. But we're also monitoring the supply. We have some encouraging signals about the supply, both in terms of what the state is getting allocated, but also through the federal pharmacy program. So rest assured, if you're in that 55 to 59 age bracket, we want to lower that very soon as well. We may be able to do that quicker than initially anticipated. So we're working on that, and as soon as we have an announcement, we'll be sure to let everyone know. But I think that folks can anticipate, and we'll have an announcement today,
in Jacksonville about the retail pharmacy footprint. We're expanding that with Walgreens. We're going to do even more expansions with some of the pharmacies next week. And so it's been a very efficient way, an effective way to be able to get this done. We now have 157 CVS pharmacies throughout the state of Florida. That's across 30 different counties that are offering COVID vaccines. We have 730 Publix pharmacies in the state. We have 12 Walgreens. I'm going to announce an expansion of Walgreens today, which will be exciting, so it'll be way more than 12. 119 Walmart and Sam's Clubs, and 43 Winn-Dixies. So that's a pretty robust retail pharmacy footprint, and it is going to grow over the next week, which we really are excited about. Here in Columbia County, we have one Publix pharmacy and one Walmart that are offering the vaccine. So to schedule an appointment for Publix, visit publix.com/COVID vaccine. To schedule a vaccine at Walmart, visit walmart.com/COVID vaccine. Publix next window is, I believe, Friday morning at 7 a.m. You know, the good thing about some of these appointments, it used to be as soon as these windows open, you'd have like 10 minutes and thousands of appointments would just be gone. And now the window's open. And so you have a much better chance of getting that appointment now, just because we vaccinated so many seniors that the demand has really softened, which we really appreciate it. So we're going to continue working hard on this. We haven't gotten any additional J&J for this week. We don't know that we're going to get any for next week either. But probably the week after that, we'll start to do it. I think the production on that is going to ramp up very quickly. So we could be in a situation, go down to 60 on Monday, we get to 55 relatively soon, and then if the supply floodgates really open, we could be in a position sometime in April where it's just available and people can get it. And so that's really exciting, because if you go back to the beginning of January, for when we were getting 230,000 doses a week for a state of 22 million people with 4.5 million seniors, that's a much different situation than where we were just a few weeks ago. So I'm excited about what's happening here. I want to commend the folks here in Columbia County for reaching out to these seniors, offering the J&J, and the demand has been great. And so if we can go through 1,000 of these, I know they have the site today, I know they'll be back on Tuesday, that's going to make a really big difference. And you know what? The more people you do with the J&J, you don't have to worry about scheduling that second appointment. You don't have to worry about doing a lot of the stuff with the Pfizer and the Moderna that just make it a little bit more logistically challenging. So we're excited about that. Okay, who do we got? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But wanted to see why the FEMA reps in our area, specifically in Jacksonville, why they're no longer reporting those vaccination daily numbers.
They should be. I mean, we want everyone to report. I mean, we think it's you want the immediate reporting. It helps us identify where the needs would be. Now, that's obviously run by the feds. It's not run by the state, but it's important, because what we do is we look every morning at the coverage rates for seniors, because we're doing seniors first. And if they're not reporting it accurately, it could cause us to send vaccine in an area that actually is doing well. And there's other places where they're much better at reporting. So yeah, we'd ask them to report it. You know, usually you have 72 hours. I mean, our emergency order says do it within 24 hours. I think we're seeing that there is a delay in reporting, because if you look at today's numbers in terms of the number of vaccines that have happened, say yesterday, pull it out here. So yesterday it says 34,922 initial doses were administered. I can tell you tomorrow that number will grow. Yesterday, or excuse me, March 9th, they're now reporting almost 87,000. Yesterday that was like 44,000. So there's somewhat of a lag, but I think it's important to try to get it in real time as quickly as you can. It helps with everything. I mean, the more it gets in quicker, the easier we'll be able to get it to 60 and 55 and expand it to all the folks who want it.
And Governor DeSantis, is there anything you would change with the current rollout? Are you satisfied with the way things have been going now?
I think we've got a lot of great momentum. I mean, I think these retail pharmacies have been really good. And so when we brought CVS into Miami-Dade in a big way, we started to see those numbers really go up. We've also done some things that hasn't really been as publicized. We've given it to health plans who then reach out to their own members and say, hey, I have this. So I think Blue Cross and some of those are now in the game. That's really, really good. We want to get more into physician practices and doctors' offices, because that's an easy thing to do. Because someone may go to the doctor for some other reason. The doctor say, why don't you do a COVID shot? And then you can do it. There's a lot of people that really want the shot. There's a lot of people that are indifferent about it. They're not opposed to it, but if you have it where it's convenient, they'll be able to do it. So I think we're continuing to expand it in a wide variety of ways. And I think by and large, it's working well. I mean, you don't get millions of seniors vaccinated by chance.
Governor, yesterday's CEO, how is that first principles conservative in your mind?
Excuse me?
Yesterday's executive order, how is that first principles conservative in your mind?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Banning the levying of fines?
But what does that have to do with first principle conservative?
How is it conservative a top-down index of that sort, taking away that power from municipalities and localities?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's conservative or liberal. I just think that those fines are out of control, and we want to make sure that folks are protected. Most of those restrictions have not been effective. That's just the reality. The evidence is in on that, and so we want to really go forward fresh, and we want people to make decisions, but we don't want it under the heavy hand of government.
I wanted to say this, we're seeing some states such as like Georgia and Alaska are dropping down their restrictions down to 16. Is that something that we're considering here, or would you have any estimate of when we'd be able to do that?
For vaccine eligibility? So one of them, I don't know what J&J is. I know one of Pfizer, Moderna is 18 and 16, one of each. What I would say is that we're going on an evidence-based way. We're doing it based on where the greatest risk of mortality is. And so 18 and 19-year-olds are at very, very low risk. And in fact, if you look from 18 below, and I know people below 16 aren't eligible under the EUA, but we actually have less respiratory hospital admissions for 18 and under this year than we did pre-COVID in a normal influenza year. And so the risk is so radically different for elderly people that I think we're going to continue to focus on the 65. Look, we're almost home. We've done so many. We got to do some more. I know not everyone wants it, but boy, if we could get every county to be over 60, 65%, that's going to be really, really good. I think it'll save a lot of people. Then we do the 60. There's about 1.9 million people in Florida between 60 and 65. And then there's about the same number. So every time you go down 5 years, you're adding between 1.5 to 1.9 million. And I think that's just something that we want to be mindful